Good afternoon and happy Thursday. Welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse and welcome back to Taif, Saudi Arabia for 9 exciting races. My name is Callum Helliwell. I will bring you all the action today, but I will not be doing it on my own because after digging into the pocket of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, we've managed to find enough money to bring Tom back. Tom is back in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Tom Collins. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm great. It's great to be back, Callum. Looking forward to the racing. We've got 9 fantastic races, followed tomorrow by Friday's action, which looks great as well. Yeah, I'm really excited to be back in Taif. And actually, the weather's lovely, you know. It's a bit of a breeze. I don't feel as hot as last time when I was here.
Yeah, I've noticed straight away you're not struggling, drowning in your own sweat, panicking. I think you're doing a much better job today. So hopefully we can keep up all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. The conditions are quite nice. And instead of being a headwind in the straight, there's actually a tailwind, which I haven't seen here at Taif so far. Maybe we'll see an even bigger front-runner bias today.
Yes, hopefully the runners who are getting out the way of that wind down the back straight can have a good chance in the home straight today. We have 9 exciting races to look forward to, and here are just 3 headline horses who I cannot wait to see here at King Khalid Racecourse. The first horse is Attaj. This horse goes in our 3rd contest today. Is a son of Caravaggio, and he made a very good impression when finishing 3rd on his Saudi debut. James Jerkins trained this one, and he'll be hoping this horse can go 2 places better. Hawawaya returns to the racecourse, having won her last 2 starts. This filly seems to have saved her best form for myself and Tom, because she's won on her last 2 visits while we've been in the chair. She goes for the hat-trick today. The only concern is this is a much tougher task for this really exciting filly. And finally, we have Muntasarat Al-Khaladir. This dashing grey goes in the following race 5. This is an Arabian horse's maiden, and this filly might be too good. She's by Super Stallion Laith Al-Khaladir. She makes her 3rd career start today. And Tom, I know you're keen on her, but she won't have it all her own way. Shahanit Al-Khaladir will certainly give her a run for her money.
Yeah, we're going to be against each other in that race, aren't we, with the 2 Al-Khaladirs. I like the horse we've just shown there in the menu. You like the other horse you just mentioned. It's going to be an interesting match, but that's later on the card. We've got plenty of good races to come, including Attaj in race 3, who we just showed in the menu, arguably my pick of the day.
Pick of the day, Attaj, nice and early, get it out the way early. However, it's not just the 2 of us. We will continue to be joined by the best thing to come out of Ireland since Westlife. It's Shamila, take it away.
Well, good afternoon, Callum, and I'm so happy to have Tom back finally. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm still on cloud 9 from last weekend, all the excitement. But today is a new day. It's another Thursday at Taif Racecourse, and I've got my eye on a super competitive maiden race number 3, which you were just talking about. But I'm really looking forward to horse number 4, Dahi, trained by Abdulaziz Khalid. They've been in flying form so far this season, and I'd love to see them in the winner's enclosure again.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I can totally understand why you like Dahi. Really fascinating runner that comes here after a 3rd on debut and a 2nd place effort last time out, so certainly trending in the right direction. However, it's not just myself, Tom, or Shamila. We also have the man in the sky, the voice from above. It's Alex Fussy. Take it away.
Callum, thank you. Very good afternoon to you, Tom and Shamila. Great to be back. Let's have a look what we've got in store on this thrilling Thursday. We begin with a maiden, 1,200 metres the trip. Quite a few maidens on today's card. We'll be scratching around to try and find some likely winners and looking through that form. We've got a local bred fillies maiden, the 2nd race over 1,400. We remain at 1,400 metres for the 3rd, which is also maiden action. Then that 5:25 race, you can see race 4 is a local bred open, another 1,400 metre contest. And you've guessed it, same comments apply. It's 1,400 metres for an Arabian maiden, the 5th on the card. 6th race, a local bred maiden goes up to 1,600 metres. We remain there for the 7th, which is a restricted race for horses who have won once or twice. A handicap 0 to 70 over 1,600 metres is the 7:35 on the card. And then we finish with our longest race of the day, over 2,000 metres, an Arabian maiden. So they are the 9 races to look forward to throughout the course of today. And let's take a look at the runners and riders for our first. This is a 1,200 metres, 2-year-old fillies and colts maiden. 1, Maniea Al-Khair, will be the mount of Abdullah Al-Farouz. 2 is Hazan. 3, Rahati. Tariq Al-Mansour takes the ride. 4 is Bakhtar. 5, Fahrud. 6 is Ru Al-Saudia. Wigberto Ramos is on board. That jockey wasn't in summer publications, so Ramos takes the ride there. Mutau Lemar is an interesting runner, the 7 for Camilo Ospina. 8 is Sayek Al-Kia, and that one will be ridden by Khaled Al-Mimoni. Number 9 is Al-Abjar. That will be steered by Abdullah Al-Khamis. 10 is Zilya for Mohammed Al-Daham, and 11 Arco, who will be the mount of Asil Al-Sahani. So they are the 11 runners, with 12 being a non-runner here for our first of the day. Runners will be emerging into the parade ring very shortly, but we're heading back to Tom and Callum, and I know they want to reflect on Commissioner King at the weekend and look a little bit ahead to the Saudi Cup, boys.
Thank you very much, Alex. And we do really want to reflect on how impressive Commissioner King was. This horse with a real eye catch in the parade ring. I remember Rory was very keen on him. I was keen to take him on. And as with the theme over last week, I got it completely wrong. Commissioner King was mightily impressive. But Tom, you have some news from overseas, over in America, about another horse that could be potentially Saudi Cup bound.
Yeah, I just happened to look at the Saudi Cup Twitter page just before we came on air today, and there was a nice new post 6 minutes ago just saying that Arabian Night, the Bob Baffert trainee, is going to be aimed at the Saudi Cup. He won the Pacific Classic at Del Mar at the weekend. Prior to that, finished third in the Haskell behind Mage and Go Rocket Ride. He's a very good horse, and Bob Baffert always needs to be feared wherever he goes. So, yeah, we're getting these horses now coming into the picture for the Saudi Cup in late February. Still some way off, but we already know a few who are going to run.
And I think that's what makes this contest so exciting, is the fact that where it appears in the racing calendar gives an opportunity for not only European horses to have a crack at it with an extended season, but also the American horses can also have a go as well, which I think is really, really helpful. Would you feel the same way with a horse that's been competing all season in those top quality American races to just push the season out a little bit further and run in the Saudi Cup?
Yeah, exactly. It makes complete sense, especially for a US horse, because we've got the Breeders' Cup in November. That's the big showpiece event where all these horses are aimed at. Then you have a couple months off. Gulfstream begins in January, another Group 1 there, and then there's kind of a break of 3 or 4 months. So the Saudi Cup is perfectly placed for US horses, and it's great to see the likes of Bob Baffert, hopefully other US trainers as well, sending their horses over here for the big event.
Yes, we can hope they send them over indeed. As we see the horses coming into the parade ring, this is horse number 11, Arco. Quite a small field to start the day with, Tom. Who jumps off the page immediately in this race?
Yeah, just the 11 runners. Obviously number 12 is scratched, so a small field, which we're not really used to here at Taif. 2 horses jump off on first glance, number 7, Mutta Olamar, and number 4, Bakhtar. They're the 2 that immediately jump off the page, but obviously when we get to see them in the paddock now, we'll be able to determine more who's a player and who isn't a player.
Yes, this race is over 1,200 metres, the minimum trip. And while Rory and I were here last week, we were discussing the probable disadvantage of coming out of stall 1. Not only do you have lots of horses coming across you, you've also got that gap towards the rail. There's a space there, and a lot of horses we see tend to lunge out into that space. So Manea Al-Khair, horse number 1 on your race cards, will probably have to consider that. But that wasn't a bad effort, finishing 7th in meeting 34 on racecourse debut.
No, it wasn't a bad effort. She's now down to 6 furlongs, as you say. That's the minimum trip here at Taif. On debut, she ran over 7. She didn't show too much speed. So the inside gate, albeit it could be a negative for some horses, I don't really think it is for her, because she's going to be held up anyway. She's going to be off the pace. She's not going to be fighting for that early position. She's a daughter of Cantharos. She's bred in the US. She's open to further improvement, but she will need to improve now down in trip.
We just saw Camilo Ospina, who will be really disappointed to see you back here, Tom, because since you've been away, he's been absolutely flying. He has really been rousing up the winners, and I'm pretty sure he's level 1st in the Jockey Championship right now.
Exactly that, yeah. I was number 1 in Camilo Ospina's fan club when I first came here, and then I was tipping every horse he was riding, and he didn't win too many races. But as I say, since I've been away, he's been flying with 10 winners over the last 2 weeks. Now joint top in the jockey standings with 30 points, as well as Adel Al-Faradi. But he has that extra advantage because he's got more wins, 28 wins. Adel's got 25. The point system works. If you win a cup, you get 2 points. If you win a usual race, as they call it, you get 1 point. So Camilo's on top just by the number of wins he's had so far this season.
Camilo is on top, and Shamila is always on top of the action. She's in the parade ring. Do you have an eye catcher for us?
I do indeed, Callum, and my first eye catcher of the day is horse number 10, Zilyar. He's a 2-year-old gelding debutant, but he just looks really well in the parade ring and really eye-catching, and not just because of the shiny silks that the grooms are walking around with him in, but he just looks really well. And the Connections had a great day on Saturday with Commissioner King, so hopefully they can have another one.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, they had a fantastic day with Commissioner King. And I don't know whether everybody knows, but these stables, the Faisal Mohammed Al Qatani stables, have a really big presence on social media. Really try and give them a follow. They're on Instagram. I know they're on Twitter as well. They really take it very seriously. They give you lots of updates before their horses run. There's lots of videos of the horses at home as well, which I always think is a great bit of additional coverage that we can always see going into this race. And I think Zilyar, of all the powerful connections sending debutants into this race, Zilyar must be the one to watch.
Yeah, of the first-time starters, absolutely. I'm just a bit concerned about where Naif Alanazi is, because he usually rides for the stable in these shiny silver silks. He's not on board Zilyar. This 2-year-old gelding is by Run Happy, though. Fantastic US sire. He was great when he used to run, and has developed into a lovely stallion as well. Actually, there was one of his progeny won the big race on Monday on closing day at Saratoga, won the Hopeful Stakes. So Run Happy is a good sire and a sire to watch. Therefore, you cannot rule out Zilyar.
No, you can't rule out Zilyar at all. Probably the newcomers, he's the one I'm most excited to see. Talk about Run Happy, that was a real rags to riches story, Run Happy, wasn't it, at the racehorse himself? There's some really good documentaries out there if people wanted to watch it and find out more about that horse before he became the stallion that he is now.
Yeah, absolutely. He was not considered one of the leading lights as a horse going into his 2-year-old year and as well in his 3-year-old year, but he just proved super game and determined to win a number of big races for connections who hadn't had success prior to Run Happy. I think the Travers is now named after Run Happy, the Run Happy Travers. So, yeah, he's a horse that's got a fantastic legacy and status in the game, and it's nice to see his progeny really turning up.
This is horse number 1, Manea Al Khair. What do you make of this runner? We've already spoken about it.
Yes, number 1, Manea Al Khair, finished 7th on debut, but as I say, down in trip.
Hazan is horse number 2.
Long layoff and still 18 last time, drawn better this time around.
Rahati is horse number 3, one of the more experienced runners here.
Experienced, but didn't show it at the start last time by missing the kick by 7 lengths. We'll need to break better this afternoon.
Yes, Connection will be hoping he can do a little bit better from the early stages of the race, but certainly one with the experience on side, probably to keep on the shortlist. Bakhtar, horse number 4. What do you make of this runner?
She was another who hopped at the start last time, so she will need to show more professionalism at the gates, but she does have early speed, and Adele Al-Faradi stays on board.
Fahoud is a debut-making colt. That's horse number 5. Be interesting to see how this one looks in the parade ring. I'm not put off by this debutant.
Was bought from Tattersalls from 15,000 guineas back in May. Is a son of Sioux Nation. Interesting first-time starter. In my opinion, not exactly taking the eye, but, you know, you don't mind him.
Rue Al Sodia is the next horse we're looking. Wigberto Ramos on board, and he'll be looking to get back in the winners' enclosure. He struggled recently.
Yeah, Wigberto has struggled, indeed. He only had 2 winners in the 2 weeks that I was away. Rue Al Sodia is a second string of Gaith Al Gaith.
Mutolema is horse number 7. This horse is 0 from 2, but second last time out in meeting 16.
This filly showed good speed. Second last time behind Lay Al Mashain, who's won since. This horse has a good chance.
Number 8 is Sayek Al Khair, another debutant.
Debutant, don't know too much about this colt. The pedigree isn't very familiar to me either, so it'll be interesting to see how he runs.
Al Abjar, another debutant here. This one is much more of an eye-catcher at the parade room, but very weak in behind. So looked really good up front, and when the camera panned out, still got some growing to do in behind. This is Zilyar. This is Shamila's selection.
Yeah, number 9 was bought for 17k, is by Profitable, and looks like will be a better 3-year-old. And Zilyar is the progeny of Run Happy. Hopefully runs well today.
And number 11 is Arco, another one of the debutants, and this one not particularly catching the eye. Seemed a little bit backwards and probably got a little bit more room to grow. Quite narrow in behind, you can see. Not much muscle development there.
No, local bred by Top Music, has a wide draw. That seems to be a stiff task for Arco to make a winning debut.
Interesting to see Fahoud, the Sioux Nation runner. I think that's fascinating considering how much they paid for this horse out of Tattersalls. I already remember talking about Al Mottahed earlier on this season and a few other Tats purchases that were bought for a lot less than 15 grand, who have gone on to be very impressive. Is that a horse we should shortlist, Fahoud?
He's not on my shortlist. I'll be interested to see how he runs. Obviously, connections and also the pedigree is quite promising. I think there are more interesting first-time starters. Al Abjar was bought for 17k from Goffs. Is related to 2 64-rated horses in the UK. He could run okay first time up. Zilyar we've already touched on. And even then, like those 3 first-time starters, they are promising, but they've got 2 horses to beat with form, number 4 Bakhtar and number 7 Muta'olama.
Would you not include number 6 Rue Al Sodia in that one as well? What did you make of that last run? Plugged on down the rail.
I don't think Rue Al Sodia's got a fair chance. You know, he ran okay last time. He finished 3rd. Wigberto Ramos is on, but Adele Al-Faradi decided to choose the 4 instead. He could have been on the 6 if not.
The horse in shot right here is number 7, Mutalema, and this horse finishing second last time out. This was back in meter 16, but the horse that wins this race is a very talented individual.
Yeah, Lei Oyun Mashael, who's won again since on the outside, the eventual winner in the orange number cloth. Mutalema showed great speed against the inside, like most of King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Son's owned horses. This is only her second start. Camille Ospina takes the ride for leading trainer Ahmed Mohamoud. She must have a great chance if she shows that natural early again.
And just look how far clear she was from the rest of them. This is Rue Al Sodia, the horse we're going to have a look at here, finishing third. This was the last time out performance as well, an improvement from the debut. I was quite impressed by how this horse plugged on when under pressure. I didn't think she showed lots of class, but there was certainly a lot of toughness in this performance.
Yeah, he was game. He quite clearly enjoyed the trip. This was his second start again, improved from the debut back in meeting 12. He's had quite a long layoff since this race. This was back in meeting 22, so we're looking at over a month. And as I say, Adel Al-Faradi rode this day. He could have been on again if he wanted to, but he chose the other Gaith Al-Gaith runner in here.
So as they circle down at the start, it's time to get a selection from you, Tom. Who do you like?
Oh, I'm torn between the 4 and the 7. I'll stick with Camillo because I don't want to go away from my favourite rider. Number 7, Mutta Olema for me.
So Tom goes for number 7, Mutalema. The other selection is Shamila, who goes for number 10, Zelia. I am going to throw a spanner in the works and go for number 5, Farhood. I'm a big fan of the pedigree, like the sire, and I think Farhood will probably, hopefully, run a big race on debut. So just to go through those again, it's me with number 5, Farhood, that's Callum, and Tom will go for number 7, Mutalema, and number 10 is Shamila's selection, Zelia. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, get involved in the comments. It's great to see so many people on the stream already. We had such massive numbers on Saturday, so keep it up. Ken, I hope you're watching, because as you know, I am the son you never had. And finally, we need to hand over to Alex Fussy. What is your selection?
Well, I've got a lot of questions to ask there, Callum, but that's for another day. 7, Mutta Olema is my pick. I'm certainly on board with Team Tom here. I think that form behind Lei Oyun Mashael is good. That horse stepped up in grade to run in the Taif Cup, but actually is entered tomorrow. So keep an eye out for Lei Oyun Mashael. If Mutta Olema was to go in and win here, it would be a timely form boost for Lei Oyun Mashael, who will run here tomorrow as runners are loading up here for our first of the day. There is Bakhtar in shot, just gone through shot, the white and blue silks. Zilyar comes forwards. We'll move forwards to stall 10 in a moment. If you're supporting Mutta Olema, it'll be stall 7. The gate to keep an eye on when they jump away. Both fillies and colts in action here. 4 fillies. Anaya, Alkhair, Rahati, Bakhtar and Mutta Olema are our fillies in the lineup. We've got 4 to load. Al Abjar has gone in. Here comes Arco now, heads forwards into stall 11. Mutta Olema for Camilo Ospina heads up to gate 7. Last one on the way. Rue Al Saudia moves in. That's it, ready. They're off and racing, and 2 of them very slow to begin. In fact, the 3 Rahati has planted. Hasn't come out of the starting stalls. Farhood completely missed the break. So plenty of early drama. The best away was Bakhtar, white and blue jacket, nose-banded runner up the inside, shoots away. Goes clear by a couple of lengths early. Manea Alkhair also with a decent beginning. Rue Al Saudi is not far away. A little wider on the racecourse at this stage, and trying to get closer now is Mutta Olema. Spot that green cap will nip through on the inside now of the hoop-jacketed Rue Al Saudia. Next in the field at this point in time and driven along is the hoop jacket of Sayek Al-Ghir. Still there towards the outside of rivals is Manea Alkhair as well. Taking the top of the turn, beginning the swing back towards the final 400 metres. Bakhtar is in front with a length lead. In second spot is Manea Alkhair. Third place on the turn, Rue Al Saudia. Mutta Olema's got an awful lot to do from there. Al Abjar has taken fourth, but it's Bakhtar in front. Heading down towards the final 200 and inside it. Bakhtar is away and clear by 5 or 6. Manea Alkhair is giving chase in second, but it will be a vain chase indeed. It is Bakhtar who will land the opener very readily. Stretched outfield up to the home run there, wasn't it? Bakhtar is an impressive winner. For Adel Al-Furedi will get off the mark at the second time of asking, having finished well down the pack, 14th on debut. Manea Al-Khair giving hot chase, but not on the same level as Bakhtar today. Very dramatic early stages with Rahati the one planting and Farhoud blowing all chance he had by being several lengths slowly away. So there's the 4, Bakhtar over the line in front. Beat the 1, Manea Al-Khair in second place, and another fair run, another third place finish for Rue Al Saudia. 1:18.08 your winning time. That's our 1-2-3 in the first race of the day.
You can't keep Adel Al-Furedi out of the winner's enclosure for long. By his own lofty standards, last week was not his best effort, but he started this week with a bang, Tom. A really good performance from a horse who has stepped up massively from debut.
Yeah, exactly. If you look on the form figures, you just see one run, a 0, and finishing 14th on debut. And you think, oh, maybe this filly hasn't got much ability. But as I said beforehand, she had excuses for running down the field first time up. She hopped at the start. She then showed natural early speed. Today, she broke much better. Got to the rail. Adel Al-Furedi, who chose to ride the 4 rather than the 6, who had the form, kept her going in a good rhythm out in front, kicked off the home turn, never looked in danger.
And in typical fashion, you 50-50 on between Bakhtar and Mutalema, and you've gone for Mutalema, who's run no race whatsoever, and your curse on Camilla Ospina continues.
It does, it really does. Mutalema just didn't jump today. I was hoping these two would vie for the early advantage, and therefore whoever had the best early speed would win. But unfortunately, Mutalema missed a kick, much like plenty of these did in this race. I mean, the 3, Rahati, didn't even come out of the stalls, Callum. It was a dramatic start, but a very simple ending for this winner, number 4.
And we can see Bakhtar in the winner's enclosure just behind our presentation position. It's a lovely shot we get. And Bakhtar, she's a very mature looking filly. We talked about a lot of these having room to grow. Bakhtar's not one of them. She's quite far ahead in her development.
Yeah, she's a really nice looking horse, big white noseband and a tall horse as well, Adel Al-Furedi. He knows the time of day, doesn't he? He now goes back on top of the jockey standings with 31 total points, 26 wins in the Taif season so far. And I would put a good amount of confidence behind the fact that he will definitely have at least one more winner today.
Oh yes, one more winner today for sure, and a few more this week as well. Because again, like we mentioned, Farhad had probably more success, his younger brother, than he did last week. And with the jockey, he's got all the pressure on him, because whenever he steps out onto the track, he's always got a chance. Him and Wigberto struggled last week. Straight away, back with a bang, nice and easy, get those winners in early, and hopefully that'll push up his confidence levels. And if you're supporting him all the way through this card, you're sure to have another winner or 2 even.
Yeah, he's won the title 4 times in the last 5 years, so he has high expectations. But with high expectations comes disappointment, because you expect to win, and when you get challenged by the likes of Camilo Ospina right now, he'll be feeling a little bit nervous and worried going into the end of the Taif season ahead of Riyadh. But Adel is one of the best riders here, and this just proved it, really.
Yes, and he was the definition of calmness in the saddle coming around that final turn, as you can see with these beautiful camera shots that we get. And Bakhtar there was a concern for me that she broke so well, she's travelling nicely, is she going to find anything? Because this is her first time being in front. She went past beaten horses last time. But on this occasion, she's hit the front and she's going further and further away. I thought I was quite impressed with this.
Yeah, I was impressed too. Natural early speed is her main asset though, so once she was in front, I wasn't really, I'm going to say not really concerned, but I didn't support her beforehand. But I didn't really think she was ever going to get caught. The likes of Mutalema and Rue Al Saudi are the only 2 in the race aside from the first-time starters that had a good chance of winning, weren't in the best positions. So she was always in the ideal position through the race. And with this tailwind down the home straight, front runners are going to prove so hard to catch.
Yeah, they're going to have the field day today. If you can get out quickly, you might be able to keep it all your own way. Because there is a real strong tailwind down this home straight, isn't there? You can certainly feel it at our press position, and I'm sure you'll be able to see it in the results on the track. The second horse, Manea Al-Khair, broke from stool 1, followed the leader but could never quite get by, but showed enough. But as we see the start, 3 doesn't jump. There's another slow start from 8, Sayak Al-Khair, and an even slower start from Fahoud, number 5. That's 3 horses we can wipe away straight away.
Exactly. We had a small field of just 11 runners, but as you say, after 3 strides, 3 horses had no chance of winning. Sayak Al-Khair missed 3 lengths and is trying to make it up at the back of the shot right now. As you say, you can't even see number 5, your selection, Fahoud, who just first time up, was inexperienced, didn't really know what to do from the starting stalls. And number 3, Rahati. We said that as they were going in the paddock beforehand, this horse missed 6 or 7 lengths at the start last time, has now refused today. She's got lots of questions to answer going forward.
Stalls test on the horizon, I have no doubt. As we see, the course just getting a little bit of extra watering behind us as well, making sure they keep a consistent surface. But as they spin around this bend, it's quite easy to discuss the first, second and third because they're already in first, second and third.
Yeah, there were no closers in this race whatsoever. Rual Saldia was trying to make up ground from under Roberto Ramos in behind, but he eventually just plugs on for the one pace back in third as per. Manea Al-Khair second, as you say, a big step up on the debut performance, but Bakhtar was just going further and further clear. She hit the line impressively. I wouldn't be surprised if they went up to 7 next time, because that will just allow her to use that early speed even more of an advantage. You know, she won't get a contested lead on the front end. She could follow up.
Yes, if they went into a non-winners of 2, for example, or a non-winners of 3, she will not get an easy run of things at the lead over 1,200 metres. But if they stepped her up to 1,400, I imagine she'd have a much better chance of being able to dictate proceeding.
Exactly that. If you're on a horse with early speed, the biggest key is to get an uncontested lead, because if your horse gets pushed into the red zone early on, they find it very difficult to stay the distance. If they can go at their ideal pace, like Bakhtar did today, and that she probably would next time over 7, then she's got a great chance of winning again.
Yeah, so there was your winner of race 1, Bakhtar, who went from the front and never saw another rival. Adel Al-Faredi in amongst the winners early. He'll be hoping to continue that theme throughout the day. Disappointing run from Mutulema. What do you make of that performance, Tom?
He didn't break, he didn't get to the front, and from there he just had no chance. Natural early speed, much like Bakhtar, is the main asset and couldn't use it today.
Yeah, so she was unable to do that. Al Ajbar was probably one of the debutants that actually ran a race with a little bit of credit. There were plenty of debutants who didn't run any sort of race. They will all learn from that. Arco was another one crossing the line in about third last position, but at least ran some sort of race. But Zilia was the one that was a real eye catcher, I think, in 4th position. Hung all over down the straight, but you can see once this horse works out what he's doing, Shamila's selection will certainly have a much better chance. This is a gelded 2-year-old as well, so plenty to look forward to with this one.
Yeah, the son of Run Happy probably wants 7 furlongs to a mile. He plugged on at the 1 speed, didn't really look like he enjoyed the kickback, and he didn't change leads until halfway down the straight, so he did plenty wrong. But you can kind of expect that for a first-time starter. Next time he'll be much more professional, he'll know his job, and hopefully he shows some early speed, because if he does, Zilia will be dangerous.
And again, another one of Shamila's paddock eye catchers running a very big race, and she is really an asset to have down there, because she tends to always pick ones that not only look good but also run well as well. I think you can have a habit when you're looking at horses in the parade ring to get drawn into the form book, but also to just get drawn into the big, fat, lovely looking animals rather than the ones that look race fit. So I think it's great to have someone down there who looks at them objectively and gives a good sight.
Absolutely, provides a different kind of insight than we can provide, or I can provide here in terms of form. So it's always good to have every angle covered, and Shamila does that fantastically.
And like we see Rahati just not jumping out at all from stall 3. These beautiful camera angles we see. The horses in 1, 2 and 3 all jumping well, and the only other one still involved at the start was Hazan, who ended up fading quite early. But your front 3 in the finish, with the front 3 after about 200 metres.
Yeah, exactly. Look at the kickback there. The kickback looks quite heavy today. That's different to what I saw when I was last here in Taif a couple of weeks ago. So maybe that's even more of a negative towards the closers on a day where front runners are probably going to dominate this whole card.
They've also got the wind blowing that kick back into their faces
Yeah.
too, so that will make it more pronounced. And if they spin for home, the cleanest jockey in the race is the jockey in front, and the jockey that's not looking back at Del Alfaredi. Take a bow, son, because that was mightily impressive from a ride perspective, and hopefully he can have another good spin in the saddle. Great to see KC Forever Blue in the YouTube comments. Number 10 looks the best for me in race 1. You like Zilya, and I think Zilya ran a very nice race indeed to finish in about 4th place position, going with Shamila's selection there as well, Forever Blue. So thank you for getting involved in the YouTube comments, and thank you everyone for continuing to like and subscribe to our JCSA YouTube coverage. Remember to turn on those bell notifications so you can be reminded whenever myself, Tom, or myself and Rory are with you to give you all the action from King Khaled's Racecourse. Tom, with 1 race down, let's bring on the next 8.
Yeah, let's do it. The next race is 7 Furlong Fillies Maiden. I'm looking forward to getting stuck into this. Obviously no winning form, but much like we touched on in that last race, there are horses in here that stand out from not only a pedigree perspective, but also from connections, and hopefully there'll be a few in the paddock that catch Shamila's eye too.
Yes, we can hope that Shamila will be on her toes and ready and waiting for these next ones in parade ring. I think there's just plenty of talent in this race, despite the fact that I think, like we showed in the menu, we've got a clutch of races, 3, 4 and 5 look like crackers. Don't forget race number 2, because there's still plenty to get our teeth stuck into here, and it's our first time stepping up to 7 furlongs today.
Yeah, exactly. This longer trip provides, the perfect boundary between horses who are going to develop into a miler and then horses who have the speed to run over 6. So it's that perfect in-between ground. You don't get too many 7 furlong specialists anywhere in the world, but it does provide the perfect level playing field for horses like this, who is trying to get that first win on the board.
Alex is our man in the sky, and he will give us the runners and riders for race 2.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah, let's have a look at them here. We've got a full field of 18. 1 is Ekam Al-Jud, the mount of Tariq Al-Hassan. 2 is Meshukat Najla with Berto Ramos on ride. 3 is Hamra Nut. 4 is Wadaden. 5 is Rabab Al-Kir. 6, Nazmat Al-Masar. 7 is Suwaid. And 8, Anazay. That will be the mount of Yasser Al-Bakawi. 9, Mosta Woba, Camilo Ospina. 10 is Jihanna. 11, Rasharesh. 12, Hailstone Holiday. 13, Ayat Al-Muhammada. 14 is Durat Al-Manassa. 15, Latifan. 16 is Farah Al-Naya. Another interesting runner, that runner actually, Farah Al-Naya, after a couple of solid runs so far. 17, Esrare, and 18, Asil Alanea round out the field here. So 18 of them, no reserves getting a chance. 19, 20, 21 all gone. 18 of them for this Fillies event over 1,400 metres. 1 or 2 bits of form on show here, gents, but could be a tough one to work out.
Well, Alex, I don't think you're wrong there. This is another tough little contest as we see the runners in the pre-parade ring before they get led out by the 3 Musketeers. Tom and I saw those guys earlier this morning, and they are all in good form. We move swiftly on to this second contest, and Tom, for me, are we looking at horses who are super exposed and have had plenty of experience, or are we looking at more of the unexposed runners in this contest?
More unexposed in this maiden, which is good to see. We have a race later where the combined losing streak is pretty big, but we'll get to that at the time. This one, we've got a lot of fillies in this race who've had maybe 1, 2, 3 or 4 starts, so they're still open to improve. Maybe they just haven't found the perfect opportunity yet, because as we know, you can bump into a very good horse in these maidens. But yeah, there are plenty in here that I think have got bright futures ahead of them.
Yes, and 3 guys that have always got bright futures ahead of them are our 3 Musketeers who lead the bid, and they have been marvellous. Tom, I don't know whether you were watching. I don't know whether you were watching all the action from home, but there was one point where we had an incident on course, and these 3 guys were just impeccable. It's one of the best things you'll see. Not only were they good in the saddle, they were out the saddle catching horses by hand, and it was just really well done. We had a stalls incident on the Friday of last week where in in any other situation, we would have seen a massive delay. We saw a 3-minute delay for the next race. After avoided race of a stalls incident, they were only delayed for 3 minutes, and a lot of that was to do with the outriders picking up loose horses and making sure that everyone was okay, and we got the whole system going very quickly again. So I stress it all the time, but these outriders are absolutely mustard, and I hope they come with us to Riyadh as well, because I'll be very disappointed if we don't see the 3 boys here at Riyadh when we move down there later on this year. Faisal, Naif and Yusuf, I've finally been given their names. It's only taken a month, lads, for us to get that information through. But those 3 guys are certainly ones to keep an eye on throughout this race meeting. And if we do have a loose horse or any sort of incident, they are really fast to act, and there seems to always be a plan in place, and it's good to see.
Yeah, exactly that. Outriders are crucial to horse racing. We don't have it in the UK, which is... it bemuses me on a daily basis. Obviously in the US it's a big thing, and to have the 3 musketeers here, obviously it's a big plus to the sport.
We just saw Farah Alanea just playing up a little bit on the chute on the way down to the start. Good to see that Farah Alanea then got moving, because that's a horse that's got some serious form, and I think one of the horses that's certainly going to be a speed factor in this contest.
Absolutely, I think this filly's the one to beat in here. She is drawn in 16, which isn't ideal, but she didn't stay a mile last time. Dropping down a trip will definitely suit her.
Yes, we talk about the 1400 metre start. They don't have to worry about the chute like they do in the mile, but it's a longer run to that first bend. The wide draw is slightly less inconvenienced by that, but remember, it's going to be a battle to get to the front here in these conditions.
Yeah, but if you have that early speed, you can find yourself on the front end no matter where you're positioned. If you don't have early speed and you're drawn wide, that presents a big problem.
Horse number 10, Jahana, is another horse I quite like. I saw this horse run a mighty race to finish 5th back in meeting 31. Looked booked for 2nd or 3rd all the way through that contest before fading late on.
Yeah, she shows speed as well, so she'll be on the front end, I'm sure. She also bumped into Hala on her debut, and we know how good Hala is after that first run. We were both here covering the race, and she looks like a filly going places. So, yeah, Johanna is definitely a player in here, the 10.
Meisu Kat Najla is horse number 2 on your race card. That was another promising debut, 6, but certainly room to grow. And like we've seen in the last race, horses can step up massively from their debut performance.
They can. Roberto Ramos is on board as well, which is a big positive. Drawn inside. But actually, she didn't run badly on her debut. I know it says 6th, but she was hampered at the start quite badly. She was really inconvenienced by what happened in the first 3 or 4 strides. Pushed right back in the field, and from there, she just left herself with a huge task. So if she gets a nice clean break today, she could easily come forward from that.
Now, Camille Ospina is back. Tom, I don't know how you feel about that anymore, but he's on Mustawoeba, who is horse number 9 making debut. But we'll look at horse number 1. This is Ekam Al-Jud. What do you make of this runner?
She showed no speed in any of her 4 tries so far. She's only rated 26, which just suggests she cannot compete today.
Meisu-Kat Najla, another horse that comes here off one good run, hopefully trying to build on that.
Yeah, this was the filly that was hampered badly at the start on debut. You just want to see a clean break. If she does break nicely, Roberto's got a good chance.
Hamra Newt, horse number 3.
She's by Dance with Ravens. She was behind number 2, Mushakat Najla, last time, so she'll need more to reverse that form.
Wadaden is horse number 4, really big, imposing type.
Finished 17th on debut all the way back in meeting 12. She showed no speed that day, needs to break better and show some early to feature.
Rabab Al-Khair, horse number 5, 0 from 3.
She needs to drop down. She's dropping down in trip, but she hasn't contended so far, so she will need to do better as well. But is trained by Gaith Al-Gaith.
Nasmat Al-Masar is horse number 6, who we'll have a look at just shortly. Hopefully we'll have a look at horse number 6, Nasmat Al-Masar. What do you make of this runner anyway?
She lacks early speed, but she finished 3rd 2 starts back, which is a pretty decent effort. Last time finished 11th, and we need to come on from that. But she's rated 69, so she must have a chance.
Suwaid is a horse rated 52, 0 from 6, would need to improve massively, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she's failed to contend both tries over 7 furlongs. Hard to see her figuring here.
And Zare is horse number 8 making debut today.
I don't know too much about this filly, but she looks a nice type. Maybe she's not 100% ready to go in terms of fitness, but yeah, she's definitely filling in the eye.
She's got a lovely behind as well. She's built for the dirt, but she's lacking in the middle. Musa Taweba is the horse we're looking at right now. This is number 9, Powerful Connections.
Really interesting debutant in this race. Can never write off a King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons runner, especially when they're trained by Ahmed Mohamoud.
This is Jehana, a horse that caught my eye last time.
She showed speed, as we've touched on there, behind Hala on debut as well. She'll find it's easier and the cheap pieces go on.
Rasharesh is horse number 11, 0 from 1. That debut with 15. We saw a horse finish 14th on debut. Doesn't mean this horse doesn't have a chance, although we're going to get a little bit jig-joggy in the parade ring.
She looks a little bit nervous there. I think she'll definitely grow into her physique as well. She showed no speed on debut, and it's been a long time since she ran, so there are slight fitness concerns.
Hailstone Holiday is horse number 11, 0 from 2. Will need to improve massively, but looks like a fine big type will build up over time. She'll grow in.
Definitely. By Sire Hailstone out of a mare called Vacationing, so you can see where they got the name from.
Great name choice, guys. Horse number 13, Ayat Al Muhammadia, the horse that I quite like, 4th last time out, improved with each start.
Another horse that should go forward. She's got natural early speed. She was also behind Hala last time when she finished 4th. A 3rd run in the race for Gaith Al Gaith.
Durat Al Masar is another making debut.
Make this number 4 for Gaith Al Gaith. First time starting filly. She doesn't look 100% fit. Maybe next time for her.
Lasita is the horse that does have a run under her belt. She finished 12th last time.
She'll need to show more than on her debut. Yes, she finished 12th, but she never really featured from the outset. Didn't show any early speed. Needs to improve to feature today.
Farah Alanea, this is one I know you like.
Yeah, this is the filly I like in this race. Hopefully provides a quick double for Adele Al-Faradi. Didn't stay the mile last time. The drop back in trip is definitely a positive.
Got bags of speed as well. Eshrare is horse number 17, 0 from 2, 8th last time with an improvement from the debut.
Definitely, but it's drawn wide in 17. The positive is that she's trained by leading trainer Abdulaziz Al Mosa.
And the final horse is number 18, Asil Alanea, who is horse number 18, 0 from 3, 13th last time out. Shamila has been in the parade ring. You just see her there in shot. Shamila, who did you like in the parade ring?
Well, Callum, I'll say it before and I'll say it again. The fillies in Saudi Arabia are so strong, especially when there's 18-runner fields like this. It's so difficult to narrow them down. So it was a huge toss-up for me between horse number 8 and horse number 10, but I know you're going to make me choose. So my paddock pick is horse number 10, Jananhan.
I think I pronounced that's Jehana right there, Shamila. Don't worry about it. Jehana is horse number 10, and I actually understand why you like that horse. She with a real eye catch in the paddock for me. He certainly won to shortlist, so I'm glad that you share my opinions there, Shamila, because we know you are in fine form. However, it's concerning that I'm a fan of this horse because I am not in fine form. I've struggled mightily over the last week.
Hey, look, it's all about finding that next winner. That's all that matters. Don't
all
worry
about
the
finding
losers.
that next winner. That's what I'm going to quote. I'm going to quote on a T-shirt there. All about the next winner. For me, Tom, in this race, it's all about horses who have got previous form and those that show early speed. But I'm concerned if this is such a burn-up with some of these, I think we can shortlist 3 who are going to be really early speed types in this contest. Does it leave the door open to something to come off the pace? The wind has sort of died down a bit.
Yeah, the tailwind has definitely died down a little in the last 20 minutes or so. But no, I don't think so. I think speed will dominate. This kind of race over the 7 furlongs for the fillies, especially a maiden as well, natural early speed is the biggest asset any horse could have. You could be a closer, but then you'd find yourself 10 lengths down, and to back run a horse up front on a track like this is very difficult. So, albeit the numbers 10, 13 and 16 all have that early and could duel on the front end, I think it's between those, and I will stick with number 16, Farah Alanaya, for a quick double for rider Adele Al-Faradi.
Yes, I can totally understand why you are making that choice. I'm still stuck between a few of them, and I also like the look of the debutant, Mostawa. This horse, number 9, with Camille Ospina on board, looking for some quick-fire redemption. And now that Tom isn't in the selection, I think it's certainly going to have a big race. I'm interested to see a horse making debut a little bit later in the season. Have they got Riyadh on their mind with this animal?
Yeah, potentially, which is always a slight worry when I'm not with this filly in this race. As I say, you've always got to treat these horses from the stable of Ahmed Mohamed, especially the ones owned by King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, with ultimate respect. We might not have seen them on the track so far, but they've definitely done a lot of work in the mornings. She's got to be a player in here. It's just a bit of the unknown about her, Mosaweba, number 9, where there are some horses in here with some good solid form to their name.
Yes, and if you are keen on letting us know your selections here on YouTube, please remember to get involved in the comments. KC for Everblue, thank you very much for putting up number 10 in our last race. Let us know who you're with in this contest, and remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notification. We can see your horse in shot here, Tom. Really nice looking animal. I'm just slightly concerned about how much early pace there'll be in this contest.
Yeah, it's a slight worry. Just not so far as how much early speed for me. It's just that she's on the outside of the 3 horses that have got the early, so she might be forced wide on the bend. But we saw that Adele Al-Faradi in the last race can dominate from the front. no matter what horse he's on. So hopefully he can break well. He'll then judge whether he wants to sit 3 wide, whether he'll take some cover on her, or if he can go straight to the front. You've got to trust a man like Adele Alfaredi to make the right tactical decisions in a race like this, and I certainly do in this event. I think Farah Alanaya is definitely the horse to beat.
Yes, and we can just see a lot of the pace in this contest is going to come from out wide. Still 10, still 9, still 13, still 16. That's where all this pace is going to come from. They're going to be able to get across quite easily because I don't think there's much pace coming from the inside stalls. So I don't think there'll be so much of a battle to get the lead. It'll be more about once you're there, where is everyone going to position themselves before this final bend.
Yeah, exactly. Positioning is very crucial in a race like this. You know, you can give away ground by going wide on turns around here. It's not too bad, but at the same time, the least amount of ground you can cover is always a positive. There is one horse on the inside that I am slightly concerned about showing that an early speed that maybe we didn't see on debut, and that is number 2, Meishakat Najla. Now, as I said, this horse got hampered within the first 2 strides first time up, then showed good early speed from then on. Maybe if Wigberto can get her to bounce out nicely from the inside stall, she could be yet another pace player in this race.
Wigberto certainly needs a change of luck. It's been a while since we've seen a wiggle, and I need to see a wiggle to keep me going day in and day out. I am going to side with a different horse. I'm going to go for number 13, Ayat Al Mohammedia. I thought this horse ran a mighty race last time. I'm not too concerned about the fact that we've got speed on her outside, because I know this horse has speed as well. I quite like the performance. I like the fact that she's on the improve with every single start, and I just think this is a good opportunity coming off a bit of a break. Her last run was in meeting 31. Farah Alanaya, that horse ran in meeting 35. I'd be slightly concerned about the quickish turn. Not a super quick turnaround, but fast enough.
Yeah, it's pretty quick, you know, coming back off a week's layoff. But she ran well enough over a trip that just didn't suit. Now the drop back will be fine. And, you know, with sprinters especially, shorter layoffs are okay. You know, if you're talking about a horse that's running over 2,000, 2,400 metres, coming back off a week, it takes a lot of energy and recovery to get over those efforts. Whereas if you're running 7 furlongs, 6 furlongs, you can get back after a week and it's absolutely fine.
We talk about 7 furlong contest. I knew there was a lot of conversations after York back in the UK about the City of York Stakes being upgraded because there's just a lack of opportunities for good 7 furlong horses. Would you be a fan of an idea like that, of really upgrading our 7 furlong programme in all of Europe? It's not just a British issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like Saudi Arabia have got a fantastic 7 furlong programme, unlike Europe. It's always good to have top-level races at all distances because if you're not a 6 furlong horse and you're not a miler, where do you run?
If you can't stay the mile and you haven't got the speed for 6.
Well, exactly. If you're ultra talented, you need somewhere to run. So it's always good to have really good competitive 7 furlong races.
So just to go through these tips finally again, it's number 10 for Shamila. That's Jahana, number 10, Shamila's selection from the paddock. I'm going to go with number 13, Ayat Al Mohammedia. That's horse number 13 in your race cards. And Tom is going to go for Farah Alanaya, horse number 16 in your race card. So those are our selections, which means we only have to ask one more person, and that's Alex Fussy, our voice in the sky.
Well, I promise I haven't stole Tom's notes before the start of today, but I fancied Farah Alanaya as well. A couple of runs have both been promising, although I was a little concerned that she was on toes and edgy on the way down to the start. I noticed she was kept away. The other thing I did notice with the whole field of 2-year-olds here, it's quite interesting to see how professional runners are over here in Saudi compared to some of those in the UK. We see often many on toes, edgy in paddocks, going to post and the things of that nature. So there's always a good degree of professionalism here with these 2-year-olds. We've only got 2 or 3 left to go forwards there. You've got 7, 8 and 9 to be fielded. Meishakat Najla from 2 would be my concern as a danger here. With the better inside draw getting a good start could really put her in pole position in this race. Suede is going forward, still 7. Slides in. Last one on the way. And set. They're off. Racing away here over the 1,400 metres trip for this local bred fillies maiden. A pretty decent line all round here. Away to the left, the yellow and black Farah Alanaya got a decent start and will look to tack over in a handy roll. Mosta Waybar also away well, the red sleeves and green cap. not far adrift in between them. The green and black is Latifa, and also there in their pitching is Ayat Al Muhammada, who's come there right around the outside into second place. So up on the outside, Ayat Al Muhammada has got through to join issue here with Mosta Waybar and these two of the front pair. They're being followed at this stage by the green jacket of Latifa, who's on the inside of Farah Alanea. In between horses trying to make a bit of progress is Johanna, now takes 5th position. Suede next in the field and is then being followed through by the white and blue of Nazmat Al-Masa, who's on the inside running rail. With that runner is Rasharesh as they begin the swing for home. So it's Mosta Waybar here, the newcomer out in front, going pretty nicely here. Leads up by 2.5 lengths. In second spot is Farah Alanea. Third position on the bend is Ayat Al Muhammada. From the back end of the field, picking up is Johanna down the centre of the racecourse. But Mosta Waybar is in front and away and clear by 10 widening lengths here. Mosta Waybar for Camilo Ospina is opening right up on the drive to the line. Very professional, head down, galloping strongly, and she makes a smart start. Very nice indeed. Mosta Waybar, wow, how many lengths was that? Johanna finished in second place, and we'll get you the third in a moment or two's time. There was 3 or 4 involved. So success goes to Mosta Waybar. Very nice beginning for this filly indeed. Good jump from stall 9, always in a prominent role. And as we see many times, holding a front-running role and then kicking off that final bend often produces success. And she's done it emphatically, coming right away to score by several lengths. You're going to be in the region of 15 plus here for her winning margin. It is 17 lengths officially, so near enough where we were saying there. Very impressive. Nazmat Al-Masa has been confirmed as third place there, the 6, who was that white and blue jacket near side running on. So that's a 1:30.88 our winning time. 9, 10 and 6 the order of finish in race 2. We might have just seen a good one.
خيال كاميلو ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن ولدن كاميلو. Tell me about the race.
Thank you very much, Salman. Thank you very much, my friend Mita. Thank you to Talal bin Sharain, Hagme Hamoud. It's nice feeling, It's his first time round off. He told me, bro, very good, and then you see, and thanks God she brought very good, and she went in front very comfortable. And thanks God when I asked her in the last 2 furlongs, she responded very good, very nice. Thank you very much.
Well, these connections had a filly run on Saturday called Taif Fail, who was hugely impressive on Saturday evening. Now, that would be the reason why horses like this, our race winner, Mustawa, have not been able to see the light of day at the racecourse yet, because they've just got so much strength in depth, especially in this fillies department. And what a performance there from our winner. I think we've seen a very good horse, Tom.
Yeah, I think so as well. Obviously, she rode the bias on the front end. She had the rails, so didn't cover too much ground. So there are excuses as to why she might be slightly flattered, but she did win by 17 lengths in a time of 1:30.88 seconds. All leading connections. Ahmed Mohamed and King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons horses always show early speed, no matter whether they've had 10 runs or 0 runs. Like, this filly had never run before, yet she was the quickest throughout the first furlong in the race. They train them so well in the mornings, and that's why they have infinite success.
And they've always helped when they've got this man on board, Camillo Ospina, who knows his way around here backwards and fires right back in the Jockeys Championship to bring those scores back to level.
Yeah, back on 31 apiece now, Camillo and Adel Al-Faradi. So, yeah, it's a real tussle at the moment between the two. I'm sure they'll be split by the end of the day, but it's great to see they're really going hammer and tongs. Ahmed Mohamed strengthens his lead at the top of the trainer standings, now up to 2 advantage ahead of Mutlaq bin Mishrif. And King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons have now had 44 winners so far at Taif. The next best is 16, just dominant.
Just absolutely dominant, but the way they do it is with these really good individual horses as well. Shamila is in the winners enclosure with Camillo Ospina.
I am with our winning jockey of race number 2, Camilo. You won that race by 17 lengths. Were you expecting to win by that far?
No, yeah, you know, this is nice filly, you know. This first time, but she looked very good and she breeds very good. And thanks God, mashallah, today she broke very good. And then when I asked her the last 400 meters, she's coming very strong, you know.
And she's only 2 years old. She was so impressive her first time out. What would you do with her? Where would you go next for the season?
I don't know, but this is nice filly, inshallah. I hope keep it sound, and then we'll see, maybe run here more time, or maybe still wait until Riyadh, inshallah. We'll see.
Do you think she could be a cup filly one day, maybe when she's a 3-year-old?
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's good filly, and then we'll see, you know.
Thank you so much, Camila.
Thank you to you.
Camillo keeping his cards very close to his chest there, but I think he's absolutely right. This horse is going to be going to Riyadh, and she's going to be a real danger. Talk to me about this early break.
Yeah, what was interesting there was she actually missed half a beat, but her natural early speed in her first, second and third stride took her straight to the front. She didn't break as well as others in the race, but she had blistering early pace, which allowed her to gain that perfect position against the rail in the lead.
Another who didn't break very well but showed good early speed with Ayat Al-Mohammedia, who came up really to challenge this leader from a wide stall as well. I was very excited at this point. I saw my selection going to put down to the debutant. The debutant's going to fade, but it was at the moment where my selection starts to drop back in the field, and this filly who eventually goes on and wins just keeps finding more and going away.
Yeah, Ayat Al-Mohammedia missed the start, but then used a lot of early speed to get there. You just burn in the tank, basically. Impossible for her to keep going, having used all of that electric early speed in the opening stages. I thought I was going to be on a horse with a great chance around this point with Adel Al-Faradi in the yellow silks on the outside, just moving into second. But she weakened in the closing stages as well, despite the fact she was dropping back to 7 from a mile. Maybe she even needs 6.
Now we have to talk about your selection here, Tom, because again,
Don't.
Camillo has ridden a winner and you're not with him. And to be honest, you sit here and say you're Camillo's biggest fan, but I'm beginning to feel, are you Camillo's biggest fan?
I'm losing hope, race by race, Callum. I think. I seem to be picking the horses that he loses on and not the ones he wins on. Obviously, he's a phenomenal rider. It's just my tipping that's letting myself down. Right?
Yes, I certainly would say Camillo's not letting anybody down because Camillo is riding out of his skin at the moment. Unfortunately, you're just not having the best of luck with his horses. A couple of questions from the YouTube comments discussing how to find the race cards. They are available on the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's website. You can have it in both in Arabic and in English. So all you need to do is click the little British flag at the top of the at the top of the website, and the whole website will translate into English. You can get your race cards from there, and you can't just get today's race cards. You can get race cards for today, tomorrow, and Saturday. You can get those from Tuesday, so you really can get ahead of the racing.
Yeah, another positive for Saudi Arabian racing right there. Obviously, over in the UK, you have to wait 48-hour declaration, so you can only get the race cards 2 days before. Over here, you can get them 4 or 5 days early, so for the Saturday card, which is just great.
Yes, it's a very similar technique to what they do in South Africa, I think, is another nation that prides itself on early declarations. It said if you're in there, but also giving themselves reserves. So if issues do come out with these early declarations, you're going to have every opportunity to get a full field.
Yeah, it's just a better way of going around things, isn't it, rather than waiting to the last minute. I like this advanced organisation and preparation for the racing here in Saudi Arabia.
Now, it's noticeable to see that this winner here has a cross noseband on, which is designed just to give yourself a little bit more control if your horse begins to pull in front. I didn't think she was lit up by pulling in front at all. And when the pressure came from Ayat Al Mohammedia, it was interesting to see that she didn't panic either. A lot of horses, when they see a horse come upside, they want to race. They want to pull away, but she stayed into that lovely metronomic rhythm. And what really impressed me coming down this straight is her attitude, this head bowed in anger, going forward nicely.
She was so professional just by watching the race, or even these replay clips that we've got right now. You'd never guess this was her first ever start, would you? She looks an ultra professional 2-year-old who's definitely going places, and Camillo hinted there that she could be a cut prospect in time. I certainly wouldn't be going against that idea either.
And it's crazy to think that she might not even be a top 3 filly in their yard, which is just terrifying, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. They've got so much firepower. Look from here, gate 9, she misses half a stride. Oh, as we see, number 11 just pecked at the start as well.
That was Rashari struggling out the gates there.
Exactly. But after 2 or 3 strides, Camillo has already found himself in front with the green cap. Number 9 there. She showed natural blistering speed. That will take her a long way throughout her career. She could race in at any level over any trip, and with that kind of early speed, she'll always be in the vanguard.
And this is Camillo Ospina at his sparkling best, when he's able to dictate from the front. Doesn't matter if you're going to throw challenges at him, he never panics, and he's always in the best position to get his horse's head in front. I thought the really interesting shot there, we saw that side angle from the stalls. The horse is coming out of 17 and 15, and there's higher, so the jockey's looking across and thinking, oh no, he's out in front of us. He's already got the jump of us from stall 9, and there's no way they're going to waste valuable petrol to try and take him on.
No, they'll be thinking about plan B and plan C early on. Obviously, from those wide gates, you don't know necessarily what's going to happen in the early stages. You can't just jump out and get the ideal position like Camillo could from his good stall in stall 9. So, yeah, they'd have had a plan B and plan C. No matter what plan they went to, they were never catching this filly.
And Camillo Ospina and Adele Alfaredi are the high-flying jockeys here. How do you compare them both as individual riders? What are their strengths? What may not be their strengths?
Well, Camillo Ospina's strength not only is the fact that he can ride for the best stable in Saudi Arabia, but he's great on front runners. He shows natural aggression from the starting stalls, always wants to be towards the 4, and that obviously helps him grab a load of winners at this venue, which has a front runner bias. Adele Alfaredi can do it all. He doesn't have as much firepower, necessary equine firepower to lean upon as Camillo does. He just seems to win day after day, race after race. So I think they're well matched. It'll be interesting to see how long this big battle at the top of the jockey standings goes on for.
And it really is a scrap at the top, and I can see it going all the way through to Riyadh, because it doesn't feel like either rider is taking a moment's rest, as we just see a lovely angle of our winner and perhaps another good thing in the shape of Mustawoeba, who is a really talented filly going in the right direction. She's only 2. She comes from a stable who is drowning in filly 2-year-old firepower. I certainly think the white stable are going to have plenty more winners, and she will be just one of them. What a performance, what a debut, and what a future she has in store.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just her first run. She's going to come on leaps and bounds from this. She's super professional, but at the same time, she'll learn to break quicker in that first stride, just to break in front or on turns rather than half a stride behind. And as I say, from there, with that natural early and tactical speed, and the addition of Camillo Ospina's aggressiveness in the saddle and desire to get to the front, she's going to prove very difficult to beat at Taif if she runs here again, or more likely Riyadh.
Yes, she will be difficult to beat indeed, but one thing that isn't difficult to beat is our coverage, because we are flying through the card, and we're on to race 3, Tom. What do we make of this contest? I thought this was fascinating, because I think this is the first race where we see plenty of chances from all across the board, and a lot of these horses, despite only being maidens, have some runs under their name. It's not good. This one, I'd be very surprised if it goes to a debutant.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some good horses in here. You know, we've got an ex-Brit in Attaj, number 8, used to be trained by William Haggis. We've got Chasing the Flag, number 11, who ran in a cup race last time and is now stepping down in class. Dahi, who was Shamila's number 1 pick of the day. So it should be a really good race. And I haven't even touched on number 2, Tarlo, who cost $230,000 as a yearling and has subsequently moved to Saudi Arabia and not yet performed. So, yeah, it's an interesting race. I'm looking forward to get stuck in.
Fascinating contest indeed. The man to take us through the runners and the riders is Alex Fussy, our man in the sky.
Thank you, gents. Let's have a look at the field then for our third race of the day. 1,400 metres we go. Asal. Number 1 here is the mount of Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. 2 is Tarlo for Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 3 is Muwafaq Asil Al Shani rides, and 4 is Dahi, who's had a couple of good runs. Dahi finished second at meeting 29 last time. 5 is Juju, will be the mount of Sultan Al Bimoni. 6, Dandy Secret, Abdullah Al Saidi. 7 is Raway, 1 for Abdullah Al Farouz, and 8, Ataj. Plenty of eyes on him after that good third last time Abdullah Al Lawfi rides. 9 is Scott's Moon. 10 is Al Marids. 11, Chasing the Flag for Fahad Al Furedi. Then you've got 12 Off the Map. Rigberto Ramos will do the steering here. 13 is Alati. 14, Al Nazak. That's the mount of Eddie Castro. 15, Unitarian, Tariq Al Mansour. Then we've got 16, Gassab. 17, Viterbo, the mount of Camilo Ospina. 18 is Al Aziza. That is the filly rounding out the field. She's had a couple of starts and was 11th at meeting 34. Now, a bit of an update with regards to the field here. A late scratching, the 14, Al Nazak, doesn't go, so no ride for Eddie Castro here. It leaves us with a field of 17 now for this 1400-metre contest. Dahi, certainly an interesting player for sure. Plenty of eyes on Ataj. I'm looking forward to this one, Callum.
Thank you very much, Alex. You and me both. And I think we can throw Tom into the mix as well. I think he's very much looking forward to this contest too. For me, this is a fascinating race. We've just talked about how great it is that there are 3 reserves in every race, and immediately there are no reserves in this contest. We get a late withdrawal, only 17 going to post, but that will not take anything away from the quality here. Let's talk about Shamila's pick of the day, and your pick of the day as well. Dahi, number 4.
Yeah, Dahi's an interesting colt in this race. He finished a good second last time up behind a horse called Good Connection, who subsequently ran in a cup race, finishing 8th. He's rated 72, so must be a leading player. Ridden by Adel Al-Faradi. Good draw. Shamila's play, but I'm going against him.
Yes, and Ataj, your selection, what do you make of this one, and why are you thinking this horse going to build from the third last time out?
Trained by James Jerkins, and I find it difficult to look away from those horses no matter who they're against. Ridden by Abdullah Al-Elfi, who's one of my favourite riders at this venue. And last time up, he showed lots of early speed. He just faded late on, but that was his first run here at Taif. We've seen in the past that sometimes horses can improve a great deal from first to second runs here. This gelding used to be trained by William Haggis as well. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see how he gets on.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how he gets on there. Tom just fighting with his microphone there and he's going through those horses. Just had a couple of technical issues, but we got through it. One of the things that really catches the eye for me in this race is Muwafaq, horse number 3. I saw this horse run a really good race last time out, finishing second. I think he's in a prime position to build on that. Has been very consistent so far in Korea. I think this is an opportunity to get the first win on the board.
Consistent so far in Korea. Didn't realise he was running in Korea.
In his career, sorry, yes. In his career so far, I think he's got a massive opportunity today. Built from 2 to 3, and is it going in the right direction?
Yeah, he finished second last time out, had a really wide trip that day, so you could put a line through that. You know, he's drawn a lot better today. He steps up in distance. There are reasons why we could see improvement from the 3, Muwafaq.
I've just seen Dahi in the parade ring there, horse number 4, and those white bridle just looking absolutely imperious. I know Shamila liked this horse before it came into the parade ring, but no doubt she'll be very excited to see it once it comes into the parade ring. Dandy Secret, or colt by Dandy Man, the 3-year-old. What do you make of this runner, horse number 6 on your race card?
He was behind Dahi last time when he finished 5th and Dahi was 2nd. Based on that evidence, I see no reason why Dandy Secret will reverse the form with Dahi today. He's rated 63, Dahi's rated 72, so on that basis, the 4 has a 6 measure.
Chasing the Flag, horse number 11 here, the horse I am not interested in at all. I think this horse has had plenty of opportunities to drop the maiden tag, shed the maiden tag, but has not taken any of the opportunities. I would ignore the fact that this horse has been running in cup races. It doesn't like to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not completely against that opinion. I don't think he cannot win this race. I think he certainly can, and this drop down in triple will definitely help. He's rated 77, which stacks up nicely in this field. However, as you've touched on, he is 0 from 13, and a race like this where you can make a case for some more unexposed types, maybe he's not the way to go.
Yes, I'm just not too keen on him at all. Unitarian, horse number 15, had an absolutely nightmare trip last time round. We'll be hoping for an easier success again here. Breaking from stall 15 won't be the easiest though.
No, it's really hard to make a case for this son of Tazlit, breaking from stall 15. Just rated 58, 0 from 4 and didn't show much last time. Probably not a player in here, Callum.
Yes, there are a few others in here who may struggle. Off the map, an intriguing runner with Riyadh form. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, I'm glad we've come to this filly. She's against the boys in here. She would be my third selection in the race. I think she's the third and the last of the three main challengers to actually win this event. She was second on debut at Riyadh, showing lots of blistering speed. I like that she's by Liam's map. This trip will be fine. She represents leading connections with Berto Ramos as well as Shala Aladiani, the trainer. So you definitely cannot write off the 12. The only negative I have for her is that it's a long layoff and she's never run here at Taif before.
Yes, first time up at Taif is not often easy, but if she was to win here, she'd have to be given the old circle, good horse, because if you win first time up at Taif and only your second career start, you're certainly a horse to follow in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Riyadh will definitely be the aim for her. Obviously, she made her debut there, and these connections like to target the big money races at Riyadh. So this is definitely a prep, but it'll be interesting to see how fit she is to run today.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and I don't have a crystal ball, but I can almost guarantee I know which horse you like.
Well, Callum, we've been together a few weeks, so obviously you know that I do have my favourites, and Dahi is one of them. I'm going to stick with him for my paddock pick. He just looks stunning. He's everything you want in a colt. He walks around the parade ring with such confidence. But another one I will note is horse number 8, Ataj.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Looking at those at the head of affairs in this contest, both Dahi and Ataj. I was really taken by Dahi in the parade ring. Shame we didn't get a chance to have a closer look at some of them as they were going round, but certainly for me, Dahi was a real eye catch to me, and sort of turns me away from my selection of Muwafaq, who maybe was a bit flattered by that last performance last time out.
Yeah, I think he needs to come on a little bit for the run, Muwafaq. Obviously, he was wide last time. We'll get a better trip today. But there are 3 horses in here, in Dahi and Ataj, who both got very good recent runs to their name, and Off the Map, who's got Riyadh form and the potential to be better than this. I think those 3 will dominate this race, numbers 4, 8 and 12. I'll stick with Ataj, just from the rating alone, the fact it's James Jerkins, Abdullah Al-Alfi, fantastic connections, and by Caravaggio, who is a brilliant racehorse and developing into a nice sire. So I'll stick with the 8. But look, if Dahi wins, I wouldn't be surprised at all.
But if we have to talk about the 8, we have to talk about the James Jerkin fan club. The viewing figures have already spiked, and we can see the horse in shot now. The support from overseas for James Jerkin's runners is clearly massive, and I think this is the horse they're really excited about. This is James Jerkin's runner. Let's have a look at this one in action. This is Ataj, finishing 3rd in mid-August. This was the last time out, and was showed early speed on this occasion.
Yeah, this was his first run in Saudi Arabia. He showed good early speed coming off the bend. He's on the wrong lead here. And Roberto Ramos, who rode this day, had to try and move him to the left, kind of jolt him to change his leads. In the process, lost around a length. And here it looks like he's going to be swallowed up for 3rd place, but he keeps fighting all the way to the line. This gelding used to be trained by William Haggis in the UK, cost a fair fortune as well, and is not only by Caravaggio, who was a very good racehorse, as we've already said, but it's by Bright Sapphire, who was a Galileo mare. Brilliant pedigree.
Off the map, this is this Riyadh form, finishing a very good 2nd. You haven't seen the whole race here, but this horse showed bags of early speed.
Lots of early speed, broke nicely and was always on the front end. Actually drew clear, turning for home with the eventual winner, who is talented enough, no superstar, but talented enough, and just faded late on. You know, first time up, you couldn't really hope for too much more than this. But again, long layoff, first time up at Taif. There are questions to answer today.
Dahi, the really impressive horse in the parade ring, is seen here finishing 2nd in August the 11th. It'll be interesting to see how this horse comes on, because this was a good run behind a horse called Good Connection, who's definitely a decent horse.
Yeah, he ran 8th in a cup race next time, Good Connection, so he's got lots of talent. Dahi turning in looked like he was going to be nowhere, but really stayed this trip powerfully in the closing stages. 7 furlongs, that's the limit of his stamina. He'll definitely get further, as you can see him on the outside, plugging on nicely. Not too many horses at Taif finish like that, so you've got to mark him up, and he's a player in here from a good draw.
a bit of the form line with the horse Ataj. The horse that finished second in that race, I'm pretty sure went on to win next time out for the White Stable. So certainly ones to watch, and Ataj there just getting a little bit of a form boost himself from that horse's performance afterwards. I am going to take you on with Dahi. I'm going to team up with Shamila. I think it's only right that I eventually team up with Shamila. If you can't beat them, join them. And we're going to go against you here. I can understand why you like Ataj. I was a little bit concerned about the immaturity shown down the top of the straight. It's interesting that Connections have not got Wigberto on this time and have gone for Abdullah Lorfi, who I think is a bit of a positive, considering Wigberto is not in the best of form at the moment. So the jockey booking, I can understand why you're a fan of. I can totally understand why you're a supporter. But I'm going to take you on with Dahi. I thought the really eye-catching performance and took my eye in the parade ring.
Yeah, these are the two I think you should focus on, Dahi and Ataj. You might be right, Shamila might be right. I wouldn't be surprised. Look, Dahi would probably be the most logical winner of this race, but I'll take Ataj. I think there's more upside there on just a second run this year. And off the map, don't write off the number 12. This filly could be one for next time in Riyadh.
We talked about early speed in our last contest over this trip. I don't imagine that's going to be so much of a factor today. I'd imagine Ataj might get a bit of an uncontested go of things up front.
Yeah, Taj will definitely go forward. I think off the map will go forward as well, because she showed natural early last time up. Camille Ospina's on the 17, who we haven't touched on, Viterbo, and we know that whenever Camille's on a horse in a race, that horse is likely to go forward. So there could be some speed out wide, but I'm hopeful that Ataj can grab the rail from stall 8, and from there he'll prove hard to beat.
Del Alfaredi's on Dahi, so that's certainly a positive in the book on the jockey booking there. They circle down at the start. Now, we saw in our last contest over this exact same trip, horses could show a little bit of immaturity with this long run down to the first bend. You'll see a little bit of running around. You might see a bit of scrimmaging at the start. Is there any place you don't want to be drawn in a contest like this, where they might get a bit tight before the start, before spreading out as they get down towards the first bend?
Well, anywhere and everywhere, really. It all depends on how you break. If you break nicely and the horses to either side of you also break in a nice straight line, then you're drawn well. If you break in the middle of two horses that are coming and sandwiching you, then you're drawn badly. Like, there isn't... Obviously, inside is slightly better than being outside, because you're likely to cover less ground. But at the same time, I don't have huge preference for, say, stall 6 compared to stall 12. I think they're equal draws, providing you break well.
Just saw a horse coming around in shot there, number 13, Alati. This horse has got not much of a chance on paper, but certainly an eye-catcher just in this walk around. I love this shot that we get. We get to see all these horses looking so relaxed and calm as they head around the start, and they're circling up before they get loaded. The horses in the middle are just getting their tack adjusted, nothing to be too concerned about. A lot of horses will let down, slightly breathe out, and need their girths readjusted when they've got a jockey on board, or they'll do the other thing and they'll tighten up when they get a jockey on board and the girth becomes loose. So either option can be changed at the start.
Yeah, and these are crucial moments for all these horses and riders, just to make sure that everything is A-OK, ready to race. Just a couple of things, a couple of horses, sorry, we haven't touched on. I'll give a brief mention to. Number 1, Asal has made a fair middle move on the debut this year. Now steps up in trip, but it's drawn inside, which could be a negative. Tarlo is the horse, number 2, that cost 230,000 as a yearling. Used to be owned by Sheikh Mohammed Obeid, but was 0 for 4 in England before shipping over here, and is 0 for 2 in Saudi. And number 5, Juju. British bred by Kitten's Joy out of a mare called Miss Sugars, who wasn't much on the racetrack, but is well bred. Only cost 6,000 guineas. That's kind of proved accurate by the 4 efforts so far in Saudi, but she's by Kitten's Joy, and we know that any Kitten's Joy or Bobby's Kitten progeny, they shouldn't be overlooked. So there are a couple of other horses that we haven't touched on so far.
So just to wrap up on selections, Dahi, horse number 4 for Shamila and myself. And Ataj, are you going to still stick with that runner?
Yeah, I'll stick with number 8, Ataj. Look, I'll be cheering Dahi as well if Ataj can't win. But,
don't say that now, Tom. Don't say that now. Don't try and get into this one. Don't try and get into our camp. Shamila and I have set up camp. Don't try and join us. You've made your bed. Lie in it.
Not everything's a complete competition, you know. It's between the 2 major horses in here. If either of them win, I think we've read the race right. So, Dahi or Ataj. Hopefully one of us is successful.
Dahi or Ataj, let us know if you're Team Callum or Team Tom or Team Shamila. And if you're Team Alec Fussy, our man in the sky, who do you like?
Well, I think you guys may have read this wrong completely, to be honest. I think Off the Map has got a great chance here. This filly, who finished second on her debut, as we've highlighted, was in behind a horse called Alia. That horse went on to win the Fillies Mile, worth 937,500 Saudi Riyals. So I think that form is very strong indeed. Dropping in trip, I think she gets to the front and will not be passed. So Off the Map for me. Gilberto Ramos to get a much-needed success, as the guys have highlighted. We are loading up very swiftly indeed. Dandy Secret is about to go forwards. We'll move into stall 6. On there in the light blue. At one point of note here, the one horse, Sal, didn't have colours in some publications. It's green and white to look out for from that inside draw in stall 1. Right on cue, there is a Sal up the inside. Off the map's about to go forwards. Oh, hello. Or backwards. Hopefully off the map will be straightened up and all okay with her. Yes, she's fine now, so she's in. They're off. Racing away here over 1,400 metres off the map. Didn't get the best of breaks, actually. Will tuck in behind one or two rivals. Alati was away better. Up in between horses trying to go handy is Scott's Moon. Head-geared runner is just about the overall leader, but now off the map starts to roll. Vertibo wider out for Camilo Espina, wants to go forwards. Tario is back up the running rail in the next wave. Deeper out on the racecourse, Ale Zizar is also there, the orange cap, looking for a Taj. That one's in centre field, about 6th or 7th. As up top on the inside, through to lead here, it's going to be Scott's Moon. Scott's Moon by a length and a half. Off the maps in 2nd place, and Verturbo is back in behind those for 3rd. In between horses, Dandy Secret tries to improve, is tracking through Alati. Taj is now on the improve as well. At this stage, Dahi's got a lot of work on as they're about to begin the turn for home. Scott's Moon's in front here. Mohamed Alami just looking underneath his legs. He feels pretty confident. Is still away by 5 or 6 lengths. Taj in 2nd place. Now Dahi is coming and coming powerfully. Off the map, has gone backwards swiftly there, giving way. Heading then inside the final 200. Scott's Moon all out in front. Dahi's the big closer now and is coming powerfully and sweeping on by. It is Dahi who gets to the front and today will gain that success. 2nd, 3rd, now 1st for Dahi. Taj has probably just nicked 2nd on the inside of the fading Scott's Moon. So Dahi does win. For the Khalid stable, after a couple of very good runs, the latest at meeting 29 when 2nd. It's success for him today. And he's done this well. He had an awful lot to do as they made the progress out of the back straight there. Was right back through them. You're talking a midfield position, but has come very powerfully and strongly down the centre of the racecourse. Your leader, Spoon, got very weary late on actually and was probably passed on the inside by a Taj for 2nd spot. It's another one for that man on board, isn't it? Adel Al-Faradi just can't stop riding winners, and this was certainly a different way, a different style of success, confirming a Taj did get 2nd. 1:31.72 our winner's time. 4:08.9 the order in race 3.
Adel Al-Faradi can't stop riding winners, and he's had another aboard Dahi, who's had to come from quite an uncompromising position to get the head in front here. Good effort from the 3-year-old colt, who's just steadily got going as time has gone past.
Yeah, I said after race 1, Adele definitely won't be done for the day. I thought he was going to win the last race, race 2 as well. But no, Dahi was the form horse coming into this event. It was a good 2nd last time, beaten by a nice horse in Good Connection. He deserved to get his first win on the board today. And take nothing away from Taj, who I thought ran very well in 2nd. We read this race nicely, I think. Both the 2 horses that we put up as the major players came to the fore.
Yeah, take nothing away from Scott's Moon either, who made a real early dash for the lead and almost looked like he was going to have it all his own way at one point. And the jockey was very confident, looked between the legs swinging for home, thinking, I didn't think I'd be this far clear.
Yeah, but I watched the race last time. I know it sounds like classic after timing.
Here we go.
I watched the race last time from Scott's Moon, travelled nicely and then hung really badly to the right in the straight and just didn't really look in love with the game. So I kind of knew that horse was vulnerable out in front. I was hoping Ataj would be the stronger closer of the two, but no, Dahi was. It was another good ride by Adel Al-Faradi. He just knew they went too hard early on.
Yes, and they did go very fast early, and it was Off the Map who tried to really dictate things under Wigberto, who still has no luck at the moment in the saddle, and that horse's chance of it done pretty quickly. I'm sure Alex was a little bit disappointed with the way that horse not only started, missed the kick, had to be rousted up, and then didn't stick around that turn at all.
Very hard to win first time up at Taif. That's the main pointer here. Like, she had natural early speed, she got into a good position, but if you're not race fit, especially on a track like this, which can ride quite slow, and definitely is looking at the times today, it's very hard to win. So she's definitely one for Riyadh. I think this was just a prep run. She would have been nowhere near fit today, and by Liam's map, she'll definitely improve for a mile as well in time.
Kisses all round for Dahi as well from the Exuberant Collections, who are very, very happy with that performance. And like you said, I think this horse deserved this. He's the type of horse that you knew the win had to come eventually, and if it didn't, then you start questioning his attitude.
Yeah, but both runs today, when he finished third at meeting 17 and the second behind Good Connection last time, they were highly creditable. His attitude never really came into consideration. You know, he was strong at the finish, and actually, he probably just wants to step up and trip. That's why he was been finding it hard to win. 7 furlongs is definitely on the short side. You could see that from how he finished that race just there. Next time over a mile in a handicap, depending on if he can still be eligible for a 0 to 75, for example. If not, he'll probably be in a 0 to 80. He'd be a player.
Yes, he could also go into a non-winners of 3, which I think would be a very good race, or a non-winners of 2. So he's got plenty of options available to him. And I think I'd be tempted to keep him over 7 furlongs. I know he shapes like the step up and trip wouldn't be a thing, but I just think the 7 furlongs where horses who are going really hard are stopping, these 6 furlong horses stepping up are stopping in front of you, he's getting better along the line. I think he'll face similar horses to himself over a mile, where he won't have it all his own way down the straight. And I just believe that 7 furlongs would be a real nice. I liked him over this distance. I was really taken by the way he came from an uncompromising position and then took advantage of the race and really won with some authority in the end. As we can see for the start here, the horse Off the Map was the one who missed the kick, had to be rousted up to get back involved, but eventually ended up cutting out the early running. But it's Scott's Moon, who is horse number 9 in the noseband, who makes this really taking move across to the rail and says, well, I'll take the lead if no one else is.
Yeah, by Star Spangled Banner, who used to be a brilliant sprinter, he's obviously got a lot of that horse's speed and went straight to the front. He was actually given a pretty good ride. It's just that they went very hard early and there was nothing in the tank when it came to the final 100 or 200 metres. Was taken on up front by Off the Map. He completely destroyed that filly in this race, but he proved no match for the 2 closers. Ataj, who was actually on the speed last time but couldn't get anywhere near the front today, and Dahi, who was given a great ride by Adele in around 8th or 9th position right now.
Dahi is really off the pace, isn't he, coming into this turn, and it has to come really wide. This is the same colours as Deadly Finisher, who's a nice horse that I think might run tomorrow. Am I right in thinking that? Yeah, so hopefully Connection can have 2 winners in 2 days. And here comes Dahi. This is a really powerful move, but comes about 4 or 5 wide on the turn before being able to get back to the rail. Taj had a much nicer passage into the race.
He did. Adola Alalfi asked Taj for a lot of effort early on around that turn. He instantly picked up, but then he didn't have much left. He couldn't sustain the run, whereas Adel Al-Faradi was slowly accelerating on Dahi, leaving lots in the tank for this closing kick. Yes, he hung slightly out to the right, as most horses do in the final 100 or 150 metres here, but he's won decisively by 3 lengths, and he was going away.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about it, is the way it's going away. Take nothing away from Ataj, who's run a very nice race to finish second and has actually got past Scott's Moon, which was good to see. I would have been quite disappointed if Ataj hadn't passed Scott's Moon, but he did, and that's the main thing. He's certainly going to be one next time out. I think 3rd time up in Saudi Arabia, that's the time when we tend to see the real form of the horse show, and I think this horse could be quite dangerous next time out. Certainly one to keep in your notebook.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's now had 5 starts in his career, 3 in the UK and 2 in Saudi Arabia, and he's run very well on each occasion. He needs to find the right race. He's rated 80. I don't think he'd win a handicap off that mark, so he needs to find the right maiden. From there, it'll be interesting to see what he does. But James Jerkins is great at placing his horses.
Again, he could go into a non-winners of 2, he could go into a non-winners of 3 that would have a very good chance. And David Trepp comes in with a comment and says, what a stunning winner. Yes, David, what a stunning winner indeed. And thank you for keeping involved with our YouTube coverage as well. And again, we will interact with every comment we can see because we think it's only fair and it's great for people to get involved. It gives us something to talk about outside of the initial performance and the replay. And I think David is absolutely right. I think we've seen 2 very good horses in a row here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, every race so far has kind of gone to the form book, which is nice to see. This horse was very impressive, but deserved to get his head in front. There's a race coming up as well where we've got a couple of standout performers, including a horse that we have a little bit of a soft spot for in Hawaii. So it's just a great start to the card today on this lovely Thursday.
Someone else you've got a soft spot for is Shamila, who is down in the winners enclosure with our winning trainer.
I'm with Abdulaziz Khalid. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
What did you think about the race?
I'm happy with the horse. Inshallah, he's a good horse, 3 years old and 3 run only. He coming first time out, coming third and second today. Very good racing, inshallah. I think, inshallah, he has a good horse.
And what's your plan for him for next time out or for the rest of the season?
Inshallah, to Riyadh now, no run Taif. To Riyadh, inshallah, 3 years old, maybe the cup. I think, inshallah, he coming good.
Thank you so much, Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Shan.
Thank you, Abdulaziz, indeed, for giving us that update on that horse. And I think it's very clear to see they're going straight to Riyadh, and that's a positive, surely, for this performance.
Yeah, well, he's only rated 72, so I'm quite surprised they're going straight for the Cup. I thought maybe there'd be another stepping stone along the way, but he's a very good horse. He's been consistent so far. I'll be interested to see what distance the Cup race they're talking about is. I'm hoping it's a mile. You obviously want it to be 7, but he looks a versatile type, and yeah, he's done it nicely today.
What do you make of our jockey on Scott's Moon? Plenty of looks between the legs. I know I spoke to Rory last week. He wasn't keen on jockeys taking that look through the legs because at the end of the day, you know where they are. They're going to come through you and you're actually killing your own momentum by taking that peak. He's done it a few times in the straight there. Are you a fan of that move?
I don't mind it. Every jockey can make their own decision about what they do during the race. I think it was probably a worried move just to see if there was anything coming, because some of these races here at Taif, if you're on the lead and you're 3 lengths clear, that's game over. But obviously with Scott's Moon, he was a bit legless close to home. Drop back in trip for him. Speed is his asset. 6 furlongs would be ideal. And he didn't even change leads in the straight, so that probably wasn't his true running either.
No, Scott's Moon certainly outran where we thought he would finish, and we can just see him jumping out of shot there with the noseband on, the jockey getting right behind. And there was a slow start from Mawafak, who actually ran on quite nicely to finish 5th. Juju was the horse that finished 4th. So we saw a lot of work and a lot of action from the inside stalls there in that contest.
Yeah, Juju was an interesting runner coming into the race with the fantastic British pedigree and American pedigree, with Kitten's Joy being the sire. So it was good to see her run nicely. It was a nice race. The form horses came to the fore, aside from Off the Map, who just needed the run. But as I say, don't put a line through her just yet. It was a telling race, and the right horses finished 1st and 2nd, which is what we want to see here.
It's good to know that as we spend longer here at King Khalid Racecourse, as we spend longer in Saudi Arabia and acclimatise to the conditions here, we're really beginning to work out how these races are going to pan out. And I think that's only going to be helpful as we move further into the season.
Aside from Camille Ospina rides, right?
No, that's you. That's you. No, don't drag me into your situation there, Tom. I'm very clear to say that I am a big fan of Camille and seem to pick him when he rides winners. So I don't want you dragging me down into your situation. A bit of a mess is what's going on with you.
Yeah, I just need to get Camille right. But aside from that, we definitely the form seems to stack up in most races, which is ideal, because if you're watching horse racing, maybe you've never watched racing from Taif or Saudi Arabia in general before, you want to see the likely winners come to the fore. You want to see the horses run to their proven ability, and that's what we've seen so far today and in the last couple of weeks as well.
And again, the fairness of the track continues to come to the fore. The fact that horses are winning from all over, they're winning on the rail, they're winning from the front, they're winning from the back, they're winning out wide. It's just a great thing to see that there isn't really a golden highway. That we see in a lot of courses, not only here on dirt, but we also see it on turf.
Yeah, I think there is a golden highway, but it's not marked. I think you can win away from it. Obviously, being on the front against the rail is a big plus around any track that's an oval shape on dirt with the kickback. You can win off the speed. We've just seen that with Dahi. You can win wide on the track as well. So it's versatile, and you can win from wherever. But I do think being on the front has an advantage.
David is back amongst the comments, and he said he has to agree with us guys who really like to see this horse have a run in Riyadh before going into that cup race. And I think that's a great shout. The idea, let's not go straight into a cup at Riyadh, but let's have a run in a non-winners of 2 in Riyadh, and then we use that as the preparation for the cup race, because Riyadh is going to be a completely different kettle of fish. There are still plenty of horses we haven't even seen yet.
Yeah, you meet a different group, don't you? Even the horses we have seen will be fully tuned up for Riyadh. This is kind of just a prep, isn't it, with Taif? Yeah, I'd like to see him in a handicap personally in Riyadh before going to the Cup, but you can never write off any trainer that's looking to go with an ambitious plan.
No, we cannot write them off at all. One man we also can't write off is Alex Fussy, our voice from the sky, who will give us the runners and riders for, I can't believe I'm saying it, we're already on race 4.
Yes, Callum, flying through the afternoon here. We've got a local bred open event coming up over 1,400 metres. Let's have a look down the card then. 1 is Saham Al Bayrak. That will be the mount of Mohammed Al Daham. 2 is Woodman. 1 run this year at meeting 30, finished 8th. 3 is Mortada for Abdullah Al Hussein. 4 is Mustadam. Abdullah Al Lawfi rides. 5, Al Rumasiya, who's had 2 wins from 5 goes. 6, Alderby, 0 from 7 so far in the career. 7 is Ain Al Akin, 1 win from 17 goes, ran well to finish 4th last time. Hawaii is going to be very well fancied here, looking for a hat-trick. Number 8. 9 is Kanajir, 3-time winner, Yasser Al-Bakawi on board. 10, Monsajima, that's the mount of Abdullah Al-Khamis. 11 is Dante, who finished 4th at meeting 20 last time out. 12, Tazdad, that one yet to gain a first career success. 13, Al-Makam Al-Khaifi. 14 is Barik Amal. And 15, out of mark, rounds out the field for Hamza Sad. 15 of them go in our 4th race of the day.
Thank you very much, Alex, and they are already in the parade ring for our 4th contest today as we rattle through this card. And Tom, this race features a horse I am in love with. I know you feel the same way, and I think if you select anything else to beat this horse, I want to throw you off this set, because Hawaweya is an absolute star, and I will continue to support her until we finish here in Saudi Arabia. So yes, Hawaweya wins, and what finishes second, Tom?
Look, I like Hawaweya as well, but you've got to take loyalty and sentiment out of racing. Like, that's not for me. So, look, she's got a great chance. She's won both at meeting 28 and meeting 32 when we were here covering the races together. She was great on both occasions, but both times they were in 0 to 75 handicaps over 6 furlongs. This is an open race over 7 furlongs, different kettle of fish.
Now, I know you're going to mention this over 7 furlongs, but I'll talk about her form later on over this. This is Saham Al Bayrak, a horse that comes in with a lot of form at Riyadh.
Yeah, this is the colt I like in this race. He doesn't actually look 100% fit, which is a big worry.
Carrying a wee bit of condition there, Tom.
First time up in Taif, a slight concern, but strong Riyadh form, rated 94, has definitely got a big chance from the inside.
This is Woodman, who looks a lot fitter.
Yes, second run back after an 8-month layoff, finished 8th last time at meeting 30, but is rated 74 and needs to improve.
Lovely move, a beautiful walk on Woodman, so certainly I wouldn't be put off by that. Mortada, horse number 3, only rated 53.
She's a 9-year-old who's only had 8 starts. She actually had a break for 6 seasons between her 3rd start and her 4th start. Interesting profile. This is a very tough task for her.
Number 4 is Mustadam, who is rated 61, 1 win from 14. Nice looking animal though, really well built in front.
Yeah, she's looking a bit gawky though. She's looking around and not really mind on the job. She finished 9th in this grade last month. On that evidence, she's not a player today. She
looks like her. She looks a bit ponyish, doesn't she? She's got that thick neck and that long body. She looks a little bit ponyish there. Aramazea is horse number 5 on your race card. This has 2 wins from 5 starts, but this is first run up of the season.
First run of the season, had 6 months off, but is unexposed and prolific so far in the career. Interesting connections, Lucas Gaitan and Mohammed Al-Habail. Don't write this filly off.
Yeah, got the flare strip on as well. Al Darby is horse number 6, 0 from 7, still a maiden here and unlikely to lose that tag in this race.
You finished 4th last time, it was a good effort, but this is a much tougher heat. Very hard to make a good case for this horse.
Ain Al Yaqeen is horse number 7 on your race card. That will run in blue and black colours. 1 win from 17 starts.
lovely silks, 1 from 17, not the most prolific, and finished 4th last time up, a meeting 35, just rated 55, so an even tougher task for number 7, Ayan Al Yaqeen, to get the job done today.
Here comes your race winner, How Away. Just look at her, wait for it, there she is. Oh, thank goodness he's here. She's gorgeous, she walks around like she owns the place, and she wins this today.
She's got to have a great chance. It's a big step up in grade for her, but she's rated 88 now, so she has to run in these open events to have a chance of winning. As I say, her last 2 wins came in 0 to 75. Can she record the hat-trick?
Kanaja is horse number 9, 3 wins from 14.
Showed speed last time, but faded late in the day. Really just didn't seem like she wanted the 7 furlong trip. I think a drop down would be better for her, but she's staying over the same distance.
Monster Gemma is horse number 10, making start number 44 today. Only had 2 wins here in Saudi Arabia.
And finished 13th in a 0 to 75 handicap last time up at meeting 26. She will need to improve a great deal to have a chance of winning this race.
Dante is horse number 11, maybe named after Jonathan Dante, who will be out for the French at the Rugby World Cup coming up next week, or this week even. Very exciting time in the Rugby World. Dante, horse number 11, caught the eye with a 4th last time out.
She's only rated 68, but she's the choice of Adele Al-Faradi in here, which definitely provides some intrigue. Trained by Gaith Al Gaith, who's already had a winner in the first race today. Leading connections, but her form doesn't suggest that she's a player.
We can just see here that she's a gorgeous type as well. She's a really fills the eye, but looks a lot fitter than one we saw earlier on in the race card. And we move straight on to horse number 12, which is Tazdad, another horse who will have to show marked improvement to land a blow here.
If I was to predict who was going to finish last in this race, I would say Tazdad. Rated 48 with a career record of 0 from 24. Second run this year could show improvement, but this isn't the right spot for her.
25th time lucky, Al Makeem Al Rafi is horse number 13, unlucky for some.
This colt could play a part though, despite the wide draw. He finished 4th last time, 3rd the time before, 2 consistent efforts, and his rating suggests he could be a player.
Barika Mal, number 14.
Rated 63, yet to be a factor so far this season, but 2 wins from 24 suggest she can get the job done. I think a drop down in grade is needed.
And number 15 is Al Mark, the bottom horse in this race card, and we are going to throw straight to Shamila. Who's your eye catcher?
Well, Callum, don't hold this against me, but I will be going against your selection in this race. My eye was drawn to number 11, Dante. She has really good defined muscles in her hindquarters, which is really important for dirt racing like this. And I've just seen that Adel Al-Faradi is riding her as well, so hoping for the best.
2 ticks in the box there, Shamila, and I'm just disappointed you've not gone with Hawawaya, but I will not hold it against you. But you are wrong. Dante doesn't win this. Hawawaya wins it in a canter. But no, very seriously, Dante is a lovely looking animal. I thought you could just see in the back of shot there. Gorgeous animal, moving really nicely. And I thought she ran really well to finish 4th last time. She's clearly on the improve. I'd be a little bit concerned that this race might be a bit too tough for her, though. There's plenty here with more class on paper.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued by the fact that Adel Al-Faradi's taking the ride. He probably could have had a pick of plenty in this race, but he's decided to go for a filly who's rated just 68, which is eye-catching. It'd be interesting to see if he can rack up the hat-trick so far on this card today. I think he's got a tough task on his hands aboard Dante. It's going to be, in my opinion, between Hawawaya and Saham Al-Bayrak. I'll stick with the latter.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
I know you had a go at me for this in the last race, but I will be cheering Hawawaya on if my selection cannot get a job done.
Absolutely.
Just because when we were here together a couple of weeks ago and she recorded back-to-back successes at meeting 28, meeting 32, she captured our hearts and she got the job done thanks to great race placing. She deserves to step up in class today, and if she wins, she will definitely be the favourite horse of ours in Saudi so far, I'm sure.
Yeah, she was a winner on our first ever race here. So the first race we ever saw, she won, and then she backed it up when absolutely chucked it to 0 to 70 when she'd rated in the 80s and was very, very impressive. Let's have a look at Hawawaya running last time out. This was her win, and it was mightily impressive right at the beginning of August here. Now, this is a different tactic to her last race. She did this from midfield, snuck up the rail, but watch her turn of pace here, Tom. I was mightily impressed.
Yeah, she quickened up nicely just there off the bend. The leader does stop in the closing stages, starts hanging to the left and then the right, but she stays on powerfully against the inside. She was well treated in this race and she should have won. She was rated 88 at the time, still has that rating now, and this was a 0 to 75. She got into the race just because of the entry, how the entry system works. So she should have won, but this is a step up in class and she will need to improve to win again today.
This is Saham Al-Bayrak this is Riyadh form. This is from the first. This is from March the 9th. This for the win on March the 9th, beating one of the white stable runners here. I thought it was a really good performance. I was just concerned by how that horse looked in the parade ring.
Yeah, see, look, on this evidence, this is the best horse in the race. Saham Al Bayrak. I would go as far as to say any other horse in this wouldn't come close in this Riyadh event. So on talent alone, number one Saham Al Bayrak is the horse to beat. It is just the condition that we saw in the paddock. Maybe this is a prep race for Taif, for Riyadh, like we saw in the last race.
And this is Saham Al Bayrak, who we can see in shot there, just looking a wee bit chunky, but nothing wrong with that.
It's also worth noting that this horse now has new connections. Back last year, had the same connections throughout the whole season, has subsequently moved to a different owner, a different trainer. So this might well be just a watching brief.
Yeah, it's a sort of first day out and see what we've got our hands on. Now, we talked about the trip with Hawawaya. I thought it was very interesting that you mentioned the fact that this is a step up into 7 furlongs. Well, she steps up to 7 furlongs today, but she's won 4 times over 7 furlongs before. It was actually interesting to see her drop to 6 furlongs in her previous 2 wins, where she'd actually used her stamina to come and hit the line hard and win well. 7 furlongs is her optimum trip, so I wouldn't say the trip is a massive concern. She was a prolific winner before, just going right off the boil, and now she seems to be coming back into form.
Yeah, I thought because of her last 2 runs being over 6 and how well she quickened in that race, first time up she won going off the front, and then just then in that VT we saw she came from a stalking position. I thought maybe she's developed into a 6 furlong horse, but as you said, she's already won over 7 numerous times. So there isn't major concerns about the distance. I don't know, the step up in grade with the different distance provides me with a worry though.
Those who have got race cards in front of them will see a horse like Al Mark, who's rated 78 on paper. I think that's a really tough rating for this horse. I don't think this horse has run to a level of 78 for a very long time.
No, and actually, for some reason, with my photographic memory, I remember seeing this horse last time, rated 80, being number 1 in the race, and we talked about Al Mark as a leading contender, and he just didn't perform. He's now been dropped 2 pounds. I think he'll be dropped another few today after he probably loses from that terrible gate in 15.
Yes, and photographic memory, Tom, did that serve you well at school? Were you a bit of a high flyer in education?
Let's not talk about that one, Callum.
Oh, well, I'm just wondering. For me, it just feels like a real shame for you not to have used your photographic memory to good use in your educational performance.
I use it now within horse racing. The effort was not there back in the younger days, I have to say.
You found horses, though, and you've been flying ever since. So you're going to take on Hawawaya, aren't you? You're going to go for Saham Al Bayrak. That is your selection, horse number 1 for Tom. I am going to go for Hawawaya, that's horse number 8. And Shamila is going to go for horse number 11, Dante. So those are our 3 selections. There's plenty of other horses in here with chances. One of the prolific runners that we didn't really get a chance to discuss was Aramesa, who is horse number 5 on your race cards. 2 wins from 5 Saudi starts. Now, they all came last season, but surely this horse has a chance if it can run to that same level of form.
Yeah, she's one of just 2 3-year-olds in this race, so you always have to pay note to those. They get a weight allowance, and also they're unexposed and open to more improvement. She's definitely got a chance. She's much like Saham Al Bayrak insofar as she's coming in here off a long layoff. But in a different perspective, she's the unexposed horse, whereas Saham Al Bayrak is the form play. I could just see now that David has been back in the comments and said that Woodman is his selection, number 2. Second run this year for Woodman, coming off the 8-month layoff. Interesting connections, good draw, so I can certainly see the case, but I think this colt will need to step forward to challenge your selection and my selection for the win today.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, for continuing to get involved in the comments, and please continue to let us know who you like in these races. Are you on Team David with Woodman, horse number 2? Are you on Team Shamila with Dante, horse number 11? Are you on Team Tom with Saham Al Bayrak, horse number 1? Or have you backed the winner, number 8, Hawawaya? That is my selection, and I think this is going to be her best performance. I think this over 7 furlongs, I think she's going to be right at home here. I thought she was a little bit outpaced last time over 6. So this step up to 7 in this contest, where she's probably the class act in the field. I know Saham Al Bayrak is coming here with good form. I understand Woodman will definitely run a much better race than that 8th place last time, but I'd just be slightly concerned that she's got fitness on her side. She tends to be trending in the right direction, and for me, my heart said it, so I have to follow my heart.
There are a lot of ticks in the boxes for Hawawaya. Definitely don't disagree with that whatsoever. We have 4 selections between us two, Shamila and David on the comments as well, so hopefully we find the winner. But it's going to be a good race, I'm sure, and we'll get lots of clues heading towards Riyadh as well, because the majority of these, I imagine, will be shipping over there when it comes to Riyadh season in a few weeks' time.
Yes, we might have 4 selections. We could even have 5. If Alex, are you with us or against us?
Well, I'm a bit torn here, Callum, to be honest. Saham Al Bayrak probably is the class angle, but given the way that that runner looked in the prelims, a bit on the heavy side and perhaps in need of the run, I will go elsewhere, throw another one into the mix. So I'll go for Aru Mesa, horse number 5, to get the job done here. This lightly raced 3-year-old filly who looks ready to roll a little bit more than Saham Al Bayrak. So we'll see how that plays out. There is the pick, just gone in. Aru Mesa. Hamid Al-Kubayl on board from stall 5. Next one to come forwards will be Mortada. That runner will head into gate 3. Just digging in a shade. There's Howard Way has just gone forward, stall 8. Follow those dark blue jackets, orange seams and a white cap if you're with the hat-trick seeker. Tazdad pushed into the stalls. Jcsa goes into 10. That's the yellow and black disc. Mostadam, stall 4. Finished 9th at meeting 31 last time out. Alderby goes in as well. Woodman's on the way in. Here comes Ain Alaki. Stall 7. The final one is in. Set. Long hold. Leg up. Gates open. They're off and racing. Going here over 1,400 metres. Kanji a little awkward on leaving the starting stalls. Cheek piece runner drops towards the tail end. Good beginning made by Dante and also handy for Jcsa. Back for on the inside, Saham Al Bayrak wants to go forwards. Mortada's dropping back. Not far away is Aru Mesa as well, and here comes Hawaya getting forwards now, that dark blue jacket and white cap. Tucking through up the inside rail is Mostadam. The yellow jacket and blue cap is being followed there by Mortada, who's in company with Ain Alakeen. Looking back down the field at this stage, Kanjir after that slow starts right out the back end, and Tazdad is also in company. Almark back to the running rail. Up top then, it's Saham Al Bayrak who's got the advantage here. The class angle in the race is out in front with 600 metres to go. Leads up from Aru Mesa in 2nd place. Third position is for Hawaya to the outside. They are followed by an improving Jcsa. The yellow jacket, black sleeves is coming around the outside of horses as they begin the swing for home. Saham Al Bayrak is just in front here with a half-length lead, but is now being tackled by Aru Mesa. Away to the outside of them, Jcsa is still coming. There's not much between the leading trio. Back in 4th place up the inside is Mustadam, but it's now Aru Mesa who's in front and starting to boot clear. Goes away by 3. Saham Al Bayrak is following with Jcsa, but it's Aru Mesa to win. Aru Mesa, a nice effort there. Gained success. Alderby was one of those finishing fast. Probably got 2nd. Saham Al Bayrak got a little weary. The experience needed today. Jcsa in company. So it is success for the 5. Aru Mesa. Mohammed Al-Hubayl guides this filly to victory. She's lightly raced, she's progressive, and has got a very good strike rate. It's a winner for Athbar Racing Stable here. Winner there, so it's success for Aru Mesa. There's the 6. Alderby getting through for 2nd. Saham Al Bayrak's 3rd, and that gives us 5, 6 and 1 the order in race 4, and I'm off to celebrate that success here.
Mohammed Al Hubail has guided Arumesa to success in our fourth race here at King Khalid Racecourse, and we're beginning to see the class come to the fore. These Riyadh horses are coming to play, and the horses that we've grown to know and love at Taif in King Khalid Racecourse, who've been running all through this off-season, are beginning to find it a little bit tough.
Yeah, both the first and the third here are Riyadh horses. Aramesa coming off the long layoff, 6 months off. 3-year-old filly, though, we said that she gets the weight allowance, she's unexposed and could be improving. She was given a good ride, and fitness didn't really play a part with her today. Saham Al Bayrak quite clearly wasn't 100% ready to go, but he ran great back in third and looked the winner for most of the journey. So both of those two horses now go to Riyadh, I presume, next time up, with infinite amount of potential this season.
Well, at the end of the day, I think even Stevie Wonder could see that Sayam Al Bayrak wasn't fit to go today. However, that horse has run a mighty race, and I think it's certainly one for the notebooks. The horse is going to really come on. It's going to strip fitter for the next run, and I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Sayam Al Bayrak until Riyadh.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely didn't look 100% ready. Like, you couldn't see his ribs. He didn't look like he was really that fit today. I didn't even think he looked 85% ready, to be honest. So the fact he ran so well, showing that natural early speed and holding on all the way until the top of the straight, only finishing third, I think it was a very good effort. And if I was to take one horse out of this event, it would definitely be number 1, Saham Al Bayrak.
But take nothing away from the winner. That's another horse who was first time up here and has been prolific all of her career. So wouldn't be surprised if she could win again. I wouldn't be surprised to see her here at Taif one more time before Riyadh. When fillies are running well, Rory was a big advocate of this. If your fillies are winning, keep running them. Run them as much as you can because they thrive off the confidence.
That's true, but she has come off a long layoff, so she probably feel the effects of this, especially because it was quite a hard race, being on the speed throughout. We'll hopefully get a word from Lucas Gaetan afterwards saying what the plans are regarding Aramesa. Yes, take nothing away from her, but she was getting 5 kilograms from Saham Al Bayrak in this race. So, she was weighted to go very close off this mark, especially given the one horse wasn't fighting fit.
Just a quick catch up on the rest of the selections. I think we've gone through your selection, Tom, we've gone through Alex's selection. Shamila had Dante, who struggled a bit early on and never really was able to land a blow. This was a bit too much of a step up in class. We thought that. I had Hawaway, who was 3 wide turning in when front ranked. And you could just see maybe last week in these sort of contests you would have had a chance, but unfortunately now the good horses have turned up. It's going to be a little bit harder. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer.
I am with Lucas Gaetan. Congratulations, Lucas. You must be really happy after her 6-month layoff to come and win like that.
Yeah, thank you. She's a very good filly. Long time without racing. With the colts first time. It's not what I prefer to run with the colts, the fillies. But well, she was ready. She doesn't need too much training. And well, I think she did a great job.
And she's a 2-time winner over a mile, and you've decided to step back in trip. How did you make that decision?
Well, there were not too much options. She was ready. I don't want her to wait till Riyadh. So I saw this race on a Thursday. This track is much steeper, so probably if you run 1:4, it can be also like a mile for them. So I decided this race, and she did great, of course. I think she's a filly that can do better in mile and even 2,000.
And obviously there is only 30 days left of the Taif season. Is that her last run in Taif, like a prep run for Riyadh?
Well, we'll see. The ideal race probably at the end of the season now in Taif. There's some open races for fillies. So we'll see if she stays well after the race and it's well, we can try.
And are there any other horses from your stable that you're looking forward to running this weekend?
Well, we have one horse today in 7th race. It's called Isar. It's a horse that I really like. Also, no racing since last season in Riyadh. He will need the race, but it's a horse that I think he will do very good.
Thank you so much, Luke.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lucas, for giving us a really good roundup on his runners. Woodman absolutely fell out the start. That was David's selection. Ran on really strongly afterwards in the race, but will do further for sure.
Yeah, David said in his comment there that Woodman ran on nice and strongly after being given too much to do. Definitely the break wouldn't have helped his chance. He's got a bright future ahead if he can break on terms.
Yes, yeah, Woodman's certainly a horse we like and had that classy look about himself in the parade ring as well. So as we break wide here, we can just see Hawawaya is third on the left-hand side of your screen. It was third wide off the bend. We've got number 1, Sam Al Bayrak, who's rustled up the inside rail and has tried to dictate from there. And then behind that, I think is that our race winner in behind there?
Yeah,
it is our race winner, Aramesa, who is in second right now and just sitting on the heels and does really well, because that's a test of fitness, isn't it, for the front two. First time up here at King Khalid Racecourse to stay in the first and second, or stay just about first and second.
Exactly, and they shook off Hawawea by this point. She was already going backwards. The horse that was making a run up the pack was Mustardam, who finished 9th in this grade last time and quite clearly took a big step forward. Saham Al-Bayrak at this point is just waving enough. Fitness is taking its toll on the number 1, the 5-year-old colt. Meanwhile, Aramesa, who has that proven stamina over a mile, is staying on strongly. Lucas Gaetan said there that she doesn't take much work to get fit. I don't think that's the case for the one who eventually finished 3rd, because he didn't look ready.
No, and talking about not being ready and being ready to take your opportunities, Mohamed Al Hubail has got this ride purely because Alex Moreno is dealing with a 1-week whip ban. Now, the reason he didn't serve that 1 week last week is because he wanted to ride at the big meeting on Saturday, so he deferred that suspension, and he's now having that this week. So we won't see any of Alex Moreno this week. However, Mohamed Al Hubail will be very happy to take his ride, and plenty more if they're winners like this one.
Absolutely. And did Alex try to ride through the pine? Was that the aim as to why he didn't want to take the ban?
Exactly that. And you saw what happened to Fuda Pine, got withdrawn before the start of the race, didn't even make it into the parade ring. So another disappointment, and that was another disappointment for Phil Collington, who started training Fuda Pine again. He had a horse that missed out on that cup race last year at the late withdrawal, and again had a horse that missed out on that cup race this year. And I think Fuda Pine would have won that race because the winner was the horse that finished behind him in last time out.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a hard luck story, and obviously not ideal for Alex not to then take the ban last week, but to take it this week. Hopefully he's sitting watching our coverage.
Yes, hopefully he is.
He won't be happy.
Friend of the show, Alex Moreno.
He won't be happy seeing that horse get in front now that he's not on, I'm sure.
No, but one person who will be happy is David, who's already said he will see us in Riyadh. So I look forward to seeing him in Riyadh as well, David. We can't wait to see you. Make sure you come and say hello to himself and Tom and Rory, who will be out there as well, and Shamila, who will always be out there too. So there'll be plenty of us on show, and come and say hello to us, David. And if anyone is coming to Riyadh or coming to Taif, please come up to our presentation position and say hello. You can't miss us with the two devastatingly handsome men sat between the two grandstands. So if you do happen to see us, come and say hello, and we'll be happy to take any questions you've got. Tom?
Yeah, one devastatingly handsome man, and I'll let you
decide.
Tom
Collins.
I'll let you decide who that is.
Well, Tom, I'm hurt that you're going to beat yourself up like that, because I think you are devilishly handsome. So don't knock yourself down, mate. You're a gorgeous-looking man. We can just see this horse has the flare strip on. Now, for those who wouldn't know what the flare strip is, it's a little bit of kit that's designed to stop the dirt and the kickback proving much of a factor. Wouldn't matter today, this horse was front ranked all the way through. However, flare strips aren't allowed in the UK, so they can sometimes have a few issues on a welfare basis in the UK. And having spoken to Prince Bandar, who runs the jockey club over here, flare strips are certainly something that they're certainly questioning whether they will continue using in the future. But Mohamed Al Hubail will not be thinking about flare strips. He'll be thinking about what a great ride he gave the winner of our 4th race, and he will be looking to get back into the winner's enclosure sooner rather than later. We see our winner, Aramesa, who is a very, very smart horse, and we move swiftly on to our 5th race on the card, and this is an Arabian contest. Tom, how much have you missed these?
Oh, very much so. Haven't seen one for 2 weeks, so I'm looking forward to
here we go.
Looking forward to getting stuck into this race. There's a big tailwind now. We should mention, notable tailwind coming up the straight this way. Floodlights have come on as well, so yeah, we're about to get the evening Taif, and I'm looking forward to it.
Alex can give us our runners and riders for race 5.
Thanks, gents. Yeah, smaller field this time, isn't it, for the 5th? The commentator says with relief. 7 of them here. 1 is Zahi Al Jazra. This will be the mount of Ali Al Binoni. 2 is Mutasirat Al Kaladia. That's for the Mutlaq stable, of course, one of the Kaladia runners. 3, Mansura Al Gaya. That's the mount of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 4, Shalat Al Nakail. Rahid Al Feroz on board. 5, Shinhinat Al Kaladia. The other Mutlaq runner, Fahid Al Furedi, will steer that one. Taya Hassan is the 6, Mohammed Al-Daham, and 7 is Jamil Al-Wathba, and that's the mount of Salman Al-Rashid. So 7 of them. Good news for the commentator here, gents.
Yeah, Alex, it's nice and easy for you, isn't it? Only the 7 runners going to post. And to be honest, I think this is a straight shootout between 2 of them, and they're both stablemates.
Yeah, absolutely. Montserrat Al Khaladiya and number 5, Shahinat Al Khaladiya. They look the two main players in this race. Just the 7 runners, as Alex has said there, which to me is a positive because it makes it easier to find the winner. But obviously it's not as competitive as some of the races we've seen so far.
Yes, and although there are just 7 going to post, there is a real battle between the top 2 and 2 horses with very similar profiles as well. So 2 horses that both finished second in maiden company. One horse was then set up, the other horse wasn't, and we're looking for a redemption mission for Montserrat Al Khaladiya, a horse that I know you like.
Yes, I really do, the number 2 in this race. Now, both number 2 and number 5, the 2 horses we're talking about, are trained by Mutlaq bin Mishrif. I think Adel Al-Faradi would have had the choice over who he was going to ride. He's chosen the 2, Montserrat Al Khaladiya, whereas Farhad Al-Faradi is on the 5, Shahinat Al Khaladiya. So I think that's probably the difference. We can go more into their form in due course because we will see their last time out efforts. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to this. It should be a real match between the 2 and probably another winner for the Al Khaladiyas.
Yes, I can imagine the Al Khaladias will be successful here, and they are still riding high off the huge success of Afsan Al Khaladiya, who was a winner of our big race last weekend, and the Al Fadl Cup went to Ali Al Mouk Al Khaladiya as well, so we could just see they were dominant as well. So, and I can hear this, David Trepp straight away in the comments, Montserrat Al Khaladiya will win this by a country mile. Well, David, I know Tom will be very happy to hear that. I'm going to take you both on. I think Shahanat Al Khaladiya shouldn't even be a maiden. I thought that horse did everything but win the race last time out, threw it away. I think that horse will come on from this performance, and I was really disappointed with Montserrat Al Khaladiya, although I know last time out there was a wide draw, not an ideal passage all the way around, and this is a massive drop in class.
Yeah, super wide last time, just didn't stand any chance to number 2, Montserrat Al Khaladiya. Prior to that, ran a really nice race on debut, finishing second. I thought that the evidence of that performance was way good enough to win this race. She's a 4-year-old filly. She does take on some boys in here, but she's by the leading Al Khaladiya sire in Laith Al Khaladiya, the winner of the race where Montserrat Al Khaladiya finished second and subsequently gone on to win. The form is just far stronger, in my opinion, than any other horse in this race. Now, I know that you like number 5, Shahinat Al Khaladiya, but I didn't see why she lost that race. She just didn't appear to stay, in my opinion, over this trip, and she's staying at 7 furlongs without Adel Al-Faradi today. I think she'll be vulnerable, and Montserrat Al Khaladiya, I'm very much with you, David.
One of the horses that is really not showing much signs of eagerness going into the parading is number 7, Jamil Al Watba, 0 from 8, 12th last time out, second back in meeting 19, but I'll be very concerned they had to drag that horse into the parade ring. Like I imagine plenty of parents were dragging their kids into school at the beginning of this week, so that horse clearly not particularly excited to get onto the race course.
Yeah, we see with a lot of Arabian race horses, they have a mind of their own in some cases. He quite clearly didn't want to enter the parade ring. Hopefully he wants to enter the racetrack and race properly today. That second performance back at meeting 19 was pretty fair. You know, it's a good enough effort, and one that would maybe see him run 3rd in this race. But to trouble the 2 Al Khaladiyas, he'll need to show a big career best.
Yes, would need to step up massively. This is Zahi Al Jazra, horse number 1. What do we make of it?
He faded with 800 metres to run last time up. Now he drops down to 7 furlongs. I just don't think he stays this trip either. I think he needs to be seen over 5 furlongs maximum.
This is your selection, Montserrat Al Khaladiya. You like this horse?
Yeah, the debut second's good enough to win this race 9 out of 10 times. Last time up he had excuses going wide after a slow start. Hopefully he breaks better today and provides Adel Al-Faradi with a hat-trick.
Also led up by the coolest looking groom on the racecourse, cap on back with swagger on full show. I love to see it. In behind is Mansoura Al Gaya. This is a horse that's rated 52 and 0 from 7.
Finished 6th, 7th and 6th in 3 runs so far this year. Just not good enough on form to contest, and is only rated 52.
Yes, but another good-looking animal in this parade ring. Both 2 and 3 are very nice-looking animals. One who is a little bit more longer and probably more of a shape like a stayer is Shalat Al Nakeo, who's not from 17, and it's hard to see this horse winning today.
Yeah, really one-paced over a mile last time. It's dropping back to 7 furlongs, which I think is a big concern, given she didn't show much speed. She last time ran a 0 to 55 handicap. This is a maiden, but I think it's come up trickier.
Yeah, Shahanat Al Khaladiya is the horse that I'm a big fan of. This horse was second last time out and really threw the race away. I'm hoping that was greenness and not a lack of stamina.
She's a nice-looking filly, but I disagree. I really think it was a lack of stamina. She passed the leader and then got repassed close to home by a horse that wasn't really going forward, so I'm concerned by that.
Yeah, they were both bobbing up and down on the one spot. This is Taif Hassan, number 6, 62 rated, 0 from 10. Probably one of the horses in the battle for third.
Yeah, exactly that. I think this horse will finish third. Super consistent, but never really wins. 0 from 10 so far.
And finally, we have the horse who they basically had to drag into the parade ring, Jamil Al-Watba, horse number 7, still not looking particularly forward going. It would be hard to see this horse win, although 0 from 8.
Yeah, he doesn't look 100% fit either to my untrained eye. I think he'll probably struggle to make the frame, but he could be there or thereabouts in the battle for third.
Well, someone with a trained eye, Shamila, in the parade ring, so hopefully we'll hear from her because she's very keen on these Arabian horses and she definitely has a good eye for those. You're going with Muntasira Al-Kaladir. What put you off Shahada Al-Kaladir and what did you like about Muntasira Al-Kaladir's 10th place performance in meeting 35?
It wasn't necessarily what I liked last time up. I just thought there were excuses as to why she may have underperformed and finished 10th. It was what I liked the time before when she was second at meeting 26. I thought she made a big move up to the pace that day. She looked like she was going to win and just got beat by a nice horse who's won subsequently. Adel Al-Faradi's had the choice of the two that we're siding with in this race. He's chosen number 2, Muntasira Al-Kaladir, and that's good enough for me. I think if she breaks nicely in this smaller field, she'll prove mighty hard to beat.
So, with Tom giving us the reason for his selection of Muntasira Al-Kaladir, we can throw to Shamila, who's in the parade ring. Now, Shamila, are you with Tom or are you against him?
Well, guys, I usually go for, I think every single time my paddock selection has been Shalat Al Nikhail, and every single time she's come fourth. So I'm going to change my tactics today. A horse that stood out to me is horse number 6, Taif Hassan. He's not the biggest horse in the race or the most imposing, but he looks the best. And I really like Shinhat Al Kaladir as well, but he's not the best looking Kaladir horse I've ever seen. So those two could come close.
Well, thank you very much, Shamila. And again, this is the reason why I'm a massive fan of having her in the parade ring. She's not gone for one of the 2 horses that everyone's keen on. She's looked at the horse who's really caught her eye in the parade ring. And Taif Hassan, that was the horse we both mentioned, could be a sneaky player in this. Off a nice rating, 0 from 10, but doesn't often run a bad race.
He's a nice looking type, to be fair. We can just see him in shot there with the big white noseband. Yeah, he doesn't run a bad race. I think he's probably going to be third best in this event, but it'll be interesting to see how close he can go.
Yes, and we can just see the head of the Al-Kaladir team in shot there. Hopefully we might be able to one day grab a word with that gentleman because he is certainly the purveyor over a string of very, very talented horses and very well-bred animals. And I'd love to know more about the Lace Al-Kaladir stallion line and the choice of that because he's looking very much like a Dabawi sort of animal when contesting in these sort of races.
Yeah, he's the sire that all of these big Al-Kaladir Arabian horses seem to be progeny of. Laith Al-Kaladir is the horse we're talking about right now. And the Al-Kaladir stables are continuing their fine form so far this season. They've had 12 wins already at Taif, which puts them actually third in the owner standings. They're not the owner of Muntasira Al-Kaladir here. That is Prince Khalid bin Sultan. But they are the owner of your selection, Shahinat Al-Kaladir. Just to talk about Prince Khalid bin Sultan, the owner of Muntasira Al-Kaladir, he's had 8 wins himself in very similar silks. So they're the 2 main owners of Arabian races, and they're probably going to dominate this one as well.
And remember, it's even more impressive considering there's not a huge amount of Arabian races to pick from, only 6 a week, 2 each race day. So it's an incredible record these guys have got. It's utter domination, isn't it,
Yep.
from Al-Kaladir bred horses, and you're absolutely right. They can sometimes be in different ownership. Remember, it's the inverted inverted V for Prince Khalid bin Sultan, and it is the normal shaped V for the Al-Kaladir stables owned runners. So it'll be fascinating to see how these 2 horses get on, and I can't see anything getting past either of them.
No, me neither. I think they'll be first and second in this race. I think the big grey filly, Muntasira Al-Kaladir, will go to the front and from there proves very hard to pass. But it'll be interesting to see because they're both ridden by Al-Faradi brothers, Adel and Farhad.
Battle of the brothers.
They'll have a little battle between them, I'm sure. A little bit of banter going out as well into this race. But we've seen on numerous occasions, albeit Farhad has had his relative success, that Adel comes out on top normally in this duel.
Yes, and Jamil Al-Watba, if you're a supporter of number 7, looks a lot more excited to get onto the racecourse now the jockey's on board. So that is a massive positive, because I was a little bit concerned as they were going around the parade ring with Jamil Al-Watba whether that horse would even make it down to the start. So let's have a look at some of these horses in action. And the first one we're going to have a look at is Shahanat Al Khalidiyah. This is the second placed effort at the end of August. Now this is a really interesting performance because this horse looks dead and buried to win this race.
Well, how doesn't she win? Look, we're picking this up right now. It looks a two-horse race. She goes past the leader, instantly puts a length, instantly a length and a half, and you're thinking this is going to be simple. Now, she is on the wrong lead. Right here, she's asked to change lead, and she doesn't oblige. Maybe that's the difference between winning or losing. But the horse she passes re-rallies and comes back up the inside to get the job done. I don't like to see that personally. It looks like she's throwing the race away to me, and she's quite slow at the finish. I have trip question marks.
Yes, and this is Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah, horse number 2 on your race card, and this is the second place effort 2 starts ago.
Yeah, this was a much better run than obviously last time when she finished 10th. This time she got a good trip in the race. She missed the start and then she made a big move. She sustained that to go 2 lengths clear at this point, and then she was only run down by an owner mate in the closing stages right down the outside. But that horse has subsequently won, boosting the form of this race. I think this is more than good enough to win today.
Talk to me about the way this horse finishes this contest, because I was a little bit concerned about how legless she seemed crossing the line.
Yeah, but I think there are reasons for that. Slow start means you use too much energy to get into a good early position. She then sustained that run for the next 6 furlongs, again pushing clear of the leaders. It was only late in the day when she was run down. I think it was by Turkey Al Khalidiyah, who's subsequently gone on to win and is a sharp stayer, a horse that really gets this trip. So I'm not too concerned about the distance for her.
I think I would be a little bit concerned about the distance. I think she's got the early speed, though, which is going to be life-saving in this type of contest. And I imagine she's going to use the early speed and be very hard to catch. Shahanat Al Khalidiyah, though, is still the selection for me. I know Shamila also likes horse number 6, which is Taya Hassan. And Chom, you're still going to stick with number 2, Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah. I am going to go with number 5, Shahanat Al Khalidiyah. And I am fascinated to see how this one works out. David Trepp is still convinced that Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah wins. He is filling up the comment strip. Please, anybody else, if you want to get involved in the comments, give David a rest. The man is working overtime, got steam coming out of his ears, and I can't wait to sit down and have a chin wag with him when he gets to Riyadh as well, because I'm sure he's a fascinating character and someone who knows plenty about Saudi Arabian racing. And what I remember about his Twitter profile is the fact that he's a Saudi Arabian racing fan as well, so he's been watching this way before we came out here, so he'll know a lot about this back Riyadh form that we're still trying to get our head around as well. So certainly a person I can't wait to sit down with and have a conversation with. And thank you all for those that continue to like this video and like the channel and continue to subscribe. And remember, turn on those bell notifications to let us know, so we can let you know whenever we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. As we see these horses circling round at the start. We do have a fan of Shahanat Al Khalidiyah. Thank you, Sunny Farhan, letter S on your profile. Thank you for getting involved and sticking with the team, because we only support winners here in Team Callum. Don't worry about Hawawaya. We were exposed by a very nice horse coming over with Riyadh form. This is more like it with horses that we've seen run at King Khalid Racecourse. Tom, have you got something to say? I can see it in your face you have.
Hold on a second. What do you mean, don't worry about Hawawaya? You said about 5 times before the race, this filly wins. Now we're looking at the winner. No, absolutely not. I cannot buy it.
She was very unfortunate, I think, in that situation to run against some very nice horses. But again, that's me learning. That's me learning some more stuff out here. These horses that are now beginning to appear, first time up at King Khalid Racecourse, who have strong Riyadh form, are seriously coming to the boil as well and are here to party and here to run their big races. And I think we certainly saw that in the last race. I am going to take on your selection. I think you were very keen on Afsan Al Khalidiyah, I remember. After that horse won when you were here, and I was a little bit questioning of it, and then that horse went and really proved me wrong last time out. So I'm more than happy to be wrong. Sometimes I'm going to have an opinion, and sometimes that opinion is going to be absolutely ridiculous. But I will say this, this game is all about opinions, and it would be very boring if we all agreed on the same thing. I am really keen on both of these horses, but I am going to stick with Shahanat Al Khalidiyah. I know Shamila is going to stick with Taya Hassan, and I know Tom is very keen on Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah with David as well. So let us know who you like, and we can't wait to get this race off and running. Alex, it's over to you.
Thanks very much indeed, Callum. I have to agree with Tom. We're still waiting for a Callum winner, aren't we? Just putting it out there. Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah will win this race. Simple as that. She was a very good second at meeting 26. That horse that won that day, Maytha Al Khalidiyah, has since bolted up by over 6 lengths here last Friday. So I suspect the two, Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah, will be far too strong. But we're about to find out because half of the field are in. Shalat Al Nakail is coming forwards now. That'll be stall 4, pink jacket and white star. Here comes Shihanat Al Khalidiyah. Let's pick, of course, is in. Standing by. They're off. Racing away here for this Arabian maiden. We go over 1,400 meters once again. Drifting a little wide on the course early on. Shihanat Al Khalidiyah sticking out there with Taya Hassan following suit, and Jamil Al Wathbar up in behind those, and they now start to head back on over. Up the inside, Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah will follow the pace now for Adel Al Furedi. In behind them, already nibbled along, is Zahi Al Jazra. Shalat Al Nakir is in company with Jamil Al Wathbar, and the back marker is Mansoura Al Gaya. So out in front is a good healthy lead for Shahinat Al Khalidiyah, currently standing at about 4 lengths over Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah in second place. Another 2 lengths away is Taya Hassan, who's in a 3-way go for third now with the improving Mansoura Al Gaya. Back to the inside is Zahi Al Jazra, and at long last is Shalat Al Nakail. They're about to begin the turn back towards home. Out in front, it is still Shihanat Al Khalidiyah with the lead, but drifting off that rail, hanging right. And now Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah strikes and is sent for the line. Is within a length of each other here. The two Khalidiyahs fighting it out. It is Shihanat Al Khalidiyah just ahead. Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah trying to get through up on that inside rail, but it's still Shihanat Al Khalidiyah who's in front, finding that bit extra. Doesn't look the most straightforward, but has won it. Beats off Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah, and they are a long way clear of Jamil Al Wathbar. So it is the 5, Shihanat Al Khalidiyah. Callum's come good. Beats into second Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah, who seemed to have a good run through, really. Got to within about a length, tried to go up the rail, but the eventual winner drifting off down the centre, but was too strong. It's a length success then for Shihanat Al Khalidiyah. Second place goes the way of Muntasirat Al Khalidiyah, and a big old gap to Jamil Al Wathbar, who finishes third. Small surprise maybe between the 2 Al Khalidiyahs there. It's 5, 2 and 7, the order across the line in our 5th race of the afternoon.
I don't need to say anything because I'm saying it all with the smugness on my face in shot right now. Thank you very much, Farhad. I kept the faith, and I'm a big fan of yours. You're the happiest guy in the weighing room. I think you are constantly in the shadow of your brother, but you're a very, very good rider in your own right, and he had to be at his very best there because this horse is nuts.
Yeah, she decided to go a little bit wide of both bends, but at the same time, she got an uncontested lead, and that quite clearly helped her. The second, Muntasira Al Khalidiyya, had to make up 4 lengths and just wasn't good enough to erode that deficit. I thought Adel Al-Faradi gave that filly a perfectly fine ride, but in hindsight, if he could have the race back, he probably would have been a length or 2 closer. I've noticed you're humble in victory, so I won't say well done. But we did get the first 2 home.
Yeah,
So
we filled the first 2.
Yeah, exactly that, as predicted.
Yes, and that's the second time we've done that in a row, is it? No, it's the second time in 3 races we've done that.
Yeah.
So that's not too bad. And this horse, Shahana Al Khalidiyya, I think David in the comments has made a good point. He thinks Muntasira Al Khalidiyya the better horse, and I would have to agree with him on that one. I think Shahana Al Khalidiyya has bags of early speed, which is one thing, and also took advantage of being given an uncontested lead up front and was allowed just to parade in front. And even coming around the bend, you can see around those 2 bends at the end, she is really wide and looks almost like impossible to control, but still manages to have enough in the tank when push comes to shove.
Yeah, I think they're probably quite closely matched, more closely matched than I anticipated, to be
Oh,
honest.
there, steady, steady, steady.
She's quite clearly got a lot of energy still. That race hasn't taken too much out of her. She's a bit fractious in the
Chestnut fillies. It doesn't matter whether they're thoroughbreds or Arabian fillies. They are all highly strung.
Yes, very much so. She's just being walked back now, and she is calming down. So, she's not the easiest conveyance, but it was a good ride by Farhad just to kind of treat her as a racehorse and allow her to do what she wants while also trying to steer her around the track. He managed to save enough energy in the closing stages to beat Muntasira Al Khalidiyya, and there was a nice brotherly embrace after the line as well, which we should mention because, Adel was chasing a hat-trick. He could have been gutted and not happy that he lost that race, but he was more than willing to offer his hand out there for a little handshake after the line.
But isn't it great to see just how important family is here, and just how important it is to see these 2 jockeys who are both brothers going hammer and tongs at it in the finish. And we can see here, Shahana Al Khalidiyya is still drifting all over the place. Farhad actually thinks about picking up the stick, then puts the stick down and just says, I'm going to stay hands and heels until I desperately need to use it. Because this horse, he doesn't quite know what this horse is going to do when push comes to shove and he uses the stick.
Yeah, well, she's not stopping running in a straight line, so Farhad knows that she is still responding to him. It's just that she's hanging slightly to the right when the pressure is forced on her, and she was hanging to the right around the bends. She'll need to be more professional in the future to win better races, there's no doubt about that, especially if she's targeting an event or 2 at Riyadh. But at the same time, she must have quite a lot of natural ability to win.
Yes, I think she wants to go in a different direction. I think she wants to go right-handed. Let's send her to Longchamp and get her in the big Arabian race there, because she's drifting from the start here as well. I was a little bit concerned that she would just had just cocked the bridle and just gone for it early on. So it's good to see that she actually was able to settle down and get back across to the rail.
I think given that she's looking around quite a bit pre-race and definitely post-race as well, Farhad was trying to take her as far away from that intersection as possible, just so that she didn't duck in left-handed at the start. He then moved her back across to the rail, and at this point he's got an uncontested lead, and they're only going 52 kilometres an hour, so albeit they're going a reasonable gallop, they're not going that quick. This horse could definitely go quicker. You can see Farhad's got a stiff hold of the left side of the rein as well, just to make sure she corners, but even then she doesn't fully oblige.
Yeah, he is fully left-hand down, and he's absolutely slack on the right-hand rein. And this would be one of the ones where it would be great to see the drone shot, and we see her coming around these bends, because just look how much distance she's giving away on these turns. She's giving away 5-6 lengths on each bend, and then she does it again coming into this final turn here, and she's poor Farhad is full on. He's using the stick on her right shoulder, left hand down, trying to pin it to the rail. And you're just thinking at this point it's a matter of time before she gets past. But she shows great determination in the finish. And I do think it was greenness that caught her out last time, rather than her stopping.
Yeah, she's inexperienced for sure. She's definitely just looking around. There's nothing necessarily to do with her mentality that's wrong here. It's just that she's looking around, uncontested lead, probably didn't realise she was in a race at that point because she was so far clear. And then she rallies again late on. And actually, to the line, she is moving further away from the runner-up.
Yeah, she's moving further away, and I think that was quite a classy performance. I'm looking forward to seeing some more of Shahanit Al Khaldir in the future, and the Al Khaldir breeding continues to throw up big winners. Now, we've seen some of these horses on the racetrack, and Shamila has been out and about to see how they're cared for when they're off it.
You definitely need to look in the camera.
Horse welfare is paramount here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today, we are lucky enough to visit the equine hospital situated at Taif Racecourse, speaking to the staff and vets who dedicate their lives to these extraordinary athletes.
So I think we can divide in two main categories. When we are dealing with the young horse, so let's say with the 2 years old, and when we deal with adult horses, like the 4 years old and above. We have good equipment. Our weapons, main weapons for the diagnostic imaging are the X-ray machine. We have a direct digital X-ray machine and ultrasound. And these are, we don't have the advanced diagnostic machine tools, but it will come in the future. The Jockey Club is working for that. But these X-ray and ultrasound are enough to make sure we are minimizing the risk. Our goal is to minimize the risk, to keep these beautiful horses sound, and yeah, just to avoid any catastrophic injury in the track.
I'm Tawfiq Al-Shabana. I'm the clinic manager in Taif city. So usually we start prior to the Taif season. When we move from Riyadh season to Taif season, we usually move with our medical staff to be ready for horses coming to Taif for the racing season. So we need to be prepared all the time. Our main services in here is the sport medicine. So, and also we need to be prepared for any emergency cases. This year we expanded our services. Even the last year was only one medical team. This year we have the manpower is increased, so we have two medical teams. Each medical team has his own appointments. We schedule appointments, we see horses, we serve them. The vets are examining the horses, they provide the treatment, and we are ready 24/7 for emergencies, to receive any type of medical services can be done.
My name is Mohammed. I've been here in Equine Hospital 2 years with the internship program. Now I'm a vet here, general vet. So we are receiving some emergencies all over the hour, 24 hour, all the week. Actually, it was a busy time since the beginning. As you know, the horses arrived here a lot from over the all the kingdom. We are enjoying these times, and we are doing the best, hopefully.
Isn't that wonderful to see? Just a small segment of the care that goes into these racecourses when they are not on the track. But on to some on-track action now. And Alex Fussy, you are going to give us the runners and riders for race 6.
I am indeed, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. This 6th race is over 1,600 metres, as we mentioned earlier. Gradually going up in trip, aren't we, throughout the course of the card here. At 1 is Saif Azam. That will be the mount of Mohammed Aldaham. 2, Mabrukat Naj, 0 from 18 so far, very exposed. Equally is Dija, horse 3, 0 from 26. Abdullah Al-Saidi rides. 4, Jadleya. finished 10th at meeting 35 last time out. Number 5 is Jcsa, 0 from 16 for that one's record. 6, Anna Al-Wolfi, who actually ran quite well here at meeting 20, but has been a little bit indifferent since that. 7 is Mahabas for Tariq Al-Mansour. And 8 is Al-Habar, who's also an interesting runner after a few solid runs between meetings 15 and 24. Number 9 is Al-Mahabne. That will be looking for a first win at the 19th try. 10 is Josadek. 11, Hodhuri, 0 from 20, that one. 12 is 0 from 6, Yaratarquep. 13 is Kayad Al-Fusan. 14 is Dabia. 15, Silk Al-Jaman. 16 is Dakota, the Norwef Al-Faruz. And it's 17, Art, the mount of Camilo Ospina, just over the page. 17 of them go here then for our 6th. This maiden over 1,600 metres. Local bred in action this time, guys, and a lot more exposed in this field.
Yes, Alex, they are a lot more exposed here. But Tom, you have a little bit of a stat for all our statisticians out there. Tell us what it is and why it is so important for this race.
Exactly. I love to be positive about these races over in Saudi Arabia, but this is not a good one, Callum, I'm afraid. We have 17 runners with a combined record of 0 for 245 races. There is a race for every horse. There is that cliche phrase in horse racing. One of these horses will finally find their breakthrough race today, but to find which one, well, it's going to take a lot of studying.
245 races between them, and they've still not won a race. I think that's fascinating, Tom. Now, for me, I'm looking at some of the more unexposed runners, and one that jumped off the page to me straight away was Silk Al-Jaman. I say unexposed, has had 14 starts without a win, but I thought the fifth last time out in meeting 31, first time up. I know he was behind Kayad Al-Fasan, but that horse had fitness on side. I think Silk Al-Jaman will be the one to beat here.
Yeah, I thought it was a fair run on the comeback for sure, and I've got written down here improve with a question mark, so I'm certainly not against the idea of Silk Al-Jaman. I think Kayad Al-Fursan, who actually beat him that day, who you just mentioned there, is actually the horse to beat, but there wasn't much splitting them, so those two are likely to go very close.
Yes, and Silk Al-Jaman also had form here at Riyadh last season over this trip too. I think she came second twice back last year, exactly that. And she certainly be one for me. I think Kayad Al-Fasan was running in these type of contests and was thrown massively in open company and wasn't able to land a blow then. But that was so recent as well. I'd just be slightly concerned that this race might come too soon.
Yeah, that one piece of form that puts those two horses together suggests that they're two of the best in this race. They also got ratings of 64 and 62 respectively, so definitely there isn't a lot that separates them. Obviously Silk Al-Jaman gets a 2 kilogram allowance because she's a filly in here, so Kayad Al-Fasan, number 13, has to give the 15 2 kilos, which will put them even closer in form. Last time up, Kayad Al-Fasan, yes, finished 13th, and as you said, was running in a much better race. But I think the drop down in class will see this horse return to something like his best, and he'll be in the top 3 or 4. It's just whether he can finally break through today that's the question.
Yes, these horses are really struggling to win a race. Great colours aboard horse number 9, Al-Mahabni. That horse is rated 48, probably won't stand a chance today, but this is Safe Azam, 0 from 9, unexposed in this context.
Finished 7th last time in a 0 to 60, but the ratings come right down from 67 to just 54. Has got as good a chance as any in this race.
This is Mabrouk Kratnaj, number 2.
She's 0 from 18 in her career. She finished 3rd in the grade 2 runs ago, stepped up in grade last time, finished 6th. Drop back will definitely suit for Mohamed Ubail, who's already had a winner on the card. Dija,
number 3, rated 53.
Second run for the new connections today, but it's 0 from 26 in her career. I don't think it's going to be 1 from 27.
Jadela is horse number 4. This is rated 40, my goodness.
Rated 40, but only had 4 starts, so there actually is the potential for improvement. However, she's never been better than 10th, and she doesn't look overly keen in the paddock.
Number 5 is Moshnetha, who is rated 50.
0 from 16. It's just really hard to imagine this horse winning today. She's having her 5th run of the year, though.
Anna Al-Wafi is horse number 6. Looked to be going the right way in meeting 20. It has all gone wrong since.
Yeah, he has speed, which is the one positive in this race. He went way too fast last time over 2,000 metres. He's now dropping down to 1,600. Don't completely write him off.
Number 7 is Mahabas. That is rated 45, 0 from 6. Again, unexposed in this sort of context.
12th last time, 11th the time before, 13th the time before. It's just really difficult to make a real case. He'll probably find better opportunities than this.
Looks fit though, so certainly fitness on side. Al Haba is horse number 8, 0 from 18.
Yeah, big player in this race. 0 from 18, but it's rated 60. Gets Adel Al-Faradi on board and has been placed 3 times in this grade before.
Didn't look to finish last time out, but ended up in a quite nice position. I wouldn't be surprised to see an improvement on that performance. Here are these lovely colours on Al Mahabani, horse number 9, a horse that looks lovely as well.
Yeah, he's a bit on his toes in the prelims, which suggests he's raring to go, but he is 0 from 18.
Yasadek, horse number 10.
0 from 13 is rated just 37. That's about as much as I can give you that one.
Yeah, certainly probably not going to have a chance here today. Hadori, horse number 11. This is rated 58. This had a chance, surely.
Definitely, but I think Hadori's better over 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs rather than a mile. Doesn't really have the stamina for this distance.
When we rattle through the rest of these, we'll go to Yatakeb, horse number 12, who's 0 from 6.
Not run since last year, will have fitness concerns.
Kayad Al-Fasan, horse number 7.
Definitely a player on the class and trip drop. It's the leading contender on figures, rated 64.
Sorry, that's horse number 13 there. I got that completely wrong. Darbe is horse number 14.
0 from 17, so it's 14th in all 3 starts this year. Hopefully not 14th again.
The one you can see in front of us is Silk Al-Jaman. If you've got the race card and you've not got colours, that's in green, grey and silvery colours with a blue sash. Dakota, horse number 16.
Dakota, 0 from 16 in her career. She finished 7th last time, which was a step forward.
And Art has to be a player, number 17.
Gets Camille Ospina, which is a big positive. Finished 3rd, 2 runs back, which again will put her in the firing line for this race.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who caught your eye in these horses who struggled to win a race?
Well, they could be struggling to win a race, and it was a struggle for me to choose my paddock pick because so many of them actually looked really well. One that stood out to me initially was number 6, Anna Alofi, only because he's by Mohayman and you can really tell he stamps his stock. But my paddock pick is going to be number 11, Hud Huri. He just looked really well, and that was my paddock pick.
Thank you very much, Shamila. I had a feeling you would select Hadori as well because I just saw that horse walking out the parade ring, and I must admit he looked lovely. Colt by Flashy Bull, not a stallion I know too much about.
No, me neither. Obviously, this is for local breds, so some of these stallions we haven't seen all that often on the race cards. Some of them we have, the likes of Bandini and Mohayman.
Horse number 7 hasn't left the parade ring yet, just come out of the naughty corner and is about to go onto the track now. So if you're a supporter of horse number 7, Richard Mahabas, you have not got anything to be concerned about going out with an outrider right now, going down to the start. Let's have a look at some of these. Kayad Al-Fasan and Silk Al-Jaban are the 2 horses we'll look at here. They finished 4th and 5th if within mid-August.
Yes, this was last month, and both of these horses came from miles off the speed. Silk Al-Jaman, as you saw there, drifted markedly out to the right when she was issued a persuader by the rider. She doesn't seem to like the crop, which is a bit of a negative. Kayad Al-Fasan is very one-paced, stuck on for 4th, just 1 place ahead of Silk Al-Jaman. Again, this isn't the best race today, so they might find that this is their level, but there's not much splitting them.
They finished so close together, and the weight difference for me just turns it into Silk Al-Jaman's favour. However, I think this is a race that could go any direction. We can see some of these horses. Who's had the most runs? The one was 26. I think it's going to be 26 as their most starts. Yes, so 26 is Deja. I can see that horse finally sprouting wings and fighting a race.
Yeah, well, you can't write off any horse in this race because there is no clear standout. They're generally all around the same level. We're talking marks between mid-50s and low 60s, so there's not much split in them. What's going to happen is there's going to be a horse that's going to get the ideal trip in the race, maybe riding the rail on the front end, and that horse then, with the advantage, will finally get off the mark. I'm hoping it's going to be number 8, Al Haba, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it was number 13, Kayad Al-Fasan, who's the horse to beat on form.
Yes, Al-Aba is a very interesting runner for sure. I just think that horse, when he got into position last time, took a while to get there and then found absolutely nothing off the bend, and that would be my only concern. If that horse wasn't going forward or backwards, was just sitting there, it felt quite a muted performance. I was expecting better when you first see where the horse is positioned off the turn. It was disappointing to see the horse find so little.
To play devil's advocate to that was in a better race than this, so he was coming up against better horses. Now he drops back into a maiden, which probably has come up as weak as we're ever going to see for a race of this nature. So hopefully the fact that he's been placed at this grade 3 times before will stand him in good stead. He also stays further. He has run over 2,000 metres and placed at that trip as well. So albeit he's not the quickener in the race, he could be in the firing line and definitely has the talent.
Mahabas wasn't the quickest out of the parade ring, but is in shot. So that is good to see that that horse has a chance. Hot tip on number 11. 11 is an easy winner, Hadori. We have some support from Hadori from the YouTube audience. So that's good to see that you are following Shamila with Hadori. That's a nice horse as well. For me, looks really great in the parade ring, and good to see that those on YouTube are keen on Hadori too. I am going to take you on. I'm going to take you on, Tom, as well. I'm going for Silk Al-Jaman, who is number 15 in your race card. I thought that was a really promising run last time out. I also think that form back here at King Khalid Racecourse is not to be sniffed at. This trip is something he likes, but I think he might have a tough time beating Kayad Al-Fassan, who you see in those beautiful luminous green and blue silks.
Yeah, both of those two will be there or thereabouts at the finish. They won't be too far away. They're closely matched. And if those two are first and second, we're probably going to get a great, entertaining finish for the neutral, because there really won't be much splitting them. I'm going to stick with Al Harbour. I just think his form is slightly more solid. Placed 3 times in this grade, as I've said. That stacks up nicely against this group for sure. And the fact that Adel Al-Fredi's on just tips me over the edge. Surely he's the horse.
Rattling off that hat trick.
Yeah, exactly. He should have already had at least maybe 4 winners so far. He's been unlucky.
Well, Farhad had something to say about that.
Exactly.
Brotherly love at its finest. But yes, the fascinating thing about this race is we're getting the wind is picking up now. It's really strong. We're getting a good breeze, and it's again going to be behind them in the home straight. If I just check the wind, yes, and my trusty lick the finger technique, it's going to be behind them down the home straight. We want front runners. All the horses we've mentioned so far, none of them are front runners.
No, exactly, which is a slight concern. But at the same time, there isn't much speed in this race. If you are looking for a front runner, maybe number 6, Anna Al-Wafi, showed speed last time up. But again, as I mentioned in the little paddock piece we did there on the horse, he went way too hard early on. They went 60 kilometres an hour through the opening 2 furlongs, and he just couldn't maintain that, eventually finishing 7th. The pro for him, not only is the fact that there isn't much other speed in the race, but also he's dropping down from 2,000 to 1,600. So, you know, when you've got that much speed, you can find yourself being better suited to this trip.
Yes, a massive advantage to that one, that I think Anna Al-Wafi, with a nice low draw as well, would have a massive chance setting early tempo and just not being able to be caught. Now we see these beautiful shots here of the drone cam as well, which is these beautiful shots of King Khalid Racecourse under the lights. It's a gorgeous place to come racing. But the final thing we have to do is confirm our selections. Tom, are you sticking with number 8?
Yeah, number 8, Al Harbour for me. I know that you're going for Silk Al-Jaman, number 15 in this race. It looks like both David and another viewer on YouTube currently are going with the 11 Hudhori. So yeah, it looks like we've had lots of opinions. Obviously Shamila as well with Hudhori. So one of us will get the winner. Interesting that David is flopping back and forth, flip-flopping. He said that I fancy the 11, but the winner should be number 8. Well, David, you're following Tom's path here, exactly, and flip-flopping between selections. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not very becoming. He's just hearing the analysis and realising that's awesome. You're hearing great analysis, and that is one thing you do offer here, Tom. Not only are you a lovely bloke to be around, but you also offer some cracking analysis. So it's number 8 for you, Tom. It's number 15 for me, and it's number 11 for Shamila and some of you in the YouTube comments. Alex Fussy, are you with us or against us?
I'm against you all here. I fancy Anna Al-Wafi, the 6, to get away and get up top and score. I, as Tom highlighted, can see this horse performing much better dropping in trip. That was over 2,000 last time, back to the 1,600 metres. And one of the best runs over 1,400 metres was that second-placed effort at Meeting 20. And in that run, Anna Al-Wafi was in front of both Art and Al-Habra, who run here and are fancied rivals. So that is why I am siding with the 6 to get off the mark at the 16th time of asking. Khaled Al-Mimoni will be doing the steering on Anna Al-Wafi and will get my backing here as we start the loads. About to come forwards is Jadela, stall 4 for that runner. The 10, Yosadek, is also going in. So those are both into the starting stalls. Combination of blue and black for the 14 Dabea. if you haven't got those colours in your race card. And white silks, green cap, bit of green on the sleeves as well there for Silk Algerman, who was another one without silks on show in the card. Kayed Alphasan has just gone forwards. Those colours will look a little bit more yellow under the lights. The green sleeves and cap, just something else to bear in mind as this race unfolds. Jcsa is going forwards now, stall 3. Most exposed in the lineup, that one, 0 from 26. Is in. Mahabas, Tariq Al-Mansour comes up in the red and green. Hops in nicely. There's the 14. Dabay, one of those we just mentioned with the colour notices. Art, a player, but a big old wide draw for Art to overcome. In for Camilo Ospina. There goes the 11. Pottery, who's seen quite a few tips prior to the off. Looks like we've got one to go then. Last one on the way. Yartakev completes the line. Set to go. They're off and racing. One or two a bit awkward in gathering stride. Your target, the last one in, was slow to go, and also Jadlar up the inside didn't get the best of beginnings. Away well though is still Algerman. That cheek piece and noseband runner is prominent, and Art wants to go forwards. They're being followed early by Mahabas, the red jacket and the green star. Jcsa is not far off the leading line, is racing in company with Yosadek, who tries to get back through on the inside running rail as they fully settle. Anna Elorfi is also pretty handy in about 6th place at the moment, as we've got a contested lead here. It's just Mahabas with the narrow advantage, only leads up by about a neck at this stage. Art is still right there on the outside, and sandwiched between the pair is Yosadek. Up the inside running rail, Saif Azam is in 4th place. Next in the field is Mabrukat Nash, who's in company with Anna Ilorfi. Al Habra is now coming. The orange and black jacket is coming very powerfully indeed. He's ticking off rivals alongside Kayed Alphasan as they begin the swing back towards home. Looks like plenty of chances here with 400 metres to go. It's Art who's just hit the front and goes on. So Art's the leader. Anna Alorfi now pushed along. Still there up the inside is Yosadek. To the outside, Al Habra is still coming powerfully now and goes zooming past. Al Habra goes to the front from Art in 2nd. In behind those, Kayed Alphasan is in 3rd. Running on from the back end, Mabruk Nash is coming as well. But it's Al Habra in front here for Adele. It's awesome, Adele. It's Al Habra again. Al Faradi has the 3. It's going to be tight for 2nd between Kayed Alphasan and the pace setter Art. So it is Al Habra who's off the mark at the 19th time of asking. And a very well case made for Tom there, picking out Al Habra before the off. And a big move, really, inside the final 600 metres. You could see this runner zooming through rivals and comes powering down the outside of Art, who'd always been up there in the firing line. So Al Habra gains this first success and does very nicely. It was close for 2nd, but Kayed Alphasan has got that officially in advance of Art. And Mabrukat Nash eventually was behind those for 4th. As you can expect, quite a few intervals between these runners up the home straight. But Al Faradi as another winner. There's your result. 1:46.96 our winning time. It's 8:13.17.
Well, 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 Adel Al-Faradi, you are amazing. It's a hat-trick for the high-flying jockey here, who is quickly making up for a relatively poor week last week with banging in a treble and making full amends for the defeat he had in the Arabian race.
Yes, exactly. A good ride by Adel. Finally getting a winner on the board for myself. 3 for him. It's no trouble finding winners for Adel. But yeah, I thought it was a great ride on Al Harbour. They just went way too hard early on. And actually, I'm gonna say this on air, but I called it after 2 furlongs because there were 6 across the track in the early stages. Adel knew that they were going too hard. You could see him just taking his time, angle across to the fence. And when he asked for a tiny bit of effort to move into a position after just 2 furlongs, we'll see this on the replay when we look at the full race, the horse picked up. And from that then on, you kind of knew Al Harbour was on a going day. You just needed the pace makers to stop, and they duly did.
Yes, and they stopped in front of him, but he also, it wasn't just that, they didn't fall into his lap, which can sometimes be quite dangerous when you're stalking a strong pace. But Adel Al-Faradi was just mustard there. And Tom, you should totally say it on air. You did call it so early on, and it's going to be great when we see the replay, because this horse is in bright orange colours. You can't miss it. And just the way this horse starts knifing through the field like a hot knife through butter was mightily impressive.
Yeah, as I say, there was too many horses going to the front. In a race we didn't think there was much speed, but there ended up being loads of speed. Too much speed, in fact, for the pacemakers. Adel knew that not to get involved with that. This horse does stay further, place form in this grade over 2,000 metres, so he knew just to bide his time. And when we see the full race replay, you can see he angles out at a crucial period of the race so that he can get a clear run. And as they turned in, he was going 2 to everything else is 1.
Yes, and it's great to see everyone in the comments who called out number 8 as well. Congratulations to all of you for spotting number 8 and going with Tom. You've had a great run for your selection. Kayad Al Fassan has run another cracking effort in second. This horse, when is this horse going to find a race that he can win? Because he's so consistent in this type of company.
Yeah, he's 0 from 20 now, but numerous places. He deserves to get a win to his name. He needs to find a similarly weak race because otherwise he's going to struggle. But he's an admirable equine performer, isn't he?
And we gave a good shout out to Art, who broke widest of all and ended up running right up the rail. All the pace came from out wide today.
Yeah, exactly. Camillo gave him a good ride, I thought, from that gate, especially got the horse involved. He wouldn't have been happy to see Adel go by because Adel is now topping the jockey standings by 2 over Camillo Ospina.
Yeah, so Camille will be looking to get his head back in front on a few races. But remember, we've got plenty more to look forward to. As we can just see here, as they jump away, there are a couple of slow breaks, most notably from Dakota, who fell out of the stalls as well. That was one of the horses that struggled. But we can see the eventual winner in his bright orange colours right in midfield.
Yeah, right in the middle of the picture right now, splitting a horse on the inside and a horse in the green and white just outside
Al Fassan is there.
Exactly. In front of him, he's got 8 horses all vying for the early advantage. And Adel, right about now, starts to just quickly niggle on Al Harbour just to move across to the rail and get in front of that horse to his inside. And when Al Harbour picks up, he just moves straight across, saves ground, and from that moment onwards, I knew this horse had a fantastic chance.
Now, Mahabas is the horse you see in front. That's the horse that took a while to get down to the start. Now, watch this horse fall away and give Art an opportunity to get right onto the rail, as Deja is another horse who doesn't quite get home.
No, exactly. Art's about to make his move. He's 3 wide on the track now, about to move into second. Meanwhile, Al Harbour's cutting through the field, currently in 7th in the orange silks, just on the inside of KR Al Fassan, who's just very one-paced, unfortunately.
Yeah, they followed each other the whole way, though, haven't they? KR Al Fassan, clearly the jockey aboard KR Al Fassan knew that Al Harbour was the one to beat.
Yeah, exactly. They've both ridden the same kind of race, but the better horse has come through in Al Harbour, and the better rider as well. You know, he saved ground up the inside. Again, it was on the inside of Kayad Al Fassan, and the horse here put 2 lengths between himself and the runner-up, and that was the difference in this race.
Yes, showed a real bit of class and a nice turn of foot there. Anna Al-Wafi, I should say, was a horse who we saw would show early speed, was not able to dictate today and found it all a bit too much turning for home.
Exactly, yeah, couldn't get to the front, couldn't dominate, and from then on always found it a tough ask. Those horses that need the front, who then don't end up getting to front, can never run their proper race because they just don't have the ideal setup for them.
Just mentioned in the comments by David there, talking about the kickback here at Taif and at Riyadh when we get later on in the season. This horse was pulled nice and wide to avoid that kickback, and I think it's crucial to say that the whole idea the horse is stuck directly in behind the leaders often get a lot of muck in their faces. Those that pulled a little bit wider can get a clearer passageway and then go on for that victory.
I do partially agree with that comment for sure, but the kickback isn't horrific here.
No.
I've seen far worse. The horses aren't exactly covered, and actually he was pulled out, in my opinion, to get a clear run rather than to avoid kickback. So I do agree that it's better when you're not getting kickback, but at the same time, I don't think if this horse got kickback, he would have affected whether he won or lost.
No, I don't think it would have made any difference. I think the class has shown today, and finally a chance to get this horse's head in front. Now, do you try and build on this win while confidence is high and have a quick turnaround, or do you have a break and wait for another non-winners of 2 maybe?
Well, he only ran at meeting 35, which was just last week. So, you're coming off a quick turnaround. I don't know. It's going to be difficult to find another winnable spot with this horse because, this is his 19th start. He's only just notched his first win today. They're going to have to go up in grade. It'll be interesting to see what they do, but I'd suggest very much running at Taif again to try and get another win because Riyadh's going to prove so much tougher.
Yeah, if you're rated 60 in Riyadh, you might find things a little bit tough unless you're in not 60 contest. So there still will be some races available. This horse won't be rated 60 after this performance, so I imagine we're going to get a little jump up in the rating. However, not a huge rise because this wasn't a strong race at all.
No, exactly. Maybe up to 62. I wouldn't be surprised if they even kept the horse on 60 because it was quite a weak race. It was level weights basically, and he's only just won. He's won by 2 lengths at the line.
Kayad Al Fasan is rated 64, and he's put distance between, so it's 4.25 lengths for the win. The horse is rated 64. I imagine we might even go to 66.
Oh, I don't know. That would be harsh. 62, I think. If the runner isn't dropped from 64, then there's an issue because I don't think he's a 64 rated horse. 4.25 lengths, okay, was slightly more impressive than I thought, but at the same time, these handicap ratings are there to put the horse in a race with a chance of winning. You put this horse up to 66 or higher, he's going to really struggle. This was a pretty terrible maiden in terms of quality, and he's won nicely, but not by a country mile. So I think the handicap has got to treat that with a bit of respect, maybe up to 62. Any higher, he's going to struggle again.
And Kayad Al Fasan, you think, is going to drop a little bit and be given a little bit of forgiveness from the rating. Shamila is in the winners enclosure. Shamila, who have you got with you?
I am in the winners enclosure with the winning trainer Abdullah Falla. Congratulations, Abdullah. Were you expecting this win?
تقول لك أول شيء مساء الخير أسألك تبارك لك وتقول لك وش رأيك في الشوط؟ الشوط مثل ما توقعنا يعني سرعة سريع ومسافة بالست وعارفين أحسن. He said when he registered the horse in the race and when the training he's feeling like he's gonna win, and the jockey Adil has right before and he know the horse, and he think before he's gonna make it.
And what do you think about Adil Al-Faredi? He's doing very well this season.
Yes. تقول لك ايش رايك في عادل الفريدي يوم كسب اكثر من كسبه. عادل he's won today like third 3 times, and I think Adil he's the best jockey in Saudi here, and I wish him good luck next time.
Well, thank you so much, Abdullah, and congratulations for your winner.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Abdullah, for taking the time to talk to us there. And I think you could just see by his facial expression when they mentioned Adel Al-Faredi just how happy he was to have this jockey on board. And I think that was the difference here in this race today. The horse is clearly on a going day, but you've got to have a jockey who's also on a going day. And Adel is flying along.
Yeah, well, I've been here 2.5 weeks with a break in the middle, and that's as long as it's taken me to realise that Adel Al-Faredi usually is on the best horse. That is as far as it goes. He gets the best rides because he is the best. Camille Ospina obviously has the connections behind him, so he gets numerous top quality horses underneath him as well. But at the same time, when you see Adel Al-Faredi riding in a race of this nature, you have to pay note to it because he's usually on the best horse.
Yes, I imagine he gets lots of phone calls from various trainers saying, do you fancy having a ride in this race? And he has to turn them down and say, no, I've already know which one I'm going to have. So it's clear to see that he has plenty of opportunities to get plenty of wins on the board. He already has a hat-trick as he moves swiftly onto race 7. Already, Tom, race 7, and this is a cracker little contest. Non-winners of 3, horses who have won between 1 and 2 races, so everything in here has been a winner before. Nothing here has won more than 3 races, and I'm sure Camille Ospina will be looking to get back in the winners' enclosure. He has a good chance.
Exactly, yeah, he's on number 5, Mushaheb in here for Ahmed Mohamoud, obviously the leading trainer, for the leading owners as well, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. So Camille Ospina will be hoping to fight back in this race, but Adele Alfaredi also has an interesting ride on Manuha, who used to be trained by George Bowie over in the UK, and was then sold for 17,000, was rated 66 in the UK, is also rated 66 over here. So we could get yet another battle between Camille Ospina and Adele Alfaredi.
I have a massive soft spot for horse number 18, a horse called Mahalik. I think that horse loves to run a good race and then shows absolutely nothing in the finish. Someone who does show loads in the finish is Alex Sussy, and he will take us through the runners and riders for race 7.
Cheers, Callum. Thank you very much indeed. Here we go then. 18 of them lining up for this 7th of the card. 1,600 metres. Star Horses number 1. The Mount of Jimmy Carry-On. 2 is Burnish. Khaled Al-Mimoni. 3, Swimming Saddle. 1 win from 4 goes for him. 4, one of the fillies, Logina. 5, Moshaheb. We've just heard about him. Camilo Ospina rides. 6 is Mabubat Hussein, another filly in the lineup for Sultan Al-Mimoni. 7, Dashing Topper. Previous British runner, that one. A one-time winner from 7. 8, Manua. Adele Alfaredi, of course, flying high today. Number 9, Mota Fared, will be the mount of Mohammed Al-Hubayl, and 10 is Abo Al-Azem, Yasser Al-Bakawi rides. 11 is Now, who comes into this on the back of success at meeting 35. Number 12, Rose of Ithaca, Abdulaziz Alayash riding. 13, Al-Jabre. And then we've got 14, Master Skills. Now he is a model of consistency, not been out of the frame all season long. Sophia Cat is the 15, 16 is Asa, 17 is 1M, that's the mount of Asil Al-Sahani, and 18 Mahalik completing the field for Tariq Al-Mansour. 18 of them go, good levels of recent form on show, looks a hot little race this one, and runners are in the parade room.
You're not the only person that thinks this is a hot little race, Alex, because David has called this one a cracking contest, and I would like to agree with him there. And Tom, I think you agree with him as well. This is a good little race, especially for a Thursday.
It is. It's a really good race. We've got a number of ex-European horses in here, a few horses that cost a fair whack as well, and some Saudi form. So, yeah, let's get into it.
This is number 2, Burnish.
Yeah, Burnish used to be trained by William Haggis, was rated 71 and won at Southall, which actually is the closest track to Taif.
Love it here. He will
Exactly.
absolutely love it here. We saw a Southall winner before as well.
Exactly. He's only had one start at this track and will definitely come on from that.
This is Swimming Saddle, horse number 3, a horse that's really a nice looker in the parade ring.
He's by Frosted, one of the best sires in the US in recent seasons. He cost $95,000 as a 2-year-old. Didn't show much last time up, but again, will improve.
Number 4 is Logina, rated 72, 1 win from 5 starts.
Coming off a long layoff, this 3-year-old filly, I think she's got her work cut out.
Moshareb is horse number 5. This is the one for Camille Ospina, looking to get back into the jockey's race.
2 wins from 5 starts, finished 4th last time at meeting 35, will be rip-roaring fit today. We know what the tactics are going to be, straight to the front.
And hope to stay there. Mohabbat Hussein is horse number 6, 2 wins from 18 starts in the career.
3-year-old filly, last time out finished 9th at meeting 38. I find it hard to make a case for her, but she has won twice in her career, so she knows where the winning line is.
She's a nice, strong-looking type as well. She's not a particularly effeminate-looking filly, big, powerful head on her as well. Certainly a bit of an eye-catcher. More of an eye-catcher than number 5, Dashing Trooper, horse number 7. This is a much smaller type. Could find this all a bit too much.
3-year-old gelding by Fast Company. Those horses are usually best at 2, maybe just into their 3-year-old season. This horse was 0 for 2 for Ed Dunlop and was sold for just 7,000.
Manua is number 8.
Yes, used to be trained by George Bowie. 1 from 9 for that trainer in the UK. Cost 17,000. Is the ride of Adele Alfaredi.
Mutafared is horse number 9.
Just 1 from 8 so far in the career. Finished 7th last time. Hasn't shown enough so far this season to suggest he could win this race.
This is Abu Al-Azem.
He's by Good Magic, one of my favourite US sires, and we've seen lots of his progeny over here. 1 from 1 this year, but that came back at meeting 15. Comes off the layoff now.
Looks rip-roaringly fit as well, though. Certainly, I wouldn't be concerned about his fitness coming into this contest. Number 11 is Noah, who is the 1 from 2, and that was last time out.
Yeah, it's a lovely black colt. He's an individual you're definitely not going to miss, especially with those yellow bandages on his hooves. He took a big step forward last time, Callum. He won back in meeting 35 after finishing 10th at meeting 22.
Horse number 12 is Rose of Ithaca. This horse is 1 from 5.
by Ulysses, who used to be trained by Sir Michael Stout in the UK. This 3-year-old filly finished 8th last time off a long layoff. Should improve today, but is only rated 66.
More European stallions. Al Jabri by Toronado.
Yeah, and used to be trained by Richard Hannon in the UK. Used to be owned by Al Shakab as well. So lofty connections, earned a rating of 87. Needs to bounce right back to the win back at meeting 10 to contest the finish here, but is representing Bedan Al Sabai, one of the best trainers.
This is Master Skill, the horse who's uber consistent.
Yeah, I really like this horse in this race. It was a good effort last time when finishing 3rd and meeting 32. He's rated 85 and represents leading connections.
Sophia Cat was seen very recently.
Just rated 63. She's by Jungle Cat, who was a good juvenile in the UK. Just a tough task in here. She was poor at meeting 37. Prior to that, she won in a much weaker race in meeting 22.
Asar, horse number 16.
Had one start so far this season, finishing 2nd back at meeting 10. Lucas Gaitan earlier on in his post-race interview after winning an event earlier said he likes this horse, so it'll be interesting to see how close he goes.
He did say he needed the run. You could see that from his look. He looks like he's going to be better for fitness. 1M is horse number 17, ran on the big Saturday card.
Yes, finished 15th back on that Saturday, only rated 74. He's by Free Eagles, so should get further. I think this race is difficult for him.
Yeah, this is the horse I really like, horse number 18, Mahalik. Keep an eye on this horse. He will come there absolutely swinging like a good thing and find absolutely nothing when push comes to shove. But I'm just hoping that one day he finds his going day.
Yeah, he's by the Gurkha. He used to be trained by Aidan O'Brien, also drawn out in 18. So, he's got a tough task today. But as you say, he's got high cruising speed, which will stand him in good stead.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Shamila, who do you like?
Well, I'll tell you what, lads, these grooms are making my job so difficult because they have these horses so well turned out. Every time I look at a new horse, I fancy that one instead. But 2 horses that stood out to me initially, horse number 5, Mushareb. He looks really, really nice, sporting blinkers today, and the King Abdulaziz horses always look really good. But my paddock pick for race number 7 has to be Master Skills. Genuinely the best looking horse in the race, and the calmest and the coolest horse as well. He looks like he's done this 100 times before, and I really want to see a Wigberta wiggle today.
Thank you very much. Shamila likes number 14, Master Skills, and I'm glad we're all on the same page. We said that horse looked fit despite a bit of time off the track.
Yeah, I really like him in this race, I have to admit. He would have been one of my stronger selections across the whole day, the number 14, Master Skills. The only thing he has to overcome is the wide stall. He needs to break nicely under Wigberto Ramos. I think everything else is in his favour.
Now, Tom, you mentioned one of your best selections of the day. I think I remember Taj being your tip of the day. Am I right in that fact? That horse won a very good race to finish 2nd. Would this horse be the same sort of level of confidence?
Similar, I'd say. Maybe that race was different because there were only 2 horses who could have won. Dahi and Ataj. Dahi ended up beating Ataj typically for my selection. This race you can make a case for more than 2, but at the same time Master Skills is jumping off the page in regard to recent form, rating, trainer, jockey, pedigree. He's got a lot going for him, whereas earlier on Ataj and Dahi, it was basically 50-50 between the 2. Plump for whichever one you wanted to go for. I chose the wrong one. Now,
you make a very good point there about trainer, jockey, owners to follow. I'm not sure about the jockey. I think Wigberto is in a rough period of form, and I certainly can't be supporting him at the moment. He can't ride a winner for love nor money.
Well, he had 2 winners over the last 2 and a bit weeks. So, yeah, it's not firing at the same kind of strike rate as we're used to with Wigberto. But at the same time, this guy's been riding here for 26 years. He's a veteran.
Yeah.
He's won the Saudi Cup. He's won numerous big races throughout his career. So, yeah, it's not necessarily, in my opinion, just about form with him. He's going to be riding to the same level all the time. It's about the horse underneath him.
Yes, I think confidence will say something, and I think it will take a lot to break this gentleman's confidence with Wigberto Ramos riding Master Skills. Obviously, I like Mahalik. I think Mahalik's going to run another big race, but I don't think Mahalik can win. I'm looking towards Mushareb here, the Camille Ospina horse. I'm thinking this is a bit of a drop in class from the meeting 35 run.
Yeah, he's definitely got a great chance. Is this going to be your selection?
I think it is, yeah. I think it is. In fact, I don't think it is. It will be my selection. I'm going to do it. Making my claim early.
He's got a good chance because he's going to show natural early speed. He's got form in the book. He's unexposed by premium tap and represents leading connections. Again, there are lots of positives there. He's very similar in that regard to Master Skills, insofar as he looks like a solid play and should ride the bias. The only difference between the two is I think Master Skills has shown a little bit more so far in his career. But look, I'm never going to rule your selection out in this race. He has a good chance.
Yeah, Shamila also likes Bashareb too, so that was another positive in the box for me. Burnish in the horse that David in the comments saw win at Suzzle. Now we know that Suzzle form is always useful around here, but it's a question of which Suzzle form. Is it Suzzle before they've changed the racing surface, or is it Suzzle after they've changed the racing surface?
That's a good question. It was last year, so it would have been after.
It would have been after they've changed the racing surface, which would make it a little bit less of a key form line because it's not that deep. It's not that deep sand anymore, is it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no fibre sand anymore at Southall, just a Tapeta. So yeah, not as similar to what we're seeing currently at Taif, a very deep dirt track. If it was that old Southall form, Burnish would be a massive player in here. I think he's going to come up short, I have to say. I know David likes him in the comments. But yeah, I'm not convinced. I don't think I saw enough on that comeback run. And although I expect improvement from him, he's only a 3-year-old. Kingmans generally don't want dirt. They want turf. And even all weather, like, sometimes they underperform on that surface. So yeah, I think Burnish has it all to do. I know he's won at Southall. But that was for William Haggis in a very weak race. So, you know, you've got to take that with a pinch of salt.
Talk to me about Frosted, the stallion. He's a stallion of swimming saddle. I know it's a stallion that you're really keen on.
Yeah, I love Frosted. I used to watch him race in the US. I think it would have been around 2013, 2014-ish, maybe a little bit later. He used to be owned by Godolphin, contesting all the mile and extended mile events. So this distance will be perfectly fine for any progeny of Frosted. Burning Saddle definitely has a claim. You know, he's a good-looking horse. He costs 95,000. He's going to improve for the comeback this year. He's rated 86, so must have a great chance. I just looked elsewhere.
What did you call him?
Swimming Saddle.
You called him Burning Saddle, and I'm never going to let you forget it. This is Mahalik now. Yeah, this is horse number 18 coming through your screens now. It'll be interesting to see how a lot of these horses who ran in meeting 37, which was only on Saturday, they're making a very quick turnaround. Now, this meeting on Saturday, this was an absolute burn up. They went absolutely mad in front, and then it was a white stable horse who ended up going on to win. I think Emil Ospina came out on top, so he was certainly a horse to keep an eye on. But I thought Mahalik ran a very good race, always does, just find very little off the bridle. But this is a drop in class, it could come a bit too soon. That's why I'm looking more at Mashara rather than any of the others. Of the others, anybody else who we haven't mentioned who you're keen on?
I don't think so. I think we've covered the main players. Master Skills is obviously my main selection in here. I wouldn't rule out a win for Moshaheb. Manuha for Adel Al-Faradi. Again, you just can't write off anything that Adele's riding at the moment. He's just supreme around this venue. And that horse showed some ability for George Bowie, if not enough to win this race. Maybe the one horse we haven't really talked about.
Star Horse we missed in the parade ring, didn't we?
Oh, what one's that?
Star Horse.
Oh, that wasn't who I was going to talk about.
Oh,
but, we can talk about Star Horse. He's a son of Profitable, drawn inside. He only cost 8,000 as a yearling. Hasn't really made too much profit since. He hasn't been as prolific as Connections would have hoped. He finished 5th last time, stepped back in the right direction. As we can just see the 4, Legina, playing up a little bit on course.
Oh, yeah, we can see Legina saying, I don't fancy going down to the post right now. You're going to have another look. This is number 14, Master Skills, who we're going to see finishing 3rd on August the 18th.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good run because look where he is. He's right at the back on the left. He's only ahead of 2 horses at this stage of the race, yet somehow he rallies all the way. Sorry, I missed. Wrong owner horse in this race.
Yeah.
Green cap. But he rallies all the way up for 3rd, and it's a really good staying effort in a much better race than this. Prior to this run, he was very wide on the track, and again made that same late move down the outside.
Let's talk about the horse that finishes 2nd here. This is Final Destination, who ran Commissioner King close on Saturday night, so this form is very strong. So certainly will be a horse for the shortlist. The next one we're going to look at is Asar. This is running on the 2nd of June. This is a performance which isn't too bad at all. No, sorry, I get that wrong. That was the 2nd place performance on June the 22nd. I've seen Master Skills again.
Well, let's talk about it twice if you've seen it twice.
If you don't like him once, you will like him twice.
He's on the wrong lead. One thing I didn't mention there, Master Skills. So, albeit he is making ground up late, he's still not in that top gear. And as you've touched on, we were actually here this day.
Yes, we were indeed. You selected the winner. I had the 2nd. Don't forget it.
Exactly that. We had the first 2. So the form was actually stacking up in this race, and he ran very well to be a good 3rd.
Yes, and here, hopefully, we will get a look at Asar. No, we will look at Al Jabri. This is Al Jabri winning in June the 22nd. This is not a bad performance at all from this horse, but I'm struggling to see this horse feature here today. And we've got no Asar to show you for that form back at at Riyadh last season. But this is Al Jabri, and we should focus on this horse because this is winning form, and winning form is not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, he ran all right this day. You know, he moved to the inside. It was a much weaker race than this, but he represents trainer Bedan Al-Sabai, who's currently sitting third in the trainer standings, and Farhad Al-Faredi, who's already had a winner on board today.
Yeah, so Farhad will be looking for a double, and Bedan Al-Sabai, certainly a name we'll hear more of once we get to Riyadh, won't it? I think he's been up there but hasn't been really setting the world alight, but when he comes to Riyadh, he'll be right there.
Yeah, well, he's had 16 wins so far. We're looking at Mutlaq bin Mishrif with 21 and Ahmed Mohamoud with 21, who are the only two above him. So he's done very well so far this season. He might not have had those big successes, but he's still had a vast number of them.
Yes, getting through the winners indeed. As we've looked at a couple of those forms, I completely understand why you like Master Skills. That is totally a very sensible selection there. I mean, you see David in the comments discussing about horses in Riyadh. When I was in Riyadh, a lot of trainers were saying American horses are better suited to Saudi racing than European-bred horses. Now, what do you make of that? Because I think the dirt here is quite different to the dirt in America.
It is, it very much is, but as a US racing lover, you know, US horses are bred to handle dirt, albeit it's different. European horses are not. European horses are generally bred for turf, so that's why the American horses run better, and also the different style of racing. In European racing, especially in the UK, slow at the start, use the stamina and turn of foot towards the finish. In the US, it's all about speed early on and try to hold out to the line. Here, it's very similar to that. You know, you see lots of horses try to go to the front and try to maintain that one speed. There aren't that many quickeners at Taif.
An interesting question. When we get to Riyadh, so we're already in Taif. When we get to Riyadh, talk to me about how the races on the turf are going to be run, because are they going to be run in a very similar style to the dirt, where they're going to go fast early, or are they going to run in a much more European style?
Hey, look, I'm going to learn because I don't 100% know the answer to that question. I'm hoping it's going to be more European. But I do remember watching the turf races last year on Saudi Cup night, and there was a mixture of horse, races where they went super hard early and those races where they went steady early and the quickener won. I also remember that being wide on the track on the turf course and the round course wasn't a negative. So there are lots of different biases and the ways the track will play that will come into play when we get to Riyadh, but that's still a few weeks away now.
Yeah, still a few weeks away, and we've got plenty more to look forward here and more pressing concerns. At the start, we see a couple of horses getting tack readjustments. Remember, if you're in the middle of the circle, it is not a veterinary issue, it is a tack issue, so nothing to be too concerned about if you're a supporter of any of those horses getting their tack readjusted. As we see Mahalik coming through shot. This is Burnish coming through shot, a much smaller type. Burnish looks like it's more of a speedy type. It's surprised to see Burnish going over a mile.
Yes, he's very slight. I remember watching him in the UK, not in that race where he won at Southwell, but I remember watching...
No, David did that, don't worry.
I remember watching him on turf, and he used to be owned by James Wigan in his familiar silks. He was slightly disappointing, I'd say, for former Connections Burnish, which is maybe part of the reason why I don't like him in this race today. I know that he's getting a bit of love in the comments and saying that he is the horse to beat in here, but I think there are some more talented performers, the likes of Master Skills being number one.
Okay, so your selection will be Master Skills, I imagine?
Yeah, exactly. Number 14, Master Skills. Roberto Ramos hopefully gets that overdue victory.
So Tom and Shamila team up with Master Skills, which is excited to see. They are on the Roberto Ramos train. I refuse to get aboard the Roberto Ramos train, and I'm going to go for Bashareb, for Camillo Ospina, who'll be looking to get a winner to claw back Adel Al-Faredi's advantage in the Jockeys Championship. Alex Fussy, who do you like?
Well, I'm jumping on board with you here, Callum, so it's 2-2. Mushareb for me. Good fourth, as we've highlighted last time out at meeting 35, and a winner earlier on in the season, so hoping for a Camilo Ospina double after their impressive winner in that second race. Very smart performance, wasn't it, from Musta Waybar earlier on. And now hoping that Mushareb in those same silks will provide victory in this 1600-metre contest. There a little on toes is the 4 Legina. Now, we saw her getting rather het up before coming out onto the race course, so be interested to see how she handles this loading up process and, in fact, the start of this race. We are now underway in terms of the load. Just backing away there was Mahalik, the 18 in a green jacket. 1 win from 11 starts for him so far. Lot of Fared going forwards. Mohammed Al Hubail riding. Blindfold's gone on the 2 Burnish. About to head up to the starting stalls. Lots of chatter about Burnish prior to this one. There he goes in. Dashing Topper is locked away as well. Now they're working on the 11 horse. Looking like that runner needs a bit of encouragement, but is gone forwards now as well. Sophia Cat, who was a winner 2 starts ago, is in. Arsa is also in the stalls into 16. Mahalik has got in as well, out wide, having been briefly a bit temperamental. Abo Alazem goes forwards, winner of meeting 15, is in the stalls. Star Horse. Inside in 1 is there. Manua. George Bowie inmates. One's into the gate, so we've got 4 to go. Swimming Saddle comes up. Bubat Hussein goes into stall 6. Shaheb is still out the back, as is Master Skills, so the ones we fancy here going forwards together to complete the lineup. They go in. Ready. They're off. Racing away over 1,600 metres. An awkward beginning for Master Skills. Was just on top of Sophia Cat, shifting a bit to the right-hand side. Away very alertly, though, and crossing forwards is going to be Mahalik. By the look of it here, bounds on clear. There's trouble with the steering. Lodina at the back of the field is detached after a poor beginning. Well, she was upset in the prelims, and that has taken shape in the race as well. A decent start for Manua. The yellow jacket and black star is handy. Arsa to the outside is not far away, and also now white and green jacket tries to get involved. Mashaheb is coming now. The green cap for Camilo is weaving in between rivals. Swimming Saddle is still back there on the inside. Star Horse is right up there as well. After that awkward start, Master Skills is strongly driven. Trying to get rolling is Sophia Cat from the back end. Also, Al Jabri tries to get to them. Manua has quickly faded out of this, has weakened badly, and is now last of the main group. Well, not even that, is detached. Out top here, it's Mahalik with a wide lead for home. Mahalik is clear by 6 or 7. Star Horse is giving chase in second. Mahbubat Hussein has gone third and is now starting to make a bit of progress from the back end, but lots of these are going up and down on the spot as Mahalik leads them towards the final 200. He's still clear by 5, trying very hard to close that gap is Star Horse and is edging a bit closer. Mahalik now getting weary. Star Horse still is wearing away, is within a length and a half. Mahalik all out. Star Horse though with the late kick and wins. Star Horse got past Mahalik. It's a blanket for third. Very, very tight for the minor money there. But success goes the way of Star Horse. Goes on to win here for Jimmy Carrion. The third career success from 16 starts now. That was a strange old race indeed. It got very well strung out early on. There was drama with Logina at the back not getting involved. Then we had Manua, the pace setter, who gave way. And Mahalik really blitzed this field apart. And in the end, he's paid for it because he's been caught by Star Horse right inside the final 50 metres. Tight for second and third, isn't it? Burnish was one of those nipping up the inside. Let's see them over the line here. 1 is beating 18 at our top end of the order. Burnish was definitely up there on the inside rail, but might well be Sophia that got third place. And it is. There we go. 15. Sophia Cat is the third in that blanket for third place. So there's your result on screen. 118 and 15 the order. 144.59. A strange old race 7. It got ripped apart by Mahalik, and that runner eventually caught by Star Horse.
Jimmy Carrion breaks the hearts of all the Mahalik supporters out there, reeling in that runner in the final strides and winning aboard horse number 1. Star Horse had to carry 60 kilos in this race, but was the only horse to really get involved.
Yeah, it gave a lot of weight away. This horse only cost 8,000 as a yearling. As I said beforehand, he hasn't really developed into the horse that many thought he could because he's been running in much better races than this. But today it seems like he's finally showing his class. And actually, no horse got involved, Callum. It was Star Horse tracking Mahalik, and that was it throughout the whole race.
I've said it before right at the start. I think I love Mahalik, but he finds nothing in the finish. But this was his career. This was his best effort he's had so far this season. Really was allowed to dominate in this lower class of race. A very quick turnaround, ran on Saturday night. Very quick turnaround to see this horse then turn around here and run as good a race as he can. But he just does not find in the final. And I was so excited at the top of the straight, but you swiftly realised that it was only a matter of time before Star Horse caught him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were excuses for him today as to why he may not have found, because he went so hard in the early stages and the tank was just empty close to home. He ran a great race because I genuinely didn't think he was a player. Obviously, you gave him a nice shout out beforehand, so yeah, you know, fair play for that. But yeah, I didn't think he was a player on his recent efforts. He's run fantastic in second and was unfortunate to be beaten by 1 today.
Just a shout out to Sophia Cat, the 3-year-old filly. If you look at her form from the last performance where she came 17th on Saturday, it's a real turnaround for her to come third today. Well, it was found out that she was in season on that occasion, and now she's not. Now she's out of season, so she's probably been given a few season boosters as we give them in the stud game, and she's run right back to form. So some fillies run very well in season, some struggle. Remember, she's 3-year-old, so she would have had a few seasons by now as well. So that certainly wouldn't be enough to say it's a massive concern, but it is worth noting that horse was in season when she ran poorly, and now out of season she ran a much better race.
Yeah, that's fantastic information that I didn't know until you just said it then. So yeah, it would be good if we had that kind of detail in the race card, just to let everyone know. But at the same time, it's fantastic you just told everyone now who's watching our coverage, and hopefully she runs a similarly good race next time.
Yeah, so certainly will be one to follow, Sophia Cat, who made the most of that blanket finish. But Mahalik ran this race into the ground early on. It was a real sort of speedy performance, but not run the race completely outright. As we can just see, one of the horses getting led back without a rider with cheek pieces on. Not quite sure which horse this is, but the horse seemed perfectly fine, but it's just getting a little bit worked up. Right as we go to the start, Mahalik springs the gates, get right across to the rail, and tries to put the race to bed from there. Tom, what about those runners in behind?
Yeah, Mahalik showed great early speed. He's already 3 lengths clear at this point. You've got a whole host of horses just in behind who are trying to vie to get right up there. We've got right out the back of the screen is the Gina number 4, who just played up from the outset, was playing up in the prelims as well. And today wasn't the day for Legina, was it?
No, I imagine that was the Legina we've just seen led back in loose behind us. It might be, it might not be, but Legina got really upset going down to the post, really upset in the stalls, and then put on a real bucking display. That'll be one for the X-rays. I'll have a look at that horse's back going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was something amiss today. She just didn't want to run. Unfortunately, the outriders are there to go and grab her and bring her back into the unsaddling enclosure.
And she'll be checked over by the on-course vets as well. They'll be made to do a walk and a trot up as well. But back to the race. How far clear is Mahalik? There's 2 horses in shot, and they finished first and second.
Exactly. You stole the words out of my mouth. Two horses in shot, the only 2 horses to pay note of. This is over 500 metres out. Mahalik is, maybe 6 lengths clear at this stage, travelling really well on the front end. He's much better than a mark of 72, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
When he puts it all together, for sure better than that rating, and he'll win.
And he often does put it together. That's the thing. He just falls into a hole after with 3 furlongs to go, and ends up finishing 8th or 9th. But he's always swinging around the bend. He's an 80-90 horse if he could just put it all together.
Why wouldn't they drop him in trip? It seems like with all that early speed, he would work over short.
Because he does it every time. It's as soon as push comes to shove. It's not a stamina thing. He just doesn't find anything. He's always there swinging, but then as soon as push comes to shove, you'll see his ears. They'll start to go 10 to. He's already having a look around now. He's such a cheeky little sausage because he knows exactly what he's doing. He just puts the brakes on.
That's true, but at the same time, if you run over 6, you wouldn't have to be asked for any more effort in this kind of race because he'd still be 5 lengths clear.
But on the same token, it's going over 6 furlongs. The other horses are going to be much, much closer to him. He wouldn't be able to put this sort of distance between himself and his rival. He's not stopping here. He's looking all over the place. He's doing what...
well, he is stopping. He is stopping here. He might be looking all over, but he is definitely stopping.
Yeah, but I do believe it's an attitude thing with him. I don't think the stamina tank's empty. And I think if we saw him drop back to 1,400 metres, if we saw him drop back to 1,200 metres, he does the same thing. He's an absolute cheeky sod. And he always is having a look around. And even then, as you see around the straight, his ears are going 10 to the dozen. They're going quicker than his legs. He's just a cheeky monkey, and I think he's one of those horses that if you catch him on a going day like today, he was great. But more often than not, you'll see him get there and find nothing else. He was just lucky he was able to dictate this race today, so visually it's a little bit different.
He broke really well, and one horse who didn't was Master Skills in 14. He had a bit of a coming together with the horse in 15, Sophia Cat, who, given that happened at the outset, ran very good race, finished third, I have to say. It was quite a big bump as well from the start. You can use that as an excuse for maybe a below par run from Master Skills, and also he was 6 wide round in the whole bend, so he was giving away so much ground.
Yeah, he really did give quite a bit away. As they were coming in, Mushaheb was another horse that tried to get involved with Mahalik early, but wasn't able to get anywhere near the contest, wasn't able to get anywhere near the speed, so was unfortunate to get shuffled back, and then by that point it was just a survival of the fittest coming down the straight.
Absolutely. It was literally one of the weirdest races I've seen here, because only 2 horses were in it. It was an 18-runner race, but only 2 horses had a chance from about 600 or 700 metres out. I mean, even right now in shot, we've got
splendid isolation.
Just the 2 horses as well, with 5 lengths between them. So, strange race. The right horses dominated in terms of ability because they were miles clear of third and the rest of the field. But at the same time, there were a few disappointments in behind, not least Master Skills, albeit there was a reason. And also the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz Son's horse, he was very disappointing. Moshaheb.
Yeah, Mushaheb didn't run a good race. Burnish was tipped up by quite a few people in our comments on YouTube and ran a good enough race, probably one to come on for next time out, finished 6th. So not a totally bad performance in a race that was blown apart quite early. There's not much you can take from that performance, only fitness, and that's going to be a good thing for Burnish.
Yeah, he ran okay. I don't think there's any more than that. I don't think he's definitely a next time out winner. He ran his race, finishing 6th or just in that photo anyway for 3rd. So it was a good effort. But yeah, it was all about the 1st and 2nd today.
Jimmy Carrion on board, and Jimmy, he knows how to ride some winners. He's a very talented rider, and he's always getting a couple of winners every week, so it's good to see him back in the winners enclosure. He's the only one that's been able to keep tabs on Mahalik, and is the only one that's been able to take advantage of keeping tabs, so you've got to give the jockey some credit too.
Yeah, and this horse just kept rolling down the straight. Didn't quicken at all, was going the one pace. Unfortunately, Mahalik, who was leading by some considerable margin, couldn't maintain his fast gallop, and that allowed Jimmy Carrion to ride the winner of this event. I'm sure he'll be happy with the performance. When he watches the replay, he'll be wondering what happened to every other horse in the race.
Yes, I think that'll be the case. They'll be thinking, how on earth did we end up so far clear? And I know you think Mahalik is stopping there stamina-wise, and it looks like it, but please go and watch some of his earlier races, and he does exactly the same thing. He looked far better than his rating suggests. What did you make of some of those runners in behind? Is there anything there that really caught your eye?
No, which is strange, because in every race there's usually at least one eye catcher. In that race, I saw a couple of horses with excuses, a couple that didn't want to run, and the rest of the field were just not good enough today. So no eye catchers. I thought if there was one, it would have been Mahalik, but I'd like to see him drop back into it personally.
Now, over the weekend, last week, we had a very, very good race meeting on the Saturday. Tom, I know you weren't there, but you were able to watch it. And David McKinnon, who is the Chief Racecourse Officer for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia, caught up with our hardest working woman in racing, Shamila.
I'm here in the parade wing at David McKinnon. Welcome to Taif Racecourse, but it's not your first time, is it?
No, I sort of have the pleasure of being the chief of racecourses here, so I sort of oversee the racecourses. So here on a regular basis, and what a wonderful evening for us to all celebrate tonight with amazing racing, great quality racing, and fantastic prize money to go with it as well.
And just for everybody at home, explain more about your role and what you do for the Jockey Club.
So I've come on board here to basically lead the racecourse division, the racing side and the pure racecourse. So developing the racecourses, the racing product, and then sort of commercial elements through there as well.
And what do you think about the hospitality here tonight? And it's so nice seeing so many people here at Taif Racecourse.
Yeah, we're very blessed here at Taif Racecourse, racing through the winter, the summer period here, but the temperature is such at 2,000 metres we can race throughout the whole summer period. Beautiful conditions, put on a fantastic racing like tonight. People come watch it, and from a general admission point of view, or some lovely hospitality, restaurants, boxes, etc. So we've got something for everybody here, family entertainment as well. So a real experience for people to come out and enjoy themselves.
Where do you see Saudi racing going in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, it's on a fast trajectory. If you look at certain KPIs in terms of the number of owners, the number of races we're staging, the number of jockeys, the number of trainers, it is all in one direction, which is fabulous for the sport here as it's growing. We have the Saudi Cup in the very top end, which has been established for 5 years, going to its 5th year now, sorry, and then we've got the day-to-day racing, which is growing, almost by the day, and it's very exciting to be part of that.
Do you think that one day they could be on the same level as America or racing in the UK?
Certainly that's the aspiration. We've got a long way to go, and I think there's realism with that, but the aspiration is very much for that to be the case. We get classified as a racing jurisdiction through the IFHA. We're a Part 2 country now. The ambition is to be a Part 1 country, and that's not just the pure race day, it's the bloodstock side, it's welfare, etc. that goes with it. So that's the goal, to get to Part 1 country. In many ways we're competing on a global scale already, and if you take tonight, we've got 4 million SAR of prize money up for grabs. We've got listed races for sort of £250,000 tonight. It's fabulous racing, and the numbers of owners, as I say, all those KPIs are moving really, really quickly as people get engaged with the sport.
And I've spoken to Tom Taff earlier today. I've spoken to people from Tattersalls, from Weatherby's. Do you think that when horses are bought internationally and brought here, it will take them another level?
It will do. The local breds is really, really important as well. It's a combination of the international horses coming, but also the local breds as well, because we've got to develop the grassroots, we say, in this industry. It's not about buying horses and that's the solution. It's about the breeding side here, developing that through, and we've got a very balanced programme for local bred horses, but also for international bred horses as well. And we try to get that balance right as we develop, as the number of races increase season on season.
Thank you so much, David.
Pleasure, and welcome here as well.
That was David McKinnon giving us the latest updates on what he's doing to boost racing here in Saudi Arabia. He used to be the regional head of operations for the UK Jockey Club, so he comes with a very, very good CV. His LinkedIn is fabulous, and I'm very jealous of it. But he is very much under the impression that you have to support the local bred horses as well as the international entries and the imports. And I think that's massive, Tom, to be perfectly honest, because if you don't support what's going on locally, there's no way this place can become a Tier 1 racing nation. He mentioned there, bloodstock. We've got Naj Stud here, which is really building. We know what we're getting with the Al Khalidiyah strings as well, so breeding will only grow, and I think we've got some very smart people making some very big decisions here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and what they're doing in horse racing, they're seemingly doing in football as well, albeit to a completely different extent insofar as they're bringing across the highest class talent in football, and at the same time trying to get that the Saudi Arabian national players as well still in the squad by limiting the amount of European players or imported players that can play in a starting 11. So they're doing a similar kind of thing in racing and as well as horse racing, trying to build the grassroots as well as bringing across some foreign imported horses who can provide extra quality. And we're only going in the right direction, I'll tell you that.
Yes, only going the right direction for sure. We're going the right direction. If we move on to our penultimate contest, race 8, Alex Fussy is in the sky. Give us the runners and the riders.
Thank you, gents. Yeah, here we go then. Race 8 is over 1,600 metres once again. Let's take a spin through the field. Number 1 is La Tojadel, the mount of Mohammed Al-Shurimiya. 2, Doctory, that's the 2 horse. 3, Al-Mashloof. 4 is Amtarat for Jimmy Carrion, of course, successful in our previous race. 5, Ursula. 6, Yahehi. Tariq Al-Mansour will ride. 7 is Rashika. 8, Monat Al-Bari. 9 over the page will be Al-Qadram. That's the mount of Khaled Al-Mimoni. 10 is Mosareya. 11 is Shibra. Fahid Al-Faradi rides. 12 is Jofani, 3-time winner. Number 13 is One Gate. 14 is Mohassan. 15 is Al-Fasem, a 3-time winner as well. 17 is Mabubat Allah, Abdullah Al-Kridis aboard. 18 is Hal, the mount of Hamza Sad. And 19 gets a run as well. That will be Camila Ospina now on board Jcsa. That's because the 16 is the non-runner. So the 19 gets in. So 16 the absentee. The reserves 20 and 21 do not go. And runners are in the paddock for race 8.
Oh no, my producer in my ear said something very funny and I've got to stop because this is Ursula, a really nice runner, ran a very good race to finish second last time out.
She's definitely a player in this race if she can overcome stall 17, but that's going to be a big task out there. Mohamed Ohabail already had a winner today.
Yes, and we move on to number 6, Hey, one winner from 8 starts and that was last season.
Yeah, I actually selected this horse last time up and he was very disappointing, finishing 8th. Interesting that Camila Ospina's not riding either of the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons horses in this race.
Yes, he picks up a ride on number 19, doesn't it? This is Jcsa, horse number 7, 3 wins from 30 starts.
Yeah, an interesting runner insofar as she's by Sleeping Indian, who's a very good sire. The negative is that she only had one start this year, finishing 14th, back on meeting 34, and she'll need a big step forward off a shortish layoff.
This is number 8, Mona Albari. Firstly, looks gorgeous. Secondly, ran a big race last time.
And super consistent as well. 4 runs this year, finishing 4th, 4th, 3rd and 2nd. 0 from 14 in the career against winners, but is super consistent. It's got to be there or thereabouts.
Al Qadram is horse number 9. This is 0 from 24 and hasn't shown much this season.
No, hard to make a good case for this horse. You know, finished 7th last time at meeting 37, rated 69, so he's towards the top of the handicap. But at the same time, recent form doesn't suggest he's that good.
Mosareya is horse number 10. This is 1 win from 3, and that came last time out.
Still unexposed. Last time out victory, as you say, and could easily take a big step forward in this race.
Sheba is horse number 11. This is 1 win from 12. That happened a couple of seasons ago. It's been out of form last time.
Yes, needs to take a big step back in the right direction. Not the likely winner for me, but breaks from a good draw in stall 2.
It is Jofani in horse number 12. This horse is 3 wins from 27. 3-time winner, but has shown nothing this season.
16th the last twice, comes back from a big layoff from meeting 15.
One gate, number 13, unlucky for some.
3rd time up this year, finishing 13th and 18th in his 2 previous efforts. Again, needs to take a big step forward.
Mahasan is horse number 14, and this is 0 from 11. And that last time out, a couple of performances have not been of note.
No, a nice physical specimen, albeit he doesn't look 100% ready to go for some reason, despite it being his 4th start. Not for me.
Alpha Sam is number 15, 3 wins from 62 starts.
Has had plenty of opportunities, but only 3 wins, as you've said. But Adel Al-Faradi's on board, so must have a chance.
Mahobat Allah is horse number 17, 2 wins from 15.
Interesting connections with Abdullah Akradis in the saddle as well. A 3rd time up this year, you expect improvement, but we'll need it.
Hala is horse number 18. This is 1 win from 19 starts and has been nowhere near the frame recently.
Her best effort came back in meeting 8 when finishing 5th. Recent efforts wouldn't be good enough.
And Jcsa sneaks into the race. Camila Ospina on board, 1 win from 9 starts and will come out of stall 12.
Had 2 back-to-back efforts in meeting 30 and meeting 31. A lovely type. You definitely
I'm about to say, drop dead gorgeous.
Don't see too many looking like that. You'd expect improvement, but again, 3rd run in a very short space of time. It's interesting.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and do you like anything more than Jcsa, who's definitely going to win the best turned out?
Well, there are so many big, beautiful colts in this race, much like One Gate Al Mashlouf and La Tojadel. But my pick is number 19. Like you said, he is the best turned out horse in the race and the prettiest. And it wouldn't be the first time a reserve has got in and won the race.
You're absolutely right, Shamila. It would not be the first time at all, and Jcsa is just so pretty, so you can't ignore the pretty ones at all. Can he run fast? Very different story altogether. Probably could be a strip fitter as well.
Yeah, exactly. And can they run fast? That's the only thing we really care about when it comes to trying to find the winner. So, look, he's got a chance, and Camila Ospina picking up the spare ride is obviously very interesting, given his prowess around Taif and the fact he's 2nd in the jockey standings. I didn't obviously factor him in this morning because I didn't know about the late non-runner 16 until just pre-meeting, but he's definitely an interesting inclusion.
See, if you turned up to the production meetings on time, you would have found all this out, but you were too busy doing other things. He's fuming. He's absolutely fuming. The two horses there were a few horses we didn't get to touch on earlier. La Tojadel is horse number 1. 1 win from 14. That was last season. Hasn't been totally out of form here, but would have a lot to do with 62 kilos on back.
Again, no Camillo Ospina. I think that's a crucial element. He could have chosen to ride this horse and he's decided not to. Lots of weight, top rated in the race. Again, I think I tipped this horse last time, back in meeting 28, and he disappointed.
Doctory, horse number 2.
Yeah, 1 from 11, finished 12th last time, coming off a reasonably long layoff. Again, not for me from a wide draw.
Al Mashloof is another one who struggled recently.
And talking about wide draws, breaking from 18, last time finished 17th at meeting 25. I don't expect much better today.
Amtarat had a better draw from 7, would have a chance when a meeting 35. That wasn't particularly the strongest of affairs, but beat Ursula on that occasion.
Yeah, and I think Ursula is the leading player in here, so that's got to be a good piece of form. And Johnny Carron's just ridden, has ridden the last winner, so this horse has to be a player.
Yes, would certainly have a chance. Then we do get back to Ursula as well, who we have seen in the parade. And that was number 3, Al Mashlouf, who was certainly a bit of an eye catcher there. Always a sucker for a grey. But this is a tough little contest, 0 to 70. We go from a horse like number 10, Mosareya, who is criminally unexposed, and we go to horses who have had plenty of starts, like Alpha Sam, who's had plenty of runs. What are you looking towards? Are you looking towards more experience or less experience?
It's an interesting group of horses. Obviously, only £5 separates top and bottom weight in this race. So, if we're talking about it from a handicapping perspective, there should be a very little margin between every horse in the closing stages. That won't be the case because obviously numerous factors happen in a race, and biases and whatnot. But I don't really have a preference for the unexposed or the exposed. I think the most likely winner is Ursula if she can overcome stall 17, or Monat Albari, who's been the consistent horse who's yet to get a winter name. But I have no real strong selection in this race.
Yahahi, are you just too burnt from the last time you selected that horse and don't want to go back to the well?
Yeah, it wasn't good enough for me. I selected him with the hope of further improvement given he was super unexposed. But the fact that Camillo's not on board again is a big negative.
La Tojadel is another one for those powerful ownership groups. That horse was 7th. It's just tugged its way down to start, and that's why it's got the outrider with it. So you'd be a bit concerned that horse is using all the energy before we get to the race.
Yeah, exactly. You want a horse to go down nice and calmly, conserve all of their energy, save it for when they're racing, because there can be fine margins, especially in a handicap at 0 to 70, where just £5 separates top and bottom weight.
Yeah, Amtarat, a horse we've not given much of a mention to, beat Ursula the last time. It's just the Ursula going down to post. And let's have a look at Amtarat beating Ursula. They finished 1st and 2nd on August the 25th, and this is this form here. Ursula got first run, but Amtarat had the inside. Yeah,
I thought Ursula ran a good race, didn't change leads exactly at the right time, and looked to be getting on top at this stage, but it just didn't prove to be the case. Amtarat rallied nicely against the inside to regain the victory. It says 3rd on the caption, but she definitely won this race, beating Ursula. It was a good battle late on, and the final 100 metres quite clearly helped Amtarat rather than helped Ursula.
Mosareya is the next horse we're going to have a look at, and this is a horse in the green and white Saudi flag colours, and this was a win last time out. This is a big step up in class, but you can't say there was much wrong with this winning effort.
No, a big galloping individual is Mosareya. She's a filly, but she looks like a colt. She's very big. She was against the inside. She had the perfect trip throughout the race.
Small field as well.
Small field. She got a big loping stride as well. This form wasn't great, but she's got a win to her name, and that's key.
Yes, and confidence will be higher with her after getting ahead in front. And finally, we have Monat Albari, who is the other horse we're going to look at. This is this really good second-place effort last time out. This horse is the definition of consistency and just stuck on to Estajad, who won the race on this day.
Yeah, always seems to run her race, which is what you want from horses around this handicap mark. Switch to the inside. I don't think that's a wise move. I want to see my horse finishing wide rather than inside. But she ran home nicely, and actually looks like she's going to get up here, and she just doesn't.
And look who's in behind in the luminous colours in the blue. That's Kayad Al Fassan, who's in the background of that shot. So we know this is a good enough effort. It's an unlucky second here. Estadad just showed a little bit more guts in that finish, but I wouldn't put anything past Monat Albari. That horse is clearly a consistent performance.
Yeah, the 4th place horse, Kayad Al Fassan, as you touched on there, is rated 64. She's probably beaten by 5 lengths, and she's rated 69, so it makes sense.
Yes, I am going to probably go for Amtarat here. I thought that was a really good performance, and it was first time up at King Harland Racecourse 2. So Amtarat will be the one for me. I think we'll definitely come on from that win. And in a race where a lot of these horses have struggled recently, I think that horse is a horse that I'm going to be on side with. As we see Kayada, in shot there. It's just absolutely gorgeous. It's a shame that Dam Blues couldn't get a run. Number 20, the bottom horse in the reserves. That horse has had a massive chance, very much in a similar realm to Mona Albari, another consistent runner.
Absolutely. Finished second the last twice, but it's 0 from 27, so that horse would have had a good chance in here. Obviously doesn't get the opportunity to run with just the one non-runner and the 19 replacing it.
Yes, and it's very clear to mention that because we had the reserves, they have to be withdrawn in the morning. If it's a late withdrawal, the reserve won't get in, and I think sometimes that can lead to some confusion because we always hype up that we've got 3 reserves and early declarations, but sometimes if something gets withdrawn late, we just don't have a chance to get that horse from the stables back to the racecourse.
No, absolutely, but most of these late withdrawals are literally down at the start, so in any other jurisdiction there wouldn't be a replacement runner anyway.
There are our 2 replacements in the future there, Tom, having plenty of fun on the racecourse and glad to see plenty of people young and old enjoying themselves here at King Khalid Racecourse, and hopefully we'll be enjoying ourselves when we have a winner here, Tom. So you've had one winner, haven't you?
I have, yes.
I have had 2. Shamila has had 1 or 2. I think Shamila may have had 1. Alex is very close to having 2, but I think he's also had 1. So I'm just going to say I'm in front here and I'm taking all the catching.
Yeah, it's a rare occurrence, don't worry about that. It certainly won't be happening very often. I'll put up Mona Albari, but it's a tentative play. I have no strong opinion in this race, to be honest. Mona Albari will be in the first 4. That's what I'll say.
So Mona Albari for Tom, that's horse number 8 on your race cards. I am going to go for horse number 4, Amtarat. Shamila is really keen on the bottom horse, the reserve that sneaks into the field, Kayada, who is another interesting horse, so one will certainly keep an eye on as we see them coming by the start. And we've mentioned this before, it seems to be in peaks and troughs. Sometimes they rattle them around the back of the stalls, and other times they're allowed to take their time to go around, and we can just get a really close view of the horse that caught Shamila's eye, Kayada, who is just a gorgeous horse. And I know David in the comments is a very keen on this horse as well. And David needs a winner because he's not had one yet, so he'll be keen for a winner.
Well, he did say the 8 had a good chance earlier on. I think it was his second selection, but we'll give him half. We'll give him half a winner for
half a point. That's how desperate we're getting for selections here. Half points are going out. Unbelievable scenes. Interestingly enough, as they circle round the top end here, Al Mashlouf is a horse that is number 3. It's going to be in the yellow colours and the blue background. Just walking in front of your camera now in the 4 yellow bandages. Now this horse is something that I'm quite interested to see because the 2 wins from 60 starts, those wins came quite close to each other. And it seems to have gone off the boil here, but it had a break, comes back. This is the 3rd run since returning. I imagine this will be a better performance than we've seen so far.
You'd like to hope so, but at the same time, he's drawn 18. Whenever a horse is drawn that wide on the track, they've got a lot to overcome, especially in the early stages. They have to try to move across to the inside before the first turn. Obviously, this mile trip is down the chute, so it allows a long distance until that first turn, which should sort out the horses and positioning. But at the same time, 18 is never ideal.
No, 18 isn't where you exactly want to be drawn. However, you do mention that they have a long old run down to the first bend, but the races often get started at the chute. A lot of the horses don't come across till after the chute, so it gives you plenty of time to get across. And Mahalik came across from 18 in the last race and nearly had the win. So I think it's not a total negative, but it's not a massive positive either.
No, obviously Mahalik had bristling early speed. He could have been drawn anywhere and it wouldn't have made any difference because he went to the front and was there by 4 lengths. So yeah, this is a different kettle of fish with Al Mashlouf. He doesn't have that natural early. He'll try to find a nice prominent position, I'm sure, but he's going to find it difficult from there.
Yes, it won't be easy at all. Rashika, horse number 7, 3 wins from 30 starts. Second start this season would surely be better place than the last time out 14th.
You'd hope, but again, that effort wasn't that strong, and her whole CV isn't overly impressive when you're looking at the context of this race. She just scrapes into the top of the handicap with a mark of 69, having been rated 71 prior to her last effort. So this drop in class will definitely help her, but I just don't think she'll win today, Callum.
Just don't think she's got quite enough in the tank to win. We've already gone over the 2 white stable runners. Masharea is horse number 10 who we saw the insert off. That looks like a big rangy type. I imagine we'll see that horse over 2,000 metres later on in the career because this horse is only 4, not had many starts. It certainly looks like distance won't be an issue. It looks like he could probably go over a hurdle.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a nice big type. Wigberto will be hoping for that elusive success today.
Yes, and hopefully Wigberto can get amongst the winners. I'm still not going anywhere near. I'm not going to select Wigberto until he has a winner. I'm staying well clear. One person I'm not staying well clear of is Alex Fussy, who is our man in the sky. Are you with us or against us, Alex?
Well, I'm glad to hear that for a start, Callum, but I'll be siding with Ursula here, just on the basis that she's actually got her head in front several times before. She's been in good form, good couple of places of late, and a 4-time winner compared to Monat Al-Bari, who I was interested in, but the fact that she hasn't got her head in front so far has swayed me the way of Ursula, so I'm looking for her to come home in front and poke myself onto 2 winners for today. We are loading up. There is Amtarat's just gone in, who is an interesting runner. He's certainly of interest after that win at meeting 35. There was Monat Al-Bari in the stalls. Mahboubat Allah's coming in. That runner goes forwards to stall 8. Don't forget, we are not down the card here, withdrawn in terms of starting stalls and positions this time around. If you're following Monat Al-Bari, that will be stall 5. Ursula is out wide, 17. Amtarat is in stall 7. Yeda, the reserve who gets in, goes into the vacant stall 12. So 3/4 of the field locked away. A couple of same ownership here. Red cap on Ya Hei, horse 6. The usual green cap on the 1. La Jcsa. Trio of runners to come forwards, and then we'll be set. Monserraya goes forwards. She was a winner over Further last time. Dropping trip could be a concern. Set to go. They're off. Racing away here over the 1600 metres for this local bred 0 to 70 handicap. Red cap on the inner, Ya Hei got a decent beginning. The green cap, La Jcsa, is also racing handily in the reserve. Jcsa showing lots of early toe, bounding forwards there, and will come through to take them all on and pass them. Look at that, 4 lengths clear as they go and cross to the inside running rail. So Jcsa is in front with his healthy break. Can he maintain it? Up in behind the pace, not far away, is Monat Al-Bari, the nose-banded runner. Back to the inside fence is Al-Hakdram as well. Headgear on that runner, and racing in about 4th. Ursula's deeper out. The Czechs is in 5th position at this stage. Trapped out wide is One Gate, yellow and black colours, is being followed there by the blue star jacket of Mohassan. Back to the inside is the black colours of Alpha Sem. Also pushed along is Mahboubat Allah. Back through them now is Ya Hei, who's going towards the tail of the field, and we've lost a rider around the bend. Is that Doctory, who could have lost the rider out of the back straight? So up top, it's Jcsa, who continues to show the way, leads up by half a length, but is being tackled by Monat Al-Bari. They're being followed through by Al-Hakdram. Right in behind them now, being pushed along and trying to close, is Alpha Sem, but we're again very well stretched out as they head towards the final 200 metres. And now it is Monat Al-Bari who's got to the front, goes past Jcsa in second. From the back end, Al-Hakdram continues to box on. It's Monat Al-Bari who's all out in front here. Al-Hakdram continues to try and close that gap. Jofani from the back of the field. Up top here, it's just going to be very tight collared. It is Al-Hakdram who's won it in a busy old finish. Al-Hakdram has denied Monat Al-Bari, who's lost again. Al-Mashlouf, I think, was that runner, screeching home down the near side. Another dramatic event today. Doctory unshipping the rider down the far side. It looks as though Al-Hakdram has beaten Monat Al-Bari, and then appearing right out of the clouds is Al-Mashlouf as well. A busy old finish, a good final 100 metres. But poor Monat Al-Bari has been collared again here, this filly, who continues to be a consistent performer, but is now 0 from 15. Tom did say beforehand you're likely to get a showing, and you have done, but it is the 9 who beats the 8, and it is the 3 there in 3rd place. Jofani will finish in 4th. Quite the race then. So it's 9, 8 and 3 in our 8th race of the day, and none more dramatic than that one.
And there is our race winner, Alcadram, who is now 25th time lucky, broken the maiden in a race that was all over the place. Just a little bit of housekeeping for you. We lost number 2, number 10 and number 7. All the horses are okay. They have all been caught by the outriders who do such a magnificent job and have come in and collected all the loose horses. I'm yet to find out everything about the jockeys. We do have the ambulance lights up, so there is a jockey still down on the course. All the action happened down the back straight of the racecourse. Just as they passed the chute, there was a little bit of clipped heels and horses came down. We did lose 3. I'd like to repeat that all the horses are okay. It is the jockeys that we are now most concerned about. Repeat, horses all okay. But talking about the finish, it's really run to form. Monat Albari is probably one of the unluckiest horses in racing. Desperately unlucky to finish second on this occasion, was right up there on the turn, probably took advantage of all the issues happening in midfield and got first run. Turned into the straight, looked like he was going to get the win, but unfortunately closed down by Alcadram, who got the gap and began to close as the whole field closed. There was a really good late run from Al Mashlouf as well, who finished really strongly, but the race was made right at the start by Shamila's selection. Qaeda made such an early move to go to the front, showed bags of early speed, but was just unable to hold his position. But we have a very, very exuberant jockey on Alcadram, and that is good for connection, because this horse looked impossible to win with, Tom.
Yeah, it was a fight between 2 maidens in the closing stages. This horse is now 1 from 25 in his career, came into this race 0 from 24, and Monat Albari was 0 from 14. Unfortunately, now he's 0 from 15. It looked like Monat Albari was actually going to win the race, and she pounced just at the right time. But unfortunately, she got collared late. Maybe the mile is just a step too far. 7.5 would be ideal, but they don't run that trip here. So maybe a drop back to 7 and she'll finally get off the mark. It was a good race, but very, very dramatic in the early stages.
Yes, plenty going on early and plenty going on late as well. Still trying to track, and the ambulance has moved on. So we certainly have a clear track, which is the main thing. So we will let you know about the state of the jockeys on board, all of those, as soon as we get more information. But one jockey who doesn't know, as we see a few lads just coming off the ambulance here, walking away. We see the rider aboard Doctory, Aliami, he is up on his feet, and we also see the rider aboard Mashira, Wigberto Ramos, is okay as well. So that is good to see. We have 2 jockeys up on their feet. I'll make sure we get you news on the 3rd jockey, Aliesh, who was aboard Rashika. That was horse number 7, another horse who was loose. That could have been a separate incident. I wasn't sure whether Rashika's incident happened as they turned away.
Where the ambulance was parked over there just after the race with the flashing lights was where the 7 definitely unshipped her rider. So, yeah, I think that was a separate incident. We will see, hopefully, that rider come back into the pre-parade ring, walk back in or be brought back by the ambulance, but no sign yet.
I tell you what, you're no luck if you're Wigberto Ramos. It's just one issue after another, and I really hope that guy can get his head in front at some point this week, because he's having a tough old time of things so far. But more to pressing concerns right at the front. This race nearly turned into an absolute pace collapse, but that's because Monat Albari took advantage of the positioning that she found herself in and was forced right to the front, as well what's the full race here. So what we're going to see is all the actions happening towards the rear of the field. Look at the green colours right out the back. That's where you want to look, green colours out the back. Doctory is just on the outside as well, I think, as well, but we'll let this picture tell the real story as they come hurtling towards the chute. And we're going to get to the chute, and the drone cam is not going to pick up the incident.
That was a bad incident.
Yeah, so we did get it. The drone cam did pick it up. That was Doctory came down, wasn't it?
No, it was the 7. It was the 7. Rashika, clipped heels on the outside, unshipping the rider, who then, I think, led to the 2 horses in behind, Doctory and Mashareya, both unseat their rider as well. Those 2 weren't involved in the fall. Rashika was the horse that fell because she clipped heels in the early stages. It's actually, I can just see the ambulance right now pulling up with the rider of the 7. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, so Rashika took a heavy fall, and those in behind had no chance. But at this moment, we see the shuffling. We've now left with 4 horses in line with a chance, and one of them is Kayada, who's about to fade, and Monat Albari is almost left in front.
Yeah, Camilo Espinas again got his horse right to the front and dictated the pace. They just went a little bit too hard, and Monat Albari at this point looked the absolute surefire winner. 4 lengths clear of the remainder of the field and kicking for home, looking like a good thing. But we've seen with this filly that she likes to be placed. Now, it's no fault of her own today. You know, she's put her head in front. She's really galloped all the way to the line. It's just that there was a stronger stayer in this race, and that was number 9, Al-Qadram.
We can just see from behind our press position, they are getting stretchers out from one ambulance and then going to move it to the ambulance which has our fallen jockey in. So we imagine this is going to be a write-off for the rest of the week for this rider, and we'll just find out as soon as we know more information. We will give it to you. What is amazing is we're actually seeing the other riders come out as well. There's a real sort of team atmosphere going on here. Plenty of other jockeys and owners, trainers and connections all at the back of the ambulance too, making sure that everything is okay. Meanwhile, on the racecourse, it was Al Mashalouf who was the horse that's flashing home well as well on the outside. Of the horses all tended to fall into a bit of a heap. It's that horse number 12 I see as well in shot. That's Jafani, who was right up there too, finished 4th eventually. So we had the top 4 there really in a bit of a pace collapse as they came down the straight.
Yeah, absolutely. Monat Al-Bari is just really unfortunate. You know, it's heartbreaking for Connections that now she's 0 from 15 because she's deserved for weeks to get that win on the board, and unfortunately it wasn't to be today. But it was a good ride on the eventual winner, who again was another maiden in the race who had not found opportunities coming very willingly in the past. But today everything's fallen in the lap of the 9, Al-Qadram, and he's got his head in front about 2 strides before the line to claim a first and, I'm sure, very valuable success.
Yes, and certainly 0 from 24, 25th time lucky, just getting there. You could just see the disappointment in Monat Al-Bari's jockey as he realises his chance is gone in the dying stride. It's heartbreaking to see, but hopefully they can bounce back with a winner. We saw a famous horse, a horse getting run down under, I think it was Naif Al-Anazi in the first week on one of the big Saturday meetings. That horse then went along and got redemption on Saturday night as well. So these things can happen, and Monat Al-Bari will be in the winner's enclosure sooner rather than later.
You'd hope so, because she's had numerous consistent efforts. I mean, all 5 starts this year have been very creditable. She's run her race every time. This, unfortunately, is just her level. The good thing about that is that she's rated 69 and she's able to consistently run in 0 to 70s because the handicapper doesn't assess her too harshly. So she will find a spot. She just needs the race to fall perfectly in her lap.
Yeah, you can just see the jockey having a look at the screen and realising, oh no, they're coming to get me, and he's just getting closed down right on the line. Brilliant work from our camera teams all around the racecourse, picking up this thrilling finish. I think the horse to take it, Al Mashalouf, I think you've definitely got to take out of this race, was wide early, got involved in all that scrimmaging, so that was always a concern as well. I can see the jockey is being removed from one ambulance on the stretcher and is being put on another ambulance to be taken onto hospital shortly. So that is the latest update we can give you on the faller aboard horse number 7. So that is Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, who had a winner last week. Abdulaziz Al-Yesh is the rider. He is in the stretcher. There is no medical equipment on him, which is a massive positive. There are plenty of other jockeys around too. Again, we can't speculate anything because we're not down there, but he is being moved into a separate ambulance to be possibly taken for further assessment at hospital, Tom.
Yeah, hopefully everything's A-OK. They're just taking precautions, but yeah, we won't know until there's a proper
statement released by either the jockey club or from the jockey himself.
Exactly, but we did see like another terrible injury in our first week here with Alexis Moreno, who then suffered a real bad cut on his face. He came back just a couple of days later, so hopefully it's a similarly quick turnaround here.
Yeah, I just saw some arm movement as well, which is a massive positive. I just saw him moving his arm, not waving dramatically, but moving the arm nonetheless. That's Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, who was the faller aboard. Rashaka took a really nasty tumble early in the race. And just a reminder, all the horses are up okay. 2 other jockeys involved in the incident, Wigberto Ramos and another rider aboard Doctri Aliyami, were also both up and okay and walked back in to the weighing room, having been transported across the course via ambulance. So that is the overall wrap-up we could give you, taking nothing away from our winner, who is number 9, Al-Qadram, who seems to be lost in the wash here. 0 from 25, 0 from 24, now 1 from 25.
Yeah,
that will certainly have another chance today.
A real overdue success. You know, it's great to see these horses get their first win on the board. I did want it to be Monat Al-Bari, who had a similar profile, but at the same time, as we said earlier, there's a race for every horse, no matter the level. This is the day for number 9.
It is the day for number 9 indeed, and as we roll on to our final race in the card, we step up in trip again. We go to 2,000 metres, which means, Tom, they're going to start right over our shoulder.
Yeah, exactly. It's the first 2,000-metre race since I've been back in Taif, so I'm really looking forward to this. I love the start. Here it also provides 2 turns, which you don't normally see in races around Taif, only over this distance and further. So different dynamic, Arabian horses. Hopefully we can end on a high, Callum.
Yes, hopefully we can end with a winner. We've been so unlucky throughout the rest of this card, but we've had a couple here and there, and now we move on to our final race. This is an Arabian horse maiden, only 10 in the field. Alex Fussy, give us the runners and the riders.
I will indeed, Callum. Let's take a look at these then for the last 2,000 metres, as we've said. 1 is Hadla Al Mugirat. That will be the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Saif Al Ibra. That's the mount of Amin Badroun. 3 is Moansat Al Khaladiya. Abdullah Al Khamis rides. 4, Parks Lights, the mount of Saif Al Balusi. Number 5 is Shawahid Al Khaladiya. Abdullah Al Saidi on board. 6, Divine de Villets. That's the mount of Khaled Al Mimoni. Now 7 is Al Maha Al Jazra. I'm pretty sure that's going to be a jockey change because that is Alesh who was involved in that incident in our previous race, so we'll keep an eye and ear to the ground for that. Number 8 is Barzan Al Rayla. That's the mount of Abdullah Al Kredis. 9 is Shihana Al Rayla. That's Abdullah Al Hussein. And 10, Raya Al Ketayeb. That's the mount of Norwef Al Mundani. So 10 runners in our final race of the day. This Arabian race up to the 2,000 metres. We'll go back for the final time for paddock thoughts with the gents.
Thank you very much, Alex. And yes, for the final time, we're going to have a look at some runners in the parade ring. And I feel like we've rattled through the card here at King Khalid Racecourse. And this race is fascinating because we've only got 2 Al Khaladiya horses, and none of them are representing the Al Khaladiya stable or the other alternative stable.
No, exactly. Usually there's a big standout in these Arabian horse races that we've seen in the last 6 weeks here at Taif, but there doesn't seem to be one here. Now, maybe you look at number 9, Shihana Al Rayla, who's rated 82, who's been super consistent this season with 2 second places and 3 third places as the horse to beat. But at the same time, this is a maiden full of horses that are unexposed, and there could be others in here with higher ceilings and greater potential.
Are you saying there's a horse that can beat Shana Al Rayla? I think on form. I think this horse is streets ahead of the rest of them, isn't it?
No, I completely agree. I will be with the 9 in here, Shahina Al Rayla, but I wouldn't go as far as to say this horse is a real standout, a real certainty in the race, because we just don't know, for example, just how good Moansat Al Khaladiya is. We don't know how good RB Parks Lights is, because they've only had 1 start apiece. Even Shawahid Al Khaladiya has only had 2 starts and took a big step forward last time out. So, yeah, look, it's a wide open race. I'm looking forward to see how it gets on. And if Shahina Al Rayla doesn't win, she'll be second because she has the best form in the book.
Yes, but she had a habit of finishing second and third and is yet to get a win on board. Going over 2,000 metres here, with only 10 runners in the field, it's probably not the case where we're going to see lots of horses bundle over onto the rail quite quickly. This 2,000 metre start is famous because this first bend that we see around just over our shoulders here is so unbelievably tight, and they come down at some speed in the 18-runner thoroughbred contest. I don't think that will be the case with these 10-runner Arabian racehorse contests. I think it might be a little bit easier for those who are drawn on the inside to have a nice run of things. But Shahina Al Rayla is the horse on the outside, drawn in 5, so drawn right down the middle. That horse would probably have a nice clear run of things and won't get too squeezed up on that first turn.
No, exactly. It should be a nice leisurely run, I think, to the first bend. Obviously relative when I say leisurely. They'll still go a reasonable gallop, but at the same time, there should be a chance for every horse to find the position that they want to find, given it's an Arabian race and not a thoroughbred race with the reasonable run to the first turn. Yeah, I think Shahana Al Rayla is the horse to beat, but it's interesting there aren't any of the major jockeys allowed to ride in this race. So we've just got a number of apprentices or young riders who don't get too many opportunities. So whoever wins will definitely be celebrating going home at the end of this meeting.
Yes, there'll be certainly celebrations and pictures on mantelpieces after this, because it could be a big moment for a lot of these young riders who will also, no doubt, be shaken by what they've seen earlier on in the first race. They are human beings. The ambulance has now made its way away from the race course, but I think it's clear to see that a lot of these young lads would have seen that, and that would have just put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, because again, these are very talented individuals, these are very tough young men. However, seeing that can always put just a little bit of fear into you.
Absolutely, no one ever wants to see it in any sport. Football, if there's an injury, it's a similar kind of situation. American football as well, particularly. So no one wants to see it, but these are all professional riders. They'll know what their job's about. They know the risks that come with it, and hopefully we won't see any other incidents like that today.
Yes, we're all keeping everything crossed. We don't see any other incidents. And in fact, when we talk about racecourse incidents, the Americans are very keen. Now, when we say the Americans, we mean one state in America is very keen to come over and have communications with Saudi Arabia over their dirt racing surface because it is so safe. Remember, we see almost 18 runner fields every time we have a meeting. And more often than not, we don't see any racecourse actual injuries. Even the fall that we saw there was caused by horses clipping heels. That would be what they call in the authority a racing industry rather than a racecourse catastrophic injury.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really help what happened in that last race. It's just the way the horses were running. Two horses came across. Unfortunately, it was a clipping of heels. It can happen at any point. And as you say, it's a racing injury rather than an injury caused by the surface or caused by other factors that can be changed. So yeah, it's been very safe here. There hasn't been too many injuries at all. If any, that I've seen in
Yeah, I don't think we even had any, Jordan Yours. We had one horse go wrong in a race before last week, 2 weeks ago, but that we're talking over 300, 400 runners, and we're talking about 1 or 2 injuries, so certainly something that the Americans will take notice of. This is horse number 1, Hadla Al Marguerite, who is rated 75 and not from 5, and is swiftly followed by Taif Albira, horse number 2.
Yeah, number 1 has a lot of headgear on, which suggests she's not very willing to win. She's consistent though. And number 2, Saif Alabra, only had 2 starts, ran at meeting 25 and then meeting 30. He needs to improve, but he's got lots of chance to improve given he's only had 2 runs.
Mawansab Al Kaladir is horse number 3, 12th on debut.
Nice looking type, finished 12th as you say, back in meeting 35. He's sure to come on for that.
Park Lights is horse number 4 in shot now. A little bit of a smaller type, but well built in behind.
Very similar circumstances to the 3 Mawansat Al Kaladir, given that horse finished 12th and Park Lights finished 11th in the same race. Needs to improve.
And Park Lights fell out the gates on that occasion, so the only way is up for that one. Shawahid Al Kaladir is horse number 5.
Definitely a player. Sire is Laith Al Kaladir. We've already touched on him being fantastic with his progeny in Arabian horse races. Finished 5th last time, big improvement from the debut 9th.
And Divine Divalette is horse number 6 on your race card. This is 0 from 3 and has improved after 2 poor runs early on.
But it's only rated 44, so needs to. Even today, he's got £30 roughly to find with the leading protagonist. Just seems like a task that's super difficult.
Al-Maha Al-Jazra is horse number 7, 0 from 2, but a better run on paper last time out.
Yeah, she did run a lot better last time off a little layoff, a couple of week layoff. Maybe she'll come on again today, but she'll need to again.
Horse number 8 is Barzan Al Raya. This horse is a nice looking type on paper, in the eyes. It's a really gorgeous looking animal. I'd be a little bit concerned about the lack of form and the fact that it's definitely the owner's second string in this.
Yeah, exactly. Second string for connections. Hasn't been seen since meeting 7. Long layoff and now as fitness concerns.
Number 9 is Shahena Al Rayla. That horse is 0 from 7, second last time out, third time before that. A model of consistency. This looks like an ideal opportunity.
Definitely the filly to beat in this race. Rated 82, as you said, model of consistency, and is sure to produce her best, which you can't necessarily say for others.
Raya Al Katab is horse number 10. The last horse we're going to look at, that horse is 0 from 3. And after 2 promising enough runs, finished 11th back in meeting 30.
It was a big step back in the wrong direction, but she is rated 70, so she's definitely got a chance of contesting the finish, maybe grabbing a place.
Just a little bit of housekeeping for you. Horse number 7 will now be partnered by Sultan Al Mimoni after Abdulaziz Al Yesh was taken to hospital. So just repeat, that is Sultan Al Mimoni who will be aboard horse number 2. Alma Al Jazra, horse number 7 in your race card, ridden by Sultan Al Mimoni. That is just all the runners and riders to look forward to there. Tom, are you sticking with your selection of Shahena Al Rayla?
Yeah, I'll stick with the 9. I think that's the most logical winner in here. We want to go out on a high with a success. Maybe as an alternative, if we're looking for one who could surprise, then number 3, Mawansat Al Kaladir, shouldn't be overlooked after just 1 start.
I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm going to go for Shawid Al Kaladir. I think the pedigree says everything. I hope this horse can run a more improved race than last time out, but I think certainly not a totally negative element at all with that horse, and I think Shawahid Al Khaldir is a horse that I am a bit of a fan of. So that'd be a horse that I'm a big fan of. Any of the others outside of those three that we've mentioned that you want to give a shout out to?
I don't think so. I mean, on the ratings, Hadla Al Magarat, the inside horse, number 1, has a chance, rated 75. Lots of headgear, though, and it's not the most willing in a finish. So hard to put that horse up, really. There are a couple of other unexposed horses, Park Lights being one, Al Marja Al Jazra being another. But again, they will need to take big step forwards. And when you've got a horse with such a consistent and likeable profile as Shahina Al Rayla, number 9, it's hard to look at those against her.
Yeah, it's very hard to go against Shahina Al Rayla. Someone else who is never hard to go against, it is always Shamila.
Thanks very much, Callum. It's the last race of the day, which means I'm making my final paddock selection from our mini studio. A horse that I've gone with, I don't know if this will be a good thing for you, Callum, or a bad thing, because you've gone for the same one. Number 5, Shawahid Al Khaldir. She looks really nice, really well in her coat, and I think she could do the business today.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Just a quick one back at you. You mentioned a lot of these horses struggling to maintain condition, these Arabian runners. Have all of these horses, do they look fit and ready to go, or are there any paddock negatives in here?
Oh, that's a great question, actually, Callum. I would probably say number 7 is looking a tad on the light side, though it's not always a bad thing because, as I said before, Arabians tend to carry less weight than thoroughbreds.
Thank you very much, Shamila, but I do think it is important to see that some of these horses their condition just flops and rises through the time. And I've seen horses that we've seen on their debuts looking really fit and strong, and you see them next time out and you're like, why have they skipped so many meals? It seems that the condition just falls off them. It's great to see that Shahina Al Rayla was not a negative, and I think for you, Tom, would be a very shrewd selection. This horse certainly has the best chance on paper, and a rating of 82 makes her very hard to beat.
Yeah, exactly. And she's run 3 times recently as well, at meeting 26, meeting 30 and meeting 34. So she should be rock hard fit and 100% ready to go. And if that's the case, the only thing that will beat her, in my opinion, is an improver. And, you know, locating which one that might be, maybe it's your selection number 5, maybe it's the other Al Khaldir number 3, is pretty tough to do.
Yes, it will be not the easiest to get number 9 beaten, but I will try as I might to get this horse beaten. A good shout from David Alma Al Jazra. Horse number 7 is David's selection, so that's where he's going. Thank you, David, for being so busy in the YouTube comments as well. And thank you, everyone, for watching. Remember, I said it before and I'll say it again. Like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notifications. We're live on YouTube Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, and we're giving you all the racing here from King Khalid Racecourse. And then when we move down to Riyadh, we keep on going because we'll be giving you the racing from Riyadh as well, which is very, very exciting. But in this contest, I think Park Lights, I'm putting a line through. Mosamwet Al Khaldir, I'm putting a line through. I saw them in a Park Lights last time, and to finish behind that horse is a real effort because Park Lights ran no race on debut, so I wouldn't be surprised if that horse again struggles second time out, and it's just a learning experience.
She's got a mark of 72 though, so she's got some prior form prior to the one effort that we can see in Saudi. She used to race elsewhere last season. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great race that featured both of those horses last time, but at the same time, this isn't a great race either if you take the most likely winner, Shahina Al Rayla, out of things. So any horse can improve. It's a pretty tricky affair to end the card today on Thursday. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of nicer races to talk about tomorrow, but at the same time, these Arabian races have proved extremely competitive on the track, extremely interesting and exciting to watch on occasion as well. So hopefully that's the case here, and we get to see a fantastic finish.
Just a little bit concerned that they might be a wee bit delayed on the race course here. The stalls have moved all the way around, but we're yet to see the horses leave the parade ring. Again, in Saudi Arabia, this is what is common practice in delayed situations. Horses will either remain in the pre-parade if there's an issue on the course, and if it's not an issue on the course, they'll go into the parade ring and they'll just be led around the parade ring. Tom, I'm just mentioning, I feel it's quite a warm night tonight. That is something that could be a little bit of a negative for those continuing to be led around the parade ring. It feels quite close tonight.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the temperature gauge to flip up on this automated clock temperature system we have here. 31
hey,
degrees.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonably warm. I can only presume that if there is a delay, it's due to the ambulance and the fact that it's not back on track yet. We don't have a suitable ambulance cover because I cannot see an ambulance on track at the moment. So hopefully we can find a replacement at the moment. But right now it's seeming like they're just walking around the parade ring with nothing really happening.
No bell has gone yet, so the jockeys haven't been told to mount. Oh, and as if by magic, the bell goes. I mean, if we don't do this, this isn't our first rodeo. The bell goes and the jockeys will jump on board and we'll get into the process of heading down to the start. The ideal thing with this contest is the 2,000 meter start is right next to us and they will all canter by, so we'll be able to tell you what we think of their movement as they come by us, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to watching them go down to start. It's not a very long run to the stalls, so they haven't got much of a warm-up, but they have been walking around the paddock for a good 15-20 minutes, which should suffice as we just see the Three Musketeers lead them out onto track now.
Yes, the Three Musketeers, who did an absolutely exceptional job catching the 3 loose horses in our last race, including galloping right past us and grabbing the horse as it was galloping away back the wrong way around the circuit. So that was great to see. That was horse number 10 that was caught by the outrider. They do such a magnificent job. And Tom, like you said, I think the reason why we don't see them so much in European race courses is because a lot of our courses are set out in countryside where there's other options for horses to go. In these courses, it seems like they're all very much, and again, you know more about the US stuff than me, but these all seem to be with yards on site and all the other things that can often distract a horse from running too far away. So you often get the chance to catch them with an outrider. With such vast expanses of space on some UK race courses, I think it'd be even more of a nightmare if you had outriders, although they did bring them into the Grand National for the first time this year.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously having an oval track in the US and here at Taif, aside from the chute, means that it makes it easier for the outriders. But yeah, the likes of Newmarket, etc., aren't ideal.
Let's have a look at some of these as they run around. And this here is horse number 1 in shot. This is Hadla Al Maghira racing with Shihana Al Rayla as well as in this race as well. So Al Maghira finished in front of Shihana Al Rayla on this occasion. You mentioned the head collar. Is that a concern?
No, sorry, Hadla Al Maghira was third and Shihana Al Rayla finished second. Really rallied nicely up the inside. As you can see here, stayed the trip really well. Stayed the trip really nicely behind an Al Khaladia owned runner. I think that piece of form is very strong in context of this race. But the slight worry is that she'll get outpaced in the early stages and leave herself with such another mountain of a task like that.
Can you see Hadla Al Maghira turning that form around?
No, the best horse definitely finished ahead of Hadla Al Maghira that day, Shihana Al Rayla. I imagine she's going to be close to the speed, and if that's the case, there's no way that Hadla Al Maghira is going to back run her.
Alex is our man in the sky, and he will take us through the lucky last. As we just hear, Nagir Alam is going to go for number 1. He will go for Hadla Al Maghira. Good luck to everyone in the comment section. Good luck to everyone at home. We're going to leave you in the capable hands, and for the final time, with Alex Fussy.
Callum, Tom, thank you very much indeed. Runners to post then for our last this afternoon, this 2,000 metre Arabian Maiden to conclude things. I would be on board with Tom's pick here. Shihana Al Rayla will find this tough to beat, really, I should imagine. She has been running consistently well. As you saw, that was a flying second last time out, closing in very sharply to the line, getting past Hadla Al Maghira, who got pretty tired late in the piece as well. So does that come into play? Is that a question mark with regards to the stamina for this trip? That race last time out was over 1,400. We're right up, aren't we, today to the 2,000 metre distance, and that's going to be a new challenge for plenty in here. So runners assembling. Shouldn't be too far off our scheduled off time as well, so pretty much on track with regards to start times. Now, Barzan Al Rayla and Shihana Al Rayla will both be in very similar colours, won't they, here? They've both got the orange and green chevrons, but as you can see there, the 9 with the change of coloured cap, so that's what you're keeping an eye out for. With the difference between the two runners from the Al Fahan stable. It's a yellow cap there in shot with those brown sleeves, so make sure you keep an eye out for the yellow cap if you're a supporter of Shihana Al Rayla. There's one of the greys, Raya Al Ketayeb. Norwef Al Mudani's on board that runner. 3 starts so far, finished 11th at meeting 30 last time. Actually, not some bad efforts, I suppose, when 4th and 5th in meetings 26 and 14 respectively. honing in on the starting point then, looking back up the home straight here. Flag operator out and about a furlong down the track, waiting for the start of this final race today. Of course, we do it all again Friday and Saturday, another cracking couple of days of action to come, so do make sure you join us. Looks as though loading well underway here. That's going to be Mowansat Al Khaladia about to come forwards, the green jacket and white cross belts. We'll move into 3. Just with regards to the draw here, we're back in Stall's order for the race card, so if you're following a particular runner, it will correspond with your number in the card. Al-Mahar Al-Jazra about to head up to stall 8. It's going to be one of the final runners in. Plenty of spectators catching a glance of this starting point, which is up the home run. Last one on the way. All in. Screaming, they're off and racing. Underway for the last, this Arabian maiden. 2,000 meters, so longest race of the day. Not a bad break, really. There'd be 4 or 5 lengths, though, between them in these early strides. Pace is coming from Hadla Al Maghirat. Plenty of experience under this one's belt. 5 runs so far for her. She leads up in company with Parks Lights, and they're followed by Mowansat Al Khaladia. The leading trio have gone on and swiftly put some distance over the main group of runners. They'd be fully 8 lengths ahead here. If you're a supporter of Shihana Al Rayla, she has got herself rather far behind, hasn't she? She's detached off the back of the main group as well. Now, out in front, it is Hadla Al Maghirat, who shows up by a half length over Parks Lights in second spot for Saif Al Balusi. They're being followed by Mowansat Al Khaladia. Next in the field is Divine Divilance, who's there in the red noseband. To the left, trying to move a bit further forward, is Shawahid Al Khaladia. Has quickly given way as Mowansat Al Khaladia. That runner is starting to struggle, so they continue to thin themselves out. Al-Mahar Al-Jazra has taken third. Back in midfield at this stage, we've got Barzan Al-Rayla. That's being followed by Saif Al-Brar, and out the back of the field, Shihania Al-Rayla is starting to try and make some ground, but is going to have to switch very wide. The grey, Raya Al-Kataeb, is back on the inside and currently in 5th position. So it's Parks Lights who's in front here, with Hadla Al Maghirat going backwards as they're about to head towards home. Now look to the extreme left, right around the outside is Shihana Al Rayla from miles back here, who's now come into second place and is moving past driven rivals. So heading inside the final 400, Parks Light leads them for the line, but still trying to close. Shihana Al Rayla, can this filly get off the mark finally? She's coming with a big effort now, the inside of Parks Light, who got that first run, but Shihana Al Rayla has come from virtually last, miles out of her ground. She's storming home. It's Shihana Al Rayla who will make it 8th time lucky, and her consistency is rewarded. Parks Light finishes in second place. The two of them are a long way clear. So Hadla Al Maghirat may have held on to third place here at that. So Shihana Al Rayla takes our final race this afternoon for Abdul Ella Al Hussein and the Al Farhan stable. She's been running well, hasn't she? Knocking on the door, as we say. Not out of the first 3 all season long, and has finally got her victory. It was a very cool ride as well, very cool from Abdul on board. Settled her well off the strong early pace and then picked them all off. So 9, Shihana Al Rayla takes the last, beats the 4 Parks Lights into second place. Long old gap in behind our second as well. Third position coming eventually, shall we say. They were very well stretched out, and that's the one, isn't it? Hadla Al Maghirat. So that's our order. The winning time 2:31.14. The final result of the day is 9, 4 and 1.
Well, Jcsa Al-Rayla was our winner of our last and came from last to first in an impressive style. And that is a winner for Tom Collins and Alex Fussy, who were both on board. And both, although they had a little scare early on, very comfortable in the end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this filly came from miles off the speed last time to finish second. She kind of produced a similar kind of effort today, but it was a weaker race. Managed to confirm the form with Hadla Al Magarat as well, and won decisively at the line.
Yes, not only did she boost the form with Hadla Al Magarat, I thought she boosted that with a performance of a career best effort in this contest. So Park Lights ran an absolute stunner. We thought that 75 rating meant sweet bugger all, but turns out that 75 rating was really from a good place, and that horse has run right back to form.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she ran somewhere else before she ran to Saudi, because otherwise she wouldn't have a mark. She finished 11th first time up here, big step in the right direction. You know, she showed good early speed in this race, but no match in the closer stages.
Shamila, you saw these in the parade ring. Jcsa Al-Rayla certainly wasn't a negative for you. Were you happy with the performance? Were there any disappointing efforts out there?
Well, considering that she won the race and was already coming back in and half the field was still finishing the race, I mean, that just says how impressive she is.
Yes, they were finishing in dribs and drabs across the line. One of the things I did notice was the early speed was cut out by certain runners who showed nothing late on. So there was plenty of early tempo going, but it didn't hold up. And RB Park Lights didn't exactly take the lead, was often just left in front.
Yeah, exactly. But in these Arabian races, like, there's usually huge distances between the horses. There were no Al-Khaladias in here, so there was no real standout. But at the same time, Jcsa Al-Rayla had the proven form in the race, was moving into the straight in second, the leader Park Lights, albeit ran a great race, cocked the jaw turning in, and that might have been a slight difference in the winning margin, but at the same time, the best horses won by a country mile.
Yeah, and I think it's one with a little bit in hand as well. Talk about Jcsa Al-Rayla. This was a maiden. Clearly maiden company is not where this horse belongs. Where do you go next, though? Because this Arabian racing. Now, when we talk about the schedule and we talk about trainers not having places to put their horses, if you've got an Arabian who's good but not great, you find yourself in a really difficult situation. I think of a horse like Tagruda, or an Arabian that I'm absolutely head over heels in love with. She can't find a race for love nor money because she won a maiden. She's now running in 0 to 70 handicaps. Sometimes they're not available, and she can end up in open races, and she gets well beaten.
Yeah, I think they'll probably go to a 70 to 90 Arabian handicap. I've seen a couple of those knocking around in the programme schedule. So, you know, she's rated, 82? She'll probably be maybe 85 after this, or maybe even unchanged at 82. She could fit into that race perfectly fine and go well, but I don't want them going to a cup with her because I think she'll find it too difficult.
Yes, I think anything not named something Al-Khaladiya is going to find it very, very difficult in cup races. Shamila, that performance we've just seen, where do you rate that amongst some of the Arabian performances that we've seen so far, especially in maidens? Because I was quite impressed by that effort.
Well, I don't think she had much to beat, and I would actually like to see her going further as well. I think that she did that fairly easily. She could easily do 2,400. Like you said, she's not a cup horse, but I think she's up there. 2,400
metre races have not been very available here at King Khalid Racecourse. Are we going to see some? Because I know we've still got some big days coming up. National Day is on the horizon. There's surely going to be some big Arabian races there.
Absolutely, and thankfully Arabians are so they're so good at doing so many distances. You know, you don't have particularly horses that have one distance that they're good at. They can go over loads of distances, so that's probably a plus for them.
Now that was a really good performance, but Tom, in race 2 we saw an awesome performance. What was your Tom's top moment?
Yeah, my top moment today, albeit it was a bit of a struggle because I didn't want to put this horse up, was Mosta Wabeya in race 2 for Camille Ospina, Ahmed Mohamed and King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. A 17-length win. How can you not put this horse up as the moment of the day? Obviously, I didn't select the horse, and I selected another one in the race, which is why I'm a bit reluctant to put him up. But at the same time, she showed great early speed. She broke from the start, moved straight across to the rail. Typical Camille Ospina kind of ride, aggressive from the outset. Kick clear, beating some horses who have lots of proven form in the book. So she's got unlimited potential right now.
One of the longest winning distances we've seen here at King Khalid Racecourse, 17 lengths and done comfortably. And Shamila, I don't know about you, but I was taken aback by how professional this horse was.
She was so professional. You would have thought, if you just watched the race without knowing it was a maiden and it was her first time out, you would have thought she's done this loads of times, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah, you would. You'd believe that she'd done this plenty of times, and she used her experience to win a maiden. But that was first time up. But look at the stable, look at the white stable and the talent that they had. They had a horse run on Saturday in really impressive circumstances and bolt up. Tom, how do you manage a stable when you've got so many stars?
I have no idea, but they certainly do. You know, they're fantastic at doing it. They've had, 44 points so far in the standings. They've had 31 winners at this Taif meeting, miles ahead of any other ownership right now. They place their horses better than any other. They train them better than any other in the mornings. As you've already mentioned, super professional, first time up. She knew her job and she was great as well. You know, we've seen several King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons horses win at Taif since we've been here. I wasn't here when 8th Barrett won, when Rory was in my place, and I was gutted because I love that filly. But this one looks every bit as good, and you know, they've probably got more in the stable that we haven't even seen yet.
That's the terrifying thing, isn't it, Jamila? They've still got so much firepower that it's only going to be released at Riyadh.
And you know it's bad when I spoke to Camilo after the race and I said, you know, this horse won by 17 lengths, and he wasn't even that impressed. He was like, yeah, we do that every week.
Yeah, and what? Really confident from Camillo, who is trying to ride at the top of the game. Adel Al-Faradi, though, he's got to take the plaudits, treble today, and looks very good, back to form.
He's a phenomenal rider. I think he could hold his own in any jurisdiction. You know, he's completely underrated and maybe not even known in most countries right now. But in Saudi Arabia, he's the best. Now, I love Camilo Spina. We all know that.
Do you?
Well,
we weren't sure about that.
Yeah, debatable. You know, it's a love and hate relationship. But no, I do. I think he's fantastic. But Adele, in my opinion, right now is riding on a different level.
Yeah, top of his game. We're still waiting for a Wigberto wiggle, a Wigberto winner. That's a concern massively. But the good thing to see was he got up safe from that incident. We do send our kindest regards to the jockey who was injured in our penultimate contest. I don't know whether you heard anything being down in the parade ring.
I was asking around, trying to get any information I could, and all that they would say is he's conscious and he's on the way to the hospital. So hopefully we find out more tomorrow.
That's the main thing. He was conscious and on the way to the hospital. Now, Tom, this is your first day back. You're flying along. How good do you feel about the rest of today?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
I am looking forward to tomorrow as well. I'm looking forward to Saturday. I'll see you all then.